One on the three, bottom.
Just to let you know, the next game coming up, Bulldogs women playing the Blues women in game 2. Game 3 we'll have the Lions men playing the Blues men. Game 4. Five will be Roos men playing the Cats men.
Is Levi around?
Levi Goodyear, you're around.
Oh, already done. Sorry. And then come straight through. He's over there. You're going to have to think about it.
G'day mate, how are you? Good luck. Kick a couple of goals. I left AU with a footy too there.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's another one there, I'll get it for you.
Well, there may be AFL action happening over at Hands Oval in Bunbury, where North Melbourne are playing one of their 2 sold home games in WA against Fremantle in a few minutes' time. This is where the real action is. This is where the pure grassroots footy is at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. The opening round of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League season. And Louis Balzomi with you here on Filming Footy in association with Classic Clashes as well. Absolutely honoured and privileged to be a part of the broadcast again, just like we were a couple of weeks ago for the Budgerman Carnival, which was a very enjoyable day all the way through, even with the threat of horseshit that was on the ground a little earlier on. But big thanks to the heart and soul of the league, the general manager in Jeff Davies, for deciding to clean that up and get that one out of the way. Now, we're also broadcast live on Wanky Radio as well, the regional radio station here in the Central Kimberleys, the voice of the entire region. And we look forward to the first of our 5 games today. Yours truly will be part of the first 3. It is the reigning premiers, the Baylor Bulldogs, in the men's up against the Wankajunga Crows, as the players are just starting to get in position now, ready for the main formalities to be conducted by the head umpire in Gavin Smith. So we've got 16 aside, although the Crows have just named a 17th player. We'll go through those now. So for Bayulu, led by the shopkeeper, Dino, as the coach, who's got a very extensive rugby league background. Kavoran Shanley in the 5, Dean Moffat in the 9, Cornell Shaw in the 10, Ilas Yungabun in the 11, Antonio Surprise, he's back in the 14, Dudley Dick in the 15, Shane Pickett, there's a classic Indigenous name, in the 16, Wayne Moore in the 17, Jonathan Dick Jr. 21, Macias Monday in the 28, Hendrick Smith 29, Jacob Drill 31, Caden Shanley 38, Ted Cranball, he was one of my favourites a couple of weeks ago in the Budgerman pre-season game. even though the Bulldogs went down to the Riveroos on that occasion. He's in the 41, Cramble. Had no number 2 weeks ago, but now they've got a number on his back. And we've also got Matthias Shanley in the 43 and Brian Johnson in the 48. Not to be mistaken with the great AC/DC frontman Brian Johnston. While for Wankajunga, Makaya Bangu in the 3, Daryl Minga in the 5, Sylvester Thomas in the 8, Patrick Duncan in the 10, Zion U in the 11, Dion Thomas in the 12, Lincoln Jack in the 14, Hassani Spinks in the 19, Dion Duncan in the 20, Elgin Lee in the 21, Alistair Hobbs the 23, Federa Ridley in the 25, Yaros Yamalulu in the 29, Jackson Bayless the 35, Keanu Youngerman in the 42, Lachlan Daisy Bell in the 43, and Elias Daisy Bell in the 46. So they will be the representatives there for the Crows. Of course, they are subject to other players who might come on late, but they are the official team sheets that were submitted through by Filming Footy's own John Douglas, so appreciate that. And a big shout out to our technical guru, Brandon Woolhouse, saying the sound is good. Thank you very, very much. You're very welcome, my friend. Thanks for everything. So we're just about ready for a start. Also, a few of these players representing the league brilliantly at last weekend's Kimberley Colts Championships, where they just went down in the final to West Kimberley by 29 points. They drove West Kimberley right to the wire in their round-robin match by 4 points on the Saturday, and then defeated Southeast by the 19 points and East Kimberley by 36 points, which was enough to get them percentage because West Kimberley and Southeast Kimberley each won 2 games. But Central Kimberley had just edged Southeast Kimberley out on percentage to revisit the matchup against West Kimberley's in the grand final to set up another contest with them, and then they went down by 29. The MVP for the Central Kimberleys was Lennox Bamba, who not just was a great player on field, but showed all the wonderful qualities and spirit that you would expect in a leader and a player off field. And speaking of leader, well, Leadul, the name and right sponsor of the CKFBL, along with other major sponsors, Marrawarra Warra, Gandua, and the Department of Communities. Here we go, first quarter underway. We've got 4 10-minute quarters due to the delayed start. And the early ruck tap from Bayless for the Crows was a good one. Unfortunately, not too advanced, so he follows up now with another tackle. But the Bulldogs have good possession here. Shanley, the recipient of the second handball. And he's passed, it might be Mackay's Monday, I think, there. Didn't quite see the other number, but it was a 2 on that jumper. It might have been 28. His kick, though, is turned over. And Thomas now has the opportunity out on the Forest Road scoreboard wing to send the Crows into attack. And he does with a lovely little kick in towards Bangu. And Bangu, kick on the half volley to a teammate at left half forward. Spearing pass was pretty good. Unfortunately, though, missing the target through hands, but he'll get back onto it again. That was Duncan there tumbling over, and he's helped create a scoring opportunity, but it's a 1 behind only. So almost there for the Crows, but they get the opening score within the first minutes. Credit that to Dion Thomas, he was in the vicinity on that play. So the reigning premiers with a lot to do, but a lot of changes in their lineup. Plenty of fresh faces pulling on their jump up compared to who we had a couple of weeks ago. In fact, Cramble was playing for the Riveroos. So he was in enemy territory, so he was actually helping out the opposition on route to a victory. Anyway, turnover here. There is Thomas once again. The handball into big Lachlan Daisy Bell. Shrugs off the would-be tackler. Kick around the body. Another behind, unfortunately, to the left. So they're hugging around that left-hand goalpost at the moment. Wangajunga can't quite find the middle of that at the moment. 2 behinds plays nothing. We've got 2 minutes into this first term. So Wangajunga into the Fallon Road end of Fitzroy Crossing Oval. Bayulu down the Junjula end or the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds end. With all to do at the moment, they got the first foray forward, did the Bulldogs, roving off the Bayless tap, but been pinged back in defence ever since. They've got an opportunity here, although that goes through the hands, crucially there, of Matthias Shanley, I think, at the 43, but he's got some support now. The X-Man coming out of defence there with the alternative strip for the Bulldogs. finds Kevoran Shanley now. It's 3 Shanleys in the 16 for the Bulldogs. Kevoran was the one with the kick there, but it's cut off by the big ruck in Bayless for the Crows, who sends a long one inside 50, but well read by Iles Youngabun. We've got a couple of Youngabuns on either side of the ledger here. Keanu Youngabun playing for the Crows. As the Bulldogs now go quickly inside 50, that mark not taken by Caden Shanley, but they've got support out the back here. And a mark is taken within scoring range. A young man who doesn't need boots at all. He can flush this barefoot, no problem. We'll look to put the first one through the big sticks. Careful approach, and it's a pretty good one as well, I think. A few claps around, the 2 flags about to go up. And it looks like it is the first goal kicked for Bayulu. It's 3.5 minutes in. The Bayulu Bulldogs, 1 straight 6. Lead the Wangachunga Crows, coached by a man they known affectionately as Hey You, Anthony Uhl, who are 2 behinds. So we'll get a restart here, and a free kick's been plucked out by umpire Smith. Adara Ridley will take it for Wangachunga. As lateral to Bangu, that's Mikaya Bangu. Inside 50 it goes, only for a brief period, but it might come back in here now though. A little scrap around there for the Crows forwards. Unfortunately, they lose it there. Bangu tried to latch back onto it again, but couldn't quite. And now the Bulldogs come clear in through the middle. Shane Pickett just juggling there. Couldn't quite gather it fully. And now Spills here to Spinks. He's got space there from 40 out. Goes for home. Almost taken one hand on the line there by big Daisy Bell Lachlan. Couldn't quite. Spinks puts it through for a behind. So 5 minutes in, and now we've got a 7-point play. But looks at things being cut off here by Minga. No, he's missed too. Can't buy a goal at the moment, the Crows. Really struggling to find it in between the 2 big sticks at the moment. They're doing everything else right. It's just unfortunate that the reigning premiers have got the goal on the bounce the other way. As they look to try and lock it up again here at right half forward. Good work there from Spinks again to help do that. But the Bulldogs do find a little avenue out, but it's shut off quickly by Bayless. He's been busy early. Now gathers it once again into Spinks. Steering pass is good, and this time the big man's got it. Lachlan Daisy Bell diving down, making sure that he gets his hat back on his head as well. And he's ready to go back and line up on a 45-degree angle, about 25 from goal. Will it be 5th time lucky for the Crows? That looks pretty good. 2 fingers this time up. There it is. Got almost the Michael Jordan widespread arm look there. There's the goal umpire, and that's the goal that Wangachunga certainly deserve. For all of their efforts so far, they have dominated general play for very little reward, but now they finally get the ultimate reward. 1 straight 6. Here's the Bulldogs. Crows, 1-4-10. So from the restart here, Bayless has been at everything so far. Might have got one high, I reckon. Umpire Smith says yes, he did. So he'll take the free kick. Too far at the score. Will he go for Daisy Bell once again? No. He finds something more to his liking shorter, and it's Dion Thomas. His kick there, spilled by Bangu, but he recovers nicely. Thomas once again. Does he want Daisy Bell once more? He put a hand to it, did Big Lockie, couldn't quite take it. Brian Johnson now with all to do for the Bulldogs' defence. He gets this one back, though. It was an ill-directed handball to an opponent who felt sorry for him and said, all right, have another go. That's talking about great fair sportsmanship all around. Certainly was on display last week in the Kimberley Golf Championships as the ball comes out to centre wing here on the interchange side. And it's a free kick going the way of the Crows. Wangajunga. And we'll come back to Patrick Duncan. His opponent realised his mistake pretty early on from that and manned the mark straight away. So lateral ball now to Minga, who comes through the middle, kick to grass. That will suit Bayless well here. He's got time to gather, get around the would-be opponent there. That might be Cramble, I think. Handy was 41. He could be on the 44 as this is gathered and snapped again for another behind. I reckon Bangu was the one that got onto that this time for the Crows. So they've all been individual behind scorers. 1-5-11. One straight 6, but Daisy Bell, the man with the major for Wangajunga. So Baulu, despite that opportunistic goal they kicked around the 4-minute mark, have not troubled the scorers or even threatened inside 50 since. And it's going to happen here again as the intercept mark here is taken by Elias Daisy Bell. Can he find Lockie? Nearly. Bangu. Roving, front and centre. Lockie at the back. It's shoved down, and I reckon he was at the wrong face of the goals there. He was to the right this time. So 1-1 for big Lockie Daisy Bell. And they've got a goal in behinds now to Wangajunga, but they've got a major through him. 1-6-12 to 1 straight 6. And we are less than a minute away from quarter time. We've meant to have 4 15-minute quarters, but due to the delayed start, we're going with 4 10-minute quarters instead. Once again, this forward press is working. A treat for Anthony Oole's man. Spinks is the one now with the intercept, and then this kick down into the goal square with absolute precision, and Hobbs is the man who presents nicely. That was sensational work, once again by Wangajunga. And surely Hobbs doesn't miss this. Commentator curse, bugger off. Hobbs is kicking this. Thank you very much. On the stroke of quarter time, Wangajunga now, from a scoreboard perspective, stamping their dominance and authority on this game. 2-6-18 to 1 straight 6. Really, the Bulldogs with all to do now. One main inside 50 entry, or really was 2. It was a shallow entry at the first minute, within the first minute, as the siren goes to end the first term. But since then, just the one proper inside 50 entry for them, and they really have barely got it past centre wing ever since. So, apart from the inaccuracy, you'd call that a faultless quarter from the Wangajunga Crows to kick off their season here in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. 2-6-18 to 1 straight 6. Louisville's Omi here for Filming Footy, and the simulcast as well with Wanky Radio. I want to thank Filming Footy's major sponsors: Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, the Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's. Don't forget the best player to receive the Archie's thongs, the footwear. Premier footwear going around. Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher, and Premium Grains. We'll take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few minutes for the second quarter. Welcome back to Filming Footy's broadcast of round one of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League in association with Wanky Radio. Louis Bulzomi on the call for the first of our 5-game extravaganza. I'll be on the first 3 of them. We kick off with the Bayola Bulldogs and the Wankajunga Crows in the men's competition. It's the Crows by 12 points. In fact, that's 11 points now. There was one behind taken off them. Second quarter is underway. The goals kicked so far. Lachlan Daisybell and Alistair Hobbs for the Crows. For the Bulldogs, Wayne Moore was the man with the bare feet in the first term that was able to have their only real shot on goal at all in this game so far. And he kicked truly 3-minute 22 mark of the first term. So the Crows once again picking up where they left off inside 50. And the mark here is taken by Dion Duncan, who's going to fancy himself. We'll see if he's got the journey in him, Miss Duncan. Brother Patrick Duncan in the lineup as well. He does. Clears them nicely. No margin for error. Didn't need a margin at all. Dion Duncan kicks truly. The Crows really starting to dominate here. 3-5-23 to 1 straight 6. Got confirmation that one of the multiple behinds they got in the first quarter actually wasn't. Which meant the quarter time score was 2-5-17 instead. So the Bulldogs without any real answers at the moment. At this stage, struggling to get it past centre and now giving free kicks at will away too. That's probably about 4 of them, I reckon, they've given away inside centre, starting from a restart. So Gavin Smith certainly hot on it as Hobbs now, who has one of their 3 goals for the Crows, kicks it long, almost to the goal square and almost a chance there for Big Bayless. Couldn't get it, so rush behind credited there. Which takes their score now to 3-6-24. Still just the 1 goal to the Bulldogs, and they still are having problems, plentiful of them, with this bit here. Ellis Youngerbun was caught, but he got the handball away to surprise. He's the man that's the X factor with the alternative strip, but unfortunately, he was, instead of X's, he had O's with that kick. As it's brought back inside 50 here for the Crows. Well done there by Shaw for the Bulldogs. Got it back to surprise. And now he finds a target at left half back that he wanted about 30 seconds ago. Daisy cutter kick now towards the scoreboard. As ball comes back inside 50 for the Crows. Jumping there was Bangu, couldn't take the mark. Spills free. They've got options everywhere here do the Crows. Handball comes to Dion Duncan, who got the last goal. Just hesitated for the moment, was in 2 or 3 minds, didn't give it away, and that allowed the Bulldogs cavalry to pounce on him like vultures on a chip. Or seagulls on a chip, I should say, as they come away now towards centre wing through Kevoran Shanley. A couple of bounces though, mistimed the kick, goes back after to try and put a bit of a block on Patrick Duncan. Didn't succeed though, as the Crows barge their way through the brick wall. Inside 50, tumbling away, and will it go over for a boundary throw-in? No, yes it does. Despite Kevoran Shanley's efforts, and we just got a glimpse at the scoreboard there at Fitzroy Crossing. So our graphics say 3-6-24 to 1 straight 6. In actual fact, the behind stood. The extra behind that we thought was not given did stand. So the score is 3-7-25 to 1 straight 6. So we'll get our graphics department to update that as a shot on goal comes courtesy of the Crows here. It's off to the left for just the 1 behind. So 3-8-26 the score now. For 1 straight 6, margin 20 points. Bulldogs now, a couple of careful kicks out of defence, but that one there smothered nicely by Patrick Duncan, who's getting busy now. Gives a big Donaga to Jonathan Dick Jr., saying, you're not going to grab a hold of me, mate. And inside 50 it goes. Leon Duggan, was it? Yep, he almost got his head taken off. Anyway, got the handball out. The kick goes across the face, and it's marked nicely by Sylvester Thomas in the right forward pocket. They can do no wrong, the Crows, apart from having some inaccurate shots on goal. Now, what's happened here? Now, the ball's gone back to the Bulldogs. Must have been a free kick that was paid, because you wouldn't have thought that Sylvester Thomas would have such a shank of a kick that fell low and flat. So it was a free kick off the ball just prior to him taking that mark. So the Bulldogs get a reprieve here, but they can't escape all that well again towards centre wing there. Matthias Shanley had it all to do, and there was too many to contend with as it goes to the goal square and into the goal line, off hands. Big Lockie Daisybell couldn't take the mark. Rushed for another behind. So 3-9-27 now plays at 1 straight 6. A surprise marks the kick in, and he takes off. Just gets through Dion Thomas's attempted tackle, and he's got Shanley this time, Kavoran. So he's got plenty of the football as Kavoran Shanley. Unfortunately, his efficiency has let him down. This time, no, he has some time to steady and get it inside 50. Diving attempt there, the Crows defence miss it completely. And now, but they haven't really had to work all that much. They've got to do something here. And Lincoln Jack says, all right, I'll get to work, and put the tackle on beautifully. Back in the middle it comes here. 2-on-1 favouring the Crows. Zion Ull spins around on a dime and then short passes it to Dion Thomas. They look to reload again here to Wankajunga. Ah, big pass. Clear into defence. Into Lockie Daisybell. And oh no! Micaiah Bangu got a gift, unwrapped it, and then dropped it, and it broke. One behind only. What should have been a gimme goal, but anyway, it's going to come back pretty quickly here. And it does once again. And this time Bangu is aware of it, but unfortunately, free kick is plucked out. So, shall we get a look in there? We've got very rarely have a goal umpire help out as a field umpire, and Jeff Davies, the great man, he can do it all. He can certainly do it all. He's out there at the moment helping out. It's fantastic to see. So Jonathan Dick Jr. now kicks it away to centre wing here on the interchange side. Drill, handball into the number 1, who we don't have on our list, unfortunately, so I'm just going to call him the one. Inside 50 it goes. Dean Moffat, who's also got the Antonio Surprise alternative strip for the Bulldogs. Can't keep that one alive. And it'll be turned back over in the hands of Wankajunga, but the whistle's on play. It might come back momentarily. Oh, it's all happening. Boy, would Micaiah Bangu want that back again? Will that teach Lockie Daisybell a bit of a lesson as well? You don't have to be too unselfish in football, especially when you're only 5 metres out. Great to get teammates into the game, but go back and get yourself, big fella. Already got one today as Keanu Youngabun takes the mark. Centre half forward going down the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds. And there he is. Big Lockie Daisybell must have heard me. He said, all right, I'm going to crash the pack, take an exquisite mark, and not handball it off. So, Micaiah, step aside. I'm having this shot. That's what he's going to do. Almost as great a mark as Kenyon Munda's last week in the Kimberley Coles Championships, as that one has gone through for 4 points. Lockie Daisybell's got a couple, but I tell you what, that was simply breathtaking what Kenyon Munda was able to take in the 23. He should get a call from NASA and be part of their space program. That's how much airtime he got. He left this earth. He entered another universe when he took that mark. Get on the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League Facebook page and definitely check that out. Or come across the Filming Footy as well and bring up last week's Kimberley Colts Championships Day 1, and you'll see that. Unbelievable mark. Not out of place in AFL circles, and certainly one that deserves to be captured and placed in any man cave in the country. It was something to behold as the Crows get it forward once again. Daisybell couldn't keep it alive this time, out of bounds or a toss back in. So now the Bulldogs come away with it for one of their rare advances forward. Unfortunately, they run out of time. That's a very fast 10 minutes, that one. That didn't feel like 10 at all. We're just having too much fun here on the broadcast for Filming Footy, the simulcast broadcast with Wanky Radio, the regional radio station here in central Kimberley, the voice of the central Kimberleys, of course. And it is half-time for 10:34. Wangajunga Crows, according to the scoreboard here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. Our graphic has 4:9:33, but we'll get that updated at half-time during the break. And Bayoula Bulldogs, 1 straight 6. Their only shot on goal, courtesy of Wayne Moore, who did kick truly in the first quarter at the 3-minute 22 mark. And it actually put the Bulldogs in front, believe it or not, by 4 points at that stage. But it's been all Wankachunga since. And their goal kickers, Lockie Daysbell with 2, Alistair Hobbs 1, Dion Duncan with a downtown delight in this second term as well in the first minute and a bit. So we'll take our extended break and we will come back ready for the second half of this opening clash of round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League, the Bayoula Bulldogs and the Wankajunga Crows. Louisville's Amy here for Filming Footy. We thank our sponsors again, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Gains. Back shortly.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal: make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and the price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
I do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all his outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorship's a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs. And we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. They've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. They walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business.
Of the round one clash between the Baylor Bulldogs and the Wankajunga Crows in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League, the first of our 5 back-to-back matches to kick off the season proper in 2026. And it's also taken by Wanky Radio, the heart and soul voice of the Central Kimberleys. Louis Bulzomi on the call with you. The CKFBL, proudly sponsored by the naming rights sponsor Lidl, Marrawarra, Gundua and the Department of Communities. Third quarter underway here, and it's a dominant display so far by the Wankajunga Crows, who lead this contest by 28 points. And they get it inside 50 once again, but this time it was able to be cut off. Fortunately, though, the Bulldogs, this is where it's been their downfall all the way through. Caden Chanley on hands and knees, able to get the handball out this time, and this time they do get an inside 50 entry. And they got this in the first minute of the first quarter as well, and this is about where it got to, so any extra kick from here will be a bonus, and they do get that on cue here. Cranball might be the man who can get onto this, so he falls to his feet now. Got some support around the footy here. Jonathan Dick Jr.'s around the footy as well, but well ripped out by Jairus Yamalulu for Wankajunga, and they are able to avert the danger. But Caden Chanley stands in the way. Doesn't get the ball though. Fights for it on ground level here at right half forward for Bayulu. It hasn't got enough support though, and the Crows are able to get away again. Spinks spilled the mark, but recovers beautifully. Short pass is a good one too. The peripheral vision working superb for him. Unfortunately, the follow-up kick not though. Youngaban Ilas taking the mark, and he was the one that got the first kick out of the fence in this third term as well. So Baulu able to stand up twice so far. Minute 33 already, elapsed in his third term. No score considered either way. And now they're going to get another entry inside 50 here. Just what, I think the fifth of the game so far for them. The man has got their goal. Moore had the footy in his possession, lost it momentarily with a little careful, sort of worried hand pass, and eventually they lose it completely. Free kick to the Crows. As play goes on here, it spills out here to Micaiah Bangu, and he's got Ooh. It's the first score for either side in this third term. One straight 6 plays at 4-11-35. Margin at 29 points in favour of the Crows. Once again, their forward press working sublimely. Ridley, the man who took the mark there, and then a couple of kicks, one lateral and one straight down the line and the middle into Oo again, who's had a big quarter so far. Rocking the Essendon shorts nicely. Short pass is good. Presenting beautifully, Keanu Youngaban. Got the dive in as well to protect the football. No way a defender will stop that at all. So he'll go back and have the shot for their 5th goal. Keanu Youngaban kicks, and kicks truly. Five, 11, 41. Plays one straight 6. It is all Wanka Chunga here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval in the first of our 5 matches for broadcast, with yours truly, Louis Bulzomi, on for the first 3. Coming up next will be the women in action, the Bayola Bulldogs and the Nunkamba Blues, the reigning premiers. And then the men, Maludja Lions and the Nunkamba Blues, will follow that match. And then we'll have a swap out of commentary team for the Kajinya Cats and the Maludja Lions women, and then the final match for the day, Kajinya Cats and Riveroos men. So we're back in the middle here. Big Bayless for the Crows. Another free kick. They've been receiving plenty of them. An absolute war chest of them through the middle, which has assisted their cause, but it certainly doesn't take away from the dominance that they've displayed all the way through as they get the ball carefully to right half forward. Bangu has the mark. And his short pass is a good one too now to centre half forward proper. And the man who kicked the last goal, Youngaban, takes the mark. Too bad to score this time. So he goes to a man who can kick a big barrel in Spinks. Just had to get around the man on the mark though, which made him pull the kick in towards the left forward pocket. Off the ground. One behind only. Once more involved with that one. Just over halfway through this third term. No way back for Baulu, you don't think. Not impossible, but highly improbable at the present time for the reigning premiers, who admittedly do have a high change in personnel though, on the side that triumphed over the Maludja Lions last year. 5-12-42 to 5-11-41, sorry, to one straight 6 I should say. And once again the Crows, remembering what they did in the first half so well. Dion Thomas, handball into it. Oh, it's a good kick. But again, just to the left. It's been their only major issue today. A lot of those shots have steered left down at the Fallon Road end for the Crows. So the Bulldogs this time going to kick out of 50. Can they go further than that? Pass there, kept in play just by Canal Shaw. Trying to latch onto it with one hand was Dick Jr. Missed it though. Gets his support at the back though Another man who's just come in at the last minute there in the 42. Barefoot Jones we'll go with. Haven't got him on our team sheet, so we'll just go with Barefoot Jones. We know that Wayne Moore is also running barefoot as well, but we have at least got his ID. So 42. Also rocking with no wheels underneath, doesn't need them, as Dick Jr. Speaking of wheels, he got him spinning nicely like a set of F1 slicks. And unfortunately though, tumbling kick misses the lot, but it stayed in bounds though before getting out. So an opportunity does come back the way of Baulu from the throw-in with less than 3 minutes left in this third term. AFL update, quarter time in Bunbury at Hands Oval. Fremantle 4-3-27 leading North Melbourne 2-2-14. And it's wonderful to see especially the young kids gathering around by the Classic Clashes media truck to have a look at all the AFL action. We could hear some of the crowd before just confirming who was actually playing in the AFL earlier on, which is fantastic to see. It's great for the community to all gather together as they do, have their own game of football going, but also keep an eye on the AFL action as the Crows get it out towards right half back, but Barefoot Jones there in 42, gets it back in towards Caden Shanley, but he's got a bit of a problem now. What can Surprise do? Can he be the one to spark him up? Gets onto this football, back into Barefoot Jones, but he got the bump. And then the follow-up tackle applied to him. Brilliant work by Giannis Yamalulu to force the ball up with less than 2 minutes remaining in this third term. So from that restart, the Crows get it out to centre wing. Bangu continuing to rack him up, as is this man here, Spinks. I've probably got him just ahead for the Archies footwear at the moment, the Archies thongs. Although, if big Lockie Daisybell can get onto another one, he might well have a big say in proceedings as well, as the Crows once again utilising the central corridor to perfection with the lateral kickback inboard from the club room interchange wing. And the mark is taken here by Hobbs, who kicked the goal just shy of the quarter-time siren. The line up from a little bit further out, but directly in front compared to the last shot he had. Little starter approach, and now gets into a nice rhythm. Just a little too close to the man on the mark, but it might sit here for Bayliss. Had the foot in his lap, but was tackled immediately, and then Dudley Dick now. The Dudley Do-Right able to pickpocket him and then skin it away towards Barefoot Jones. Calls for a leading target, gets one. It's Caden Shanley who presents. He's been one of Bailey's best until that moment. Anyway, shank kick towards Kavoran. Shanley, so others there not enjoying the best of plays on that occasion, but they recover okay here, and they might have a little opportunity because there was a bit of a misfield there by the Crows' defence, but then unfortunately Bailey forwards all bump into each other and knock each other over. 10-pin bowling style, leaving the 7-10 split as Elias Daisybell comes charging in, gets one in the back. And goal umpire, field umpire extraordinaire, just a great human being, Jeff Davis, pays the free kick to him. So Wanka Junka come away once again, and again another big tick in the defence column for them. There were more opportunities though for Bailey. Bailey looked a little bit better with getting a few more deeper entries, but unfortunately for them, no score added. They've still got just that one goal from Wayne Moore in the first term at the 3-minute 22-second mark. While the Crows added an extra goal in that quarter to Keanu Youngabun. And also 3 behinds on top. So 5-13-43 to 1 straight 6 margin, 37 points with 10 minutes left in this contest. Rebel Zomi here for Filming Footy in association with Wanky Radio in the simulcast. I'd like to thank Filming Footy's great sponsors, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archies, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Gains. Last quarter coming up very soon. Final quarter just seconds away from commencing here in round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. First match of the 5 we have on offer for you today here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. The Baillieu Bulldogs, the reigning premiers, right up against it though, against the Wangachunga Crows, who have been extremely hungry to prove that 2026 can be their year, and they are looking every bit a premiership outfit already in the 30 minutes that we've seen of action so far. 5-13-43 to 1 straight 6 is the score in favour of the Crows. Lachlan Daisybell has 2 goals, Alistair Hobbs 1, Dion Duncan also 1, and Keanu Youngaban with 1, while Wayne Moore, the only goal scorer, the only scorer, full stop, for the Bulldogs, and that was way back at the 3-minute mark of the first quarter. Underway here in the final term. You're back with Louis Bulzomi on Filming Footy in association with Wanky Radio, and it's the Crows once again getting the clearance out from the middle. This time, no, it will be repelled back, but this is where the Bulldogs have had their problems all the way through this next kick-up. They get one here, though, in towards centre wing. We'll draw on half-forward, but it's read once again here nicely by the Crows defence. Elgin Lee involved. Or Elgin Lee, whichever way you want to pronounce that. Doesn't get it all that far, though. As it gets rebounded back by the double number 44. Again, another one I don't have on the list, unfortunately. So a few Bulldogs players just arriving late and helping out. As it doesn't really matter for them, because the ones that have come here for the Crows, the 17 of them, have been nothing short of superb. As it comes now to the one. In quotation marks towards Barefoot Jones. A couple of the extra ringers towards the end. There's another one in 36-2 who I don't have, but we won't worry about that. We'll go inside 50. Here's one I do have. It's Dick Jr. and there's Moore, the goal kicker. Both have an opportunity to pounce on this, but they're not required, because instead it's Olis Youngaban who goes home and does well. Second goal on the board for the Bulldogs. In actual fact, surprise, it was Antonio. Thought it might have been him. Mixed up with the other younger bun who kicked the goal in the third quarter for Wangachunga. So, yep, Antonio Surprise, the man who gets rewarded for a great forward pressure tackle that results in a holding the ball decision for him. And he makes no mistake with the goal in the end. So, enjoyed some of his work in the Budgeman pre-season carnival a couple of weeks ago. Great to see him back out there for Baillieu once again. 2 straight 12 now, the Bulldogs. Still 31 points in arrears of Wangachunga Crows, 5-13-43. But that forward pressure is a bit more what Dean, the shopkeeper, the coach, will want to see going forward here in season 2026 if Baillieu are to be still a chance to defend their title. They might have a chance here to come out of here. Shane Pickett, well read off the tap. Try to get through 1, try to get through 2, try to get through 10. And what's happened? Gavin Smith has said, you're gone, son. Too many to undertake. So the Crows will get it back. And this man's had a major second half, Zion Ull. Love to see him get a major if he can, in terms of goals. 3 behind so far. Shallow entry in toward Big Lockie Daisybell, who couldn't complete the mark at ground level. This gives an opportunity now for Dudley Dick to break away for the Bulldogs, and he does. Hands off to a teammate inside 50 with the kick. Shallow entry once again, which tailors the Crows' defence, but it might come out the back here through Cranball. Nope, that door got shut right on him. Who else is there for the taking? We've got the Fev 25, another one who I don't have listed on that team sheet. We read the 16 players before, but one I certainly do is the X-Factor Surprise. Another free kick going his way, and he's got quite the roost on him, and it's taken by Dick Jr. in the goal square. So, brilliant work by Dean, the shopkeeper, to get Antonio Surprise into the thick and crust of the action, because he's kicked the goal himself and created one for Dick Jr. right there. And all of a sudden, they go to 3 straight 18 to Baillieu. Wangachunga 5-13-43. Still 6 minutes remaining. Is there enough for them? By the time the ball gets back to the middle, to keep on just getting those centre clearances, because what was plaguing them a lot in the first 3 quarters was giving away a free kick from a centre ball up. That hasn't happened in this last quarter yet, and they've got 3 clearances so far. until that point. Thank you very much, Barefoot Jones, for coughing up the handball straight to Dion Duncan, who then shrugs another tackler. Inside 50 he goes. The target just going over and through his hands. There was Silas Younger Bun, I reckon. Long sleeves for the Bulldogs. Hurried out of the hand pass. And then everyone's sort of tumbling over each other. Whistle on play. And it will be a Crows free kick, I think. Contact without the football. And it's Keanu Youngabun who kicked the sole goal in the third quarter for either side, who can ensure that the jarring of the door from the Bulldogs will be fixed and it will be slammed shut with the key thrown away and the deadlock completely locked, and he does so. So that may well be the end of the fight back. Short-lived, but it was thrilling though to see Baulu get themselves back on track and play some good eye-catching footy, especially with Antonio Surprise doing some great work up forward, kicking a goal himself, applying fantastic forward pressure, getting a couple of free kicks, setting up Dick Jr. also for the other goal. But Youngabun says enough's enough and slams that one home. So the margin back to 31 points, but the Bulldogs, they won't go down at all. Gavon Shanley hacks it out off the ground. The triple dozen in 36, who I don't have listed, so we're just going to go with the triple dozen. Can't find a way through. Someone's lost the boot. As the Crows avert that foray forward from the Bulldogs, and that there could be head-high contact to Duncan from the Surprise tackle. No, it's not. Jeff Davies says no. So Surprise gets the free kick. Advantage paid to Dick Jr. and his pass into the other Dick. Dudley Dick. The Dudley Dog to line him up. Another one deciding that boots aren't required. And he short passes it nicely as well to Hendrick Smith. So a few others who we do have listed on the team sheet, thankfully, getting involved in the action as Smith lines up and puts it through. 3 minutes to go. That Youngabun goal sucking the life out of the Bulldogs, though, in this comeback. Otherwise, I tell you, margin back to 19. We could have had something brewing. Alas, it is 25, but at least they have fought valiantly, have Baulu. They haven't given up the ghost at any stage. Fighting this one out to the end, preventing it from being an almighty blowout, which is great to see. All straight 24 to 6-13, 49, but then given that 13 in the behinds column for the Crows, it could well have been a triple figure blowout, but well, maybe not. Maybe we're selling Baulu a bit short there, but anyway, from the restart, here they come once again. Dudley Dick hopping over everybody, Tim Watson style in the early 80s, finds it into Surprise. 3 seconds, he's got it. This has been some quarter, a premiership quarter from the Bulldogs. Just a shame there's no more football after the next 2 minutes for them. Because with the way they're coming home, they have got a gale force tailwind down to the Fallon Road end. Even though it's an absolute still day, the tree leaves are not moving an absolute inch. 31 degrees Celsius here at Fitzroy Crossing, not a cloud in the sky to speak of, yet it feels like there is a gale blowing down the Fallon Road end with the way that the Bulldogs are playing. Surprise has 2. But unfortunately, time will run out for them. Still 19 points in arrears. 5 straight there to 6-13, 49. Bayless back in the ruck now for the Crows. And they finally get a rare clearance in this final term when they've been getting all of them in the first 3 quarters. In it comes. Hobbs can't quite get it to Youngabun. Hobbs goes back after it. Handball's almost to himself there, Kevin Bartlett style. Then he furrows in and under to Sion Yule, and he puts it through. And if it wasn't a short already, that guarantees things now. What a last quarter of Central Kimberley Football Basketball League action that we have been absolutely spoiled and treated to here. 6 shots on goal, all goals in this last quarter. 2 of them for Wangkatjunga, 4 for Baulu. Margin back out to 25 points, 7-13, 55 to 5 straight 30. But what a goal fest we have been blessed to witness and also listen along to in this final quarter here on Filming Footy, along with Wanky Radio. As we await now the last 15 seconds of this contest from the restart. The umpire will call this one back. Last man up with the footy, Shane Pickett, for the Bulldogs. So the final act of our first of 5 matches today to kick off the season. An emphatic win by the Crows, but the Bulldogs showed plenty to say that they won't be a spent force, even with change of personnel in 2026. Still, take nothing away from what Anthony Yule's men have done to start the 2026 campaign. Wangkatjunga, go Bangkatjunga. Before it's all said and done, there is a free kick and a shot on goal coming up for Canal Shaw, just to add some extra well-deserved respectability on the scoreboard. He's going to kick right from 50. He's going to get a barrel. Please do. He does. And the spiral looked okay. Unfortunately, though, the power not there for him. So no score there. But as we were saying, what a statement made by the Wangkatjunga Crows. Wangkatjunga went Bangkatjunga to kick off season 2026 with a 25-point win over the reigning premiers, the Baulu Bulldogs, who still, though, even with a number of new faces, have got plenty of fighting spirit. They put it all together in that final term to the Bulldogs. It's just they've got to clean up those defensive exits and ensure that they can get some repeat link-up plays out of defence for them to prevent results like this happening and having repeat entries from the opposition inside 50. 7-13, 55 to 5 straight 30. Goal kickers for the Crows. Big Lockie Daisybell with 2. Keanu Youngabun 2 in the second half. Daisybell's was in the first half. And singles to Alistair Hobbs, who got one right before quarter time. Dion Duncan with a downtown delight to start the second term. And then Zion who had a massive second half as well, with 1 goal, 3. Glad he got that last goal after missing so many in a row earlier on. As we see the players now gather around, all linked up arm in arm together, which is fantastic to see. The old 3 cheers for each side. Great footy spirit shown between these two and all clubs throughout both the men's and women's too. So, for the Baulu Bulldogs, well, Wayne Moore had the lone goal for 3 quarters, but then in the last term, Antonio surprised with a couple. He set one up for Jonathan Dick Jr. as well, and Hendrick Smith, the last of their goals before Surprise came back and kicked that second one to give them 5 overall. But anyway, great win for the Wangkatjunga Crows, off to the best possible start in season 2026. We'll finish up there for this game. The next game will be the start of the women's campaign. The Baulu Bulldogs up against the reigning premiers, the Nunkamba Blues. Louis Bulzomi here for you on Filming Footy in association with Wanky Radio. We'll quickly thank the major sponsors for the CKFBL: Lidl, the naming rights sponsor, Mara Warra Warra, Gundua and the Department of Communities WA, and the Filming Footy sponsors: Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Adam Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Grains. Don't go anywhere. The next match coming up soon, Baulu and Nunkamba, to start off the women's 2026 CKFBL season.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal. Make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs. And we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so yeah, I can't fault them. You know, they've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. You know, they walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business, and it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship, being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there and that's part of us.
Welcome back to the coverage here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Central Kimberley Football Basketball League round 1 action, and it'll be the first match of the women's competition. The Bailey Bulldogs against the reigning premiers Noonkanbah Blues. Louis Balzami on the call with you, and we are underway right now. And it will be the Blues who get the opening clearance inside to 50. Zenarose Costain almost ran the wrong way there. Plenty of Bulldogs opponents around her, but then she goes and gets her own footy. Great second gather by her. Realised the mistake and then fights again. Third effort great again from Costain. Fourth effort even just as good as the numbers of opponents multiplied in the end for her. But eventually, though, one too many as the Bulldogs now get it inside to 50. On the bounce there, Nickra Baker just waited for it, grabbed it, and then was set upon. Ball spills free behind her. Shikana Dick. Saw Dudley Dick run around for the Bulldogs men earlier. Now it's the Sister Act's turn. Can't gather it cleanly though. Quintasia Sampi just wanted to whack that one forward. Didn't get any real purchase on it, so she leaves it now for Jacqueline the Shovel. That is her surname to go and do the proverbial. Did so, but not to advantage. Sampi with a great smother though off the boot of Sahalia Button. Goes after it once again. She's getting really busy there in the early minute. And now a kick comes clearing out now for the Bulldogs. Can they get a trap on it? Baker couldn't quite. And the Blues now able to get away towards Leona Skinner. She can't complete the mark though. Once again, Sampi getting nice in and under. Early contender for the Archie's footwear, that's for sure. As the Blues get a clearance away from left half back. And his father's Tylee Shanley, who shuts that gate nicely and then releases it to Dick. So Dick inside, not quite inside 50, tumble to right half forward. Well picked up here by Dallas Hobbs. Gets a little dinky kick. Now it's inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Chance goes begging though for them, unfortunately. Brianne Charles puts the tackle on. And the ball goes towards about 15 from goal, but the Blues are there in number, and Miranda Skinner's the one who gallops away with a couple of bounces after taking a good mark into the centre square here. They might be out the back, I reckon. It's Yamalulu, I think it is, in the 47. I can see some of those numbers from a distance. Actually, sorry, I apologize. It was Lahani Lamera in the 37. The pink-on-pink action, a little bit difficult for my old eyes, but we'll keep going. Turn 38 in, 13 days? I feel older than what I actually am. It's probably not a good thing as we continue back on as the Bulldogs recover back towards half forward, but only as far though now as Emmy Kennedy for the Blues, and she had a pretty decent pre-season campaign for herself a couple of weeks ago for Noonkanbah in their loss to the in their victory over the Maludja Lions. Lost the footy on that occasion. As Bulldogs go deep inside 50. Ricochets back. Unable to grab it there as Adele Cranball. Gets the support here from Baker, who's also been in the action quite a fair bit in these first 3 minutes. The Blues clear away this time though. Well gathered here on centre wing, just south of the centre square. Miranda Skinner it might have been, and now here's a chance. Kennedy just a bystander here for Shane McCarthy, but Kennedy there to help out if need be. Doesn't quite get there in the end. The Bulldogs able to stand up and fight back, and Charlie Smith does exactly that with the rebound back inside the middle. And able to take that there cleanly was Dick. Goes back again. On her haunches is Tylee Shanley. It pops out the back now. Once again, Sampi looking the good so far. The kick was great. Unfortunately, not to the advantage of Charles. Her opponent there might have been Miranda Skinner, I think, getting in the way and doing it brilliantly with a couple of great rebounds in defence for the Blues as Leona Skinner gets dragged off of it without the footy, and she'll take the free kick. Skinner's kick now to open territory. A couple of bounces into the hands there of Bernice Skinner. She had a great pre-season game as well a couple of weeks ago. Towards Kennedy at right half forward. But unfortunately the ball eludes her and the free kick is given away for a hold. I reckon this might be Sierra Inbalong, I think, in the 11. It is. Her kick is ricocheted back though. Good recovery by the Blues, but the Bulldogs though, their presence at the forefront. Charlie Smith again doing the work for them from defensive 50. Dick paddling it towards Sampy, and this releases Adele Cramble. Dick and Sampy have been something else so far, in the 1% department especially. Adele Cramble follows up as her kick smothered. Now has a chance here for Yvonne Draper. Handball was clever to Hobbs, inside 50. Now, who's at the back here? Once again, charging out like a melee bull is Lavisha Wongawal, doing nicely and then shoving two of them out of the way, keeping the footy in possession. Oh, put her on a pedestal. That was fantastic work from Wongawal. Unfortunately, though, it may come back in her direction, so here she goes again. We'll see how much gas she got left. Oh, she's got plenty. The reserve tank was there. Wongawal this time in the kick out, and she finds a target too. Superb play by Lavisha Wongawal. As Kennedy now has plenty of space to work with here on the interchange wing. Steadies, didn't quite look up though. Rush that kick, and it's taken by Imbalong for the Bulldogs, who coughs up the bounce though. Might give Kennedy another chance to get into this. McCarthy there too for the Blues. But neither of them can beat the presence of Charlie Smith, who unfortunately though turns it back over to Sahalia Button. Her kick is an okay one. It finds Angelica Costain. And she also had a big say in that pre-season game against Malajja up forward. Way out of attack this time. There's the ball now on the bounce, gathered brilliantly by the right paw by Yamera. Inside 50 it goes. Yamalulu, Helena. Can she make her presence known here? Not quite, put the tackle on, but not nick of time. Chance here for a goal from Gardner, not quite. The Bulldogs defence working overtime. Will they get the penalty rate here? They do. They get out of danger. Well done. Dick takes the mark. 40 from defensive goal. Out it comes to Sampy again, and they are a dynamic duo, these two. Already proving that. So, Sampy's kick, though, unfortunately, ill-directed, but we won't it doesn't necessarily dampen her performance so far in these first 7 minutes, which hasn't seen a score for either side yet, but that's to be expected because the defences are robust in the women's competition in the CKFBL. As that one there is a free kick for the Bulldogs, unfortunately for Ash Gardner. Right in all over the back of her opponent there. Clearly in the vision of the umpire. That kick, though, tumbling away from Imbalong. But it falls into the hands once again of Smith. Kick through into the middle is okay here for Adele Cramble, and she's also been pretty busy too. And she releases it out here towards Tylee Shanley. Shanley's ball will it find a target? No, it won't. Zena Rose Costain in the way. Support here from Terrian Dan. Can she break away though? Baker's on her hammer. No, she got away from her. Can't get away from Sampy though. Gone. Oh, the Archie's footwear firmly in her grasp at the moment. Quintacia Sampy. As her kick towards Baker, beaten to it, but still fighting along with Jamelia Bent, who also had a great pre-season game that I was on the call for filming footy a couple of weeks ago against Malajja. Here she comes once again, does Jamelia. Good digging handball out of danger at left half back, but only as far though as Cranball. Adele on knees. Handball back into that absolute glut of players. Plenty for either side here, so you'd think the umpire would want to call for it. No, lads to go on. It's actually great decision making from the ump. Beautifully done. Adele Granville fires it forward again. Now the Bulldogs have a little bit of space to work with. The kick there, unfortunately not the mark taken though. Chance gone begging, but they're still alive here. It was Ezra Baker who had that opportunity and slipped through her fingers, but she fought hard again, but had a couple of extra opponents to contend with, and now the Blues come away through Castains in a rows. And her kick is a good one too, into the flight of Bernice Skinner. She takes it nicely. Quick release handball here to Yamera, but she loses it. Goes back after it again. Aaliyah Campbell puts some pressure on, and then coming up to it and meeting her nicely is Imbalong, and she's done some great work so far in this quarter as well. Out back, Sierra Imbalong, I should say, as has this girl here, Charlie Smith. And the kick up through the middle. Baker spills off her chest, but she recovers in towards Adele Cranball. Inside 50. There's some good penetration on that kick. Who can get there? Charles presents. Yvonne Draper's there if she needs it. Draper gets it now. Tiki die kick out the back. Ezra Baker should get it. Does get it. with 30 seconds remaining in the opening term. The ice is broken finally, and it's the Bulldogs who manage the first goal. Putting a smile on Coach Darlene Patrick's face for sure. 1 straight 6 courtesy of Ezra Baker as the quarter-time siren goes. And the reigning premiers, Noonkanbah Blues, no score on the board. So right at the death there. A well-deserved goal for the Bulldogs, who really did own that quarter for the most part. The Blues resolute in their penetration and repelling out of defence for the most part, but it was definitely a Bulldog quarter, led brilliantly by Quintacia Sampi and Adele Cranball. Nicara Baker also very busy. Shikana Dick was also superb, and a defence led brilliantly by Charlie Smith and also Sierra Imbalon. But the 1 goal there to Ezra Baker to finish off the term. That is your only score so far in our first women's game of round 1 between Bayulu and Noonkanbah. You're Louisville's Amy here on Filming Footy for the CKFBL. As we take an opportunity to thank our sponsor. In fact, we'll do that after this short break. And you are back live here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio for round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. It's the first game of the women's competition between the Baulu Bulldogs and the Nunkamba Blues. The Bulldogs have the only score for either side up to the first change. It was a goal with 30 seconds left in the first term, kicked by Ezra Baker when they found some gaps out the back of the Blues defence, which there weren't too many though. Both defences absolutely resolute in that first term until the Blues resistance just wore off a little bit in the dying stages, and Ezra Baker was able to get out the back and kick truly for the last disposal of the first term by the time the ball got back into the middle. Louis Bolzomi here with you along the way. Loving life here at Fitzroy Crossing. Beautiful 31-degree day. It was a top of 32 not long ago, back down a degree, so no surprise that the girls are getting their swig of water in, much like the men did in the preceding game, our first game of the 5 that we have for you today here at Fitzroy Crossing. It was the men's Bailey Bulldogs, the reigning premiers, going down to a very exciting Wankajunga Crows, although the Bulldogs themselves in the last quarter played some ripping football too. 7-13, 55 to 5 straight 30, but the three-quarter time score was 5-13, 43 to 1 straight 6. So a spirited fight back by the Bulldogs in that final term. Unfortunately, though, to no avail in the end. So some game that was played, and the best on ground that I thought for Archie's footwear was Zion Ull. He started off well, probably had a little bit of a quieter second term, but he bobbed up brilliantly in the second half and was everywhere. Peppered the goals, missed 3, but he got one crucial one that confirmed that there was going to be no unbelievable Bulldog bite back and come back, and the Crows were definitely going to take the 4 points away. So Zion Ull, the man taking the Archies and footwear there. Well, so far, Contacia Sampi, she wants a pair. The way she's playing at the moment, she's been in everything. Shikana Dick, though, riding shotgun nicely for them. They've done some great work in between the arcs. Their 1%er work has been outstanding so far for the Bulldogs. Number 3 and 4 for them. As we get set for the second term, quickly, the CKPL naming rights sponsor, Lidl, we thank them. We also thank Mara Warra Warra, Gundua and the Department of Communities WA. While filming footy sponsors, we thank them with our big hearts. Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archies, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher, and Premium Grain. Speaking of premium, that's what Fremantle are doing to North Melbourne at the moment. Half time was 13-4, 82 to 4-4-28. They've just started 3 minutes into the third quarter, and the Dockers have another behind added to their score, 13-5, 83 to 4-4-28. So as far as on-field success is concerned, the North Melbourne home games in WA experiment, not so great. Although I think they did beat West Coast, though, last year. However, when they take on the Eagles next week at Optus Stadium, it's a new-look Eagles outfit at the present time. That's not a gimme for North at all. So we'll see how it all plans out. As the second quarter now is underway. And Adele Cramble, who did some great work at ground level in the first term, starts off in the ruck for the Bulldogs. Got the double tap down, but didn't get it to advantage as the Blues get it in the Kennedy direction. She just lets that one go by. Wait at the front and centre, just that bamboozling bounce of the football getting towards her. And unfortunately, her teammates unable to make any more ground with that as the Bulldogs come back through the middle once again. We've just got a number confirmation there. Sian EJ is in the 28. Originally had Tylee Shanley listed down for that, but no, it's EJ who has the 28, and she was involved in that play too. And a couple of kicks forward, and it's Brianne Charles who takes the mark on her chest. 30-odd out from goal. We'll see if she can fancy herself here. Now, we know we had a couple of boys rocking the barefoot in the men's, all girls, or most girls actually, going the barefoot in the women's, but they still get plenty of great distance on the kick. That wasn't a bad one to the top of the square. Bump off the football here, and it's going to be a Blues free kick, and it will come back. So the one goal, Ezra Baker. 30 seconds left in that first term. Jakala Skinner with the responsibility to try and start a play here for Nunkamba, but that was a shank of a kick trying to go around her body. It was flat, and it went straight to a rugby scrum of players for both sides, but luckily there were enough Blues in there to lock it up. The irony is certainly not dawning upon me that the Nunkamba Blues are predominantly wearing pink, yet Bailey Bulldogs are the predominant blue side as far as the jumpers are concerned. It doesn't matter at all. It's all about the players in those jumpers and the wonderful power of positivity that football brings to all of them, men and women combined. As the Bulldogs get a free kick here, short pass in towards Charles, can't grab it. Comes out the back here towards Zina Rose Costain. High ball, Cranball, Adele sits underneath that. Had 3 attempts at it, neither of them successful, but she's got support at the back here through Dick. Handball almost to herself here, and she's going to take 3 of them on, is she? Got a little accidental kick off the ground, which might work out for her, and then a head high. Shakana Dick has been superb so far in this game, along with Contatia Sampi. The kick there just short. Lavisha Wongawal couldn't take the mark for the Blues. Spills here towards Nicara Baker, who saw Ezra kick the goal in the first term with 30 seconds left. She wants in the action as well. Couldn't though. Got her kick smothered as it comes back out now towards centre half back for the Blues. Unable to take it there was the shovel in Jacqueline for the Bulldogs. Goes for a second effort here. Kick over her head. Aaliyah Cranball. Unable to get through. And it'll be a free kick going the other way. I reckon Tylee Shanley might have the 38 on for the Bulldogs. 38 was the only number I didn't have listed, so I'd say Shanley has that number. There's Sean EJ with 28 from the updated team sheet. Inside 50 now it comes here for Nunkambar. Was Jamala Button felled illegally? Umpire didn't initially say anything about that one, but said something about the follow-up, and it was Janiqua Scheme who will take the free kick at left half forward. Too far to score. Relatively open forward line. And speaking of which, the pass was superb, but Angelica Costain couldn't quite get there, unfortunately. So a chance gone begging for Nunkambar as the Bulldogs get it clear towards centre wing. Tapping it forward in front of her again, Adele Cranball. Tumbles that one towards right half forward. She might be able to get it herself here, I reckon. Oh, not quite. She was there, though, in the vicinity as Yvonne Draper crashes through but takes her opponent without the footy. Got a little drag on her, so we'll go back to Jetherin Cox. Here goes lateral, and it's okay too. Careful footy for Tyrian Dan. I think it is the 44, it is. She further goes lateral out towards Jakaila Skinner, who has some time to take a bounce and tumble this one now into the path of Kennedy. When she can get onto it, she can be something special, but unfortunately that ball just has not communicated with her all that well so far, Emmy Kennedy. Been very unlucky so far. It certainly has communicated beautifully with Contatia Sampi. I mean, they've got, quite the business partnership going on the ball and Sampi so far in this game, especially from 1%er point of view. That one there, though, ricocheted back into the Blues' hands, only as far as in belong for the Bulldogs, as we hear a whistle downfield. Will it be, I think? After she got some crude attention following the kick. Umpire has it in his hands. Or will he just call for a ball out? Thought so. So we'll go back into Inbelong's hands. She was brought forward to take the kick herself, as opposed to just a simple downfield, as Dick now sets this one up nicely, and Rachel Mallett sits underneath it. The great artwork on her left sleeve. Mallett, 45-degree angle, probably about 25 from goal. Will fancy herself. No, dummy pass. Oh, not quite working out. Was Dick the target again? She was. Too unselfish. We talked about that in the men's game earlier on with our man Lockie Daisy Bell. Probably cost him a set of Archies by doing that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's Kennedy. Finally the ball talked to her. And see what happens. She gets involved and does something with it nicely. It was a little release handball to a teammate inside 50. Fortunately, though, for the Blues, the Bulldogs defence read the script to a T. Got it back out towards the scoreboard side here, the Forest Road wing. But the Blues back in number again. Janiqua Scheme, a little bit fatigued as she just trudged towards that football and then got the tackle on though and stopped Sampi. That's probably one way you can do it. Tisha Sampi caught napping there, so well done by Scheme. Inside 50 it comes. To the right forward pocket. Target was Yamalulu, but in her way was Delia Mick, I should say. Oh well in that one. My, Delia. as that one tumbles out of bounds. Still in Nunkamba's scoring area, kicking down to the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds end, or the Junjuna town end. Junjuna. Still get the trouble of scorers. 7 minutes gone in the second term. We have 4 10-minute quarters due to the delayed start of the first game. And also we did have an ambulance called on site for a spectator who unfortunately has fallen ill. So we send our best wishes to them as that kick comes across the face and tumbles out of bounds. Once more, Emmy Kennedy involved with that play, providing another scoring opportunity for Nunkambar. Told ya, if the ball communicates properly and they're speaking the same language, then she can be a threat in this game. Love the way she goes about it, as this one here just sits at the front of Yamalulu. Neither ruck woman actually went after that in the end. Bulldogs can clear here. Dick has been bringing all the way through, but unfortunately loses that one. But Skinner, good perceived pressure put on by her. Chance here again for the Blues, who pretty much have owned this quarter for the most part. Miranda Skinner now involved. Kicks this one past Charlene Smith this time. Charlize Smith. Jamelia Bent, around one, around a couple, in towards Yamalulu. And I think she's got it. She squeezed it in. So there's your equaliser. And it comes just after the 8-minute mark of the second term. Same end of the ground. One of the rare times in this game that both Kentisha Sampi on the opposite side of the ground and the scoreboard side, and this time Chicana Dick, have lowered their colours in losing the footy. The Blues have made them pay. 1 straight 6 apiece. Game back on here at Fitzroy Crossing. Round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League season. The first of the 2 women's games. In action, we've got 2 more men's games to come as well. Yours truly, Louis, will only be back on for the Malaja Lions and the Nunkambar Blues, the next one for broadcast straight after this. I'm sure the umpire was bridging about there, but it was good to see a little bit of emotion poured out by him in many ways. Throwing the hat down, sitting on his ort, and he's back up and he'll keep on chugging along. Of course, head umpire Gavin Smith doing a wonderful job, especially in that first game. Ready to get back in the thick of it yet again, but one of his main offsides now in charge in the middle and finding a free kick to the Bulldogs. It'll be Dick once more. 20 seconds left in this second term. Will the Bulldogs reply here? Mark spilled by EJ, and she's gone. So the Blues have really ramped up their defence nicely all around the ground. Zina Rose Costain with the free kick that time. Only as far though as Sampi, but she was sort of corralled back off of it by Leona Skinner nicely, so the handball wasn't all that effective. And that allows Jamelia Bent to get back into it, and she helps set that first goal up for the Blues a minute and a bit ago as the siren now sounds to end a great fight back by Nunkambar in that quarter. Baulu threatened again early. They did have an opportunity through Rachel Mallett, who I think, despite wanting again to bring teammates into it and thank Chicana Dick for spotting her out initially with the kick towards her. Maybe she could have gone back and had a shot herself from 25-ish out in the 45 angle. But anyway, great fight back by Nunkambar for the remainder of that quarter, and it was Helena Yamalulu scoring that major. 1 straight 6 apiece. Half-time here at Fitzroy Crossing. Beautiful day for football. No clouds to speak of. 31 degrees. Everyone feeling not just the heat of the sun, but also the wonderful heat brought about by brilliant football on this picturesque oval. The men did it a few minutes ago. The women are doing it right now. And it's Baulu and Nunkambar tied at 1 straight 6 apiece. Louis Bulzomi once again thanking our CKFBL sponsors, Lidl, Mara Warra Warra, Gundua, and the Department of Communities WA, and our filming footy sponsors, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's Footwear, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher, and Premium Grains. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in only a few minutes' time here on Filming Footy and also on Wanky Radio.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal. Make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuel started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we can do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all his outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs, and we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. You know, they've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. You know, they walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people.
And welcome back in readiness and preparation for the second half of this absolute thriller in the round one women's competition. Baulu Bulldogs and the Noonkanbah Blues. Central Kimberley Football Basketball League action live from Fitzroy Crossing here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Louis Bulzomi on for the call. And we have no separation on the scoreboard here. Each side has a goal. Both kicked down the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds Junjuna Township end. It was Ezra Baker with 30 seconds left in the opening term for the Bulldogs, and then the equaliser from Helena Yamalulu just after the 8-minute mark of the second term. Will there be a deadlock broken here in this third term? Let's find out as we start off with a Bulldogs clearance, do we? Hobbs is in the ruck for them now. Sampi back on the ball along with Dick. And getting into the thrust of it. That one there just going over the head of Nikiara Baker. Coming to meet it, though, was Jether Cox. She couldn't quite take the mark. Fights after it yet again, does Cox. And what's the umpire decided here? It's going to be illegal disposal. Holding the pill. Bulldogs free. Baker has the football here. Nikiara. Could have been Dick as well. Into Hobbs. Spearing pass, too hot there for Terrian Dan, who has to fight back after it again and does well because she could have easily coughed that one up to her direct opponent for a shot on goal. Didn't do so. Went back in a flash to grab that football and get it back out of danger. Well done. And now locking it up here for the Bulldogs inside the centre square was Adele Cramble once more. No surprise. Nikiara Baker also involved. And now here's an opportunity. I think it's Brianne Charles trying to fight her way out of things. Gets brought down. In actual fact, I think it was Tylee Shanley in the 38. And the Blues repel away, but only for the moment though. Ezra Baker, the goal scorer for the Bulldogs. Onto it at right half forward in open space. Kicks to grass here. Only though as far as Kiani Costain. Costain name synonymous with this Noonkanbah Blues lineup. And the Blues in general. As she finds Zinna Rose of the same surname of the Costain family. They tumble this one now through the centre circle. Grabbing onto it and then getting brought down was Kiara Smiler. And no attempt to get rid of it. Legally, said the umpire, holding the ball. I like the way they umpire these games here in the CKFBL. There's no nonsense umpiring. Ashley Gardner. Short little handball's okay here to Sahalia Button, who then just pulls the handbrake a little bit, gets it inside 50 now to McCarthy. Had an opening, but then closed in a flash was Smith. Beautiful work from Charlize, who's picked up where she left off in the first quarter especially. Only let herself down a little bit in that second term, which allowed the goal to be kicked at the back by Yamalulu. Didn't let lightning strike twice this time. And she's got the support now here from Imbalong. And they clear away. I think Charles went up there and helped out as well down back, which is fantastic to see her working at both ends. And now a deft handball from Adele Cramble releases the fleet-footed Sampi. Quintasia with plenty of the Ashley Sampi spirit in her body as well. This one there with plenty of distance. Almost an opportunity for EJ. Couldn't make the ball work for her as she paddled forward. And the Blues are able to respond. High ball, again, Cox missing the mark, brought to ground. And she does well, though, because Jacqueline Shovel did have the football, but instead it was shoveled out by the corresponding pail in Cox, and she gets a penalty for her troubles as well. Just checking whether it will be the 50 metres or a little bit shorter. That looks convincing enough for me to be 50. Yep, that's 50. From inside, defensive 50 right towards the centre circle. That's good enough for me. Kick is okay here. Doesn't hit Button on the chest, but Sahalia has enough time to get a kick away now towards Janika Skeen, who paddles it up nicely towards the square. Oh, Big Alina caught at the back there, but she's got some support at ground level. Angelica Costain, you beauty! She was an imposing figure in the Budgerman pre-season carnival match against Maludja with a crucial goal in the third term. Sorry, the second quarter, I should say. And now she bobs up for one here in the third. So a great start for the reigning premiers here in this second half. Resting the lead back just before half-time and now taking the lead as their own. With that goal there by Angelica Costain, who I reckon is set for a massive season up forward. Wouldn't be surprised if she can top the goal-kicking table by season's end. There's a prediction for you. The great words of WWE legend and ECW legend Paul Heyman. It's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. See if I'm right by year's end. Although with plenty of teammates though, Elena Yamalulu, happy to be proven wrong if Yamalulu is the one that ends up being the main scorer for him. Anyway, back to the action here. High ball here from EJ as the Bulldogs force it forward again. There's three of them waiting for it. The third is Yvonne Draper. Open goal square. Misses the light out of bounds on the full. Halfway through the third term, it's the Blues by a goal. 2 straight to 1 straight. 12-6. Yamalulu and Angelica Costain, their goal scorers. Ezra Baker, the lone goal scorer. 30 seconds left in the first term for the Bulldogs. Our next match for broadcast here on Filming Footy and One Key Radio will be the Maludja Lions and the Nunkambar Blues. That was scheduled to take place at 2 o'clock local time. We're now at 2:14 to 2:15 in the afternoon. So, of course, as soon as this match is over, we'll have a quick break to swap teams out. We saw that the Maludja side was warming up around the boundary not long ago. So that'll be the next match, and then I'll jump off and allow the next commentary team on hand to call the Virginia Cats and the Maludja Lions women, and then the Virginia Cats and the Riveroos men to finish off a huge day of CKFBL football here at Fitzroy Crossing. As now the ball finds its way towards right half forward for the Blues. Rachel Mallett back in defence here. Brought down and holding the ball. And it'll be a free kick going the way of Jamala Button, I dare say. Or will Mallett get it back here for a tackle that wasn't? No. Just waiting on the proper decision here. I'm sure it's against her. Now she's trying to plead her case, but I don't think she's got much of a case to answer here. Well, actually, no, it is her football. Okay, well, I was wrong there. I might have thought that she was caught legally. The umpire didn't agree, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the umpiring was bad. He was right on the spot. He judged it to perfection. I was looking at the fixture and, yeah, probably just didn't keep a full eye on that play. My apologies. So it was a free kick to Mallett in the end, which I thought she had lost it. Anyway, Bulldogs get a reprieve here as Sampi brought down, got the handball free. Only as far though as Rose Costain in heavy traffic. Loose ball once more. Janiqua Skeen fights for it, as does Leona Skinner. Kick forward. Not far enough though. Sampi gets back once again. Into Dick. One bounce and gone. Brick wall known as Miranda Skinner. Was not busted down, was not torn down by Dick on that occasion. In towards Yamalulu. Can't trap it. Puts the tackle on. Ball spills free again. And Dick goes to mop up her mess from a few seconds ago. Trying to take big Miranda Skinner on. That's just something you don't do. Especially in close quarters. You'd only want to try and do that more on the outer peripherals. And she didn't quite get that one adjudged all that well, did Dick. But anyway, ball continues on here in the Blues forward line. Whistle on play. And which way is he pointing? Is he pointing the Blues way? Because that's where I got a little confused last time as well when I looked up and saw that Mallett seemingly got caught, but must have been just a little high when she got her free kick. And he has pointed the Blues way. So that was my initial thought. And it's in the possession here of Shane McCarthy. Puts it to the top of the square. 2-on-2. One out by the Blues. Goal. Bent. Straightened up. And put it through for 4 points. Outbodied her opponent in clinical style. And has put through the Blues third. And for the first time in this game, we've seen 2 goals in the 1 quarter. And they are like gold at the moment. Gold bullion. Their value. Worth their weight for sure. 3 straight 18 to 1 straight 6. Nunkambar all over Bayulu in this term when it was the other way around in the first quarter. And then from about the 4-minute mark of the second, that was when Nunkambar finally got a proper feel for the game and got it back on their terms, and they haven't looked back at all. They've continued on. With their forward vision in this contest. So Bent joins Yambalulu and Angelica Costain as their goal kickers. Still only Ezra Baker for the Bulldogs. Secondary whistle from the restart in the middle. And it'll be a Bulldogs free kick this time. So Sampi, who's set tongues wagging in the first quarter with her 1% of work, along with Shikana Dick and Adele Campbell. They're going to have to rediscover that form and get some penetration to get them back in this game. And she does there through Nickette Smith, but her kick, though, is missed by Sian EJ. And the Blues hold off that last-ditch effort from the Bulldogs to close out a scintillating premiership-style third quarter. That's the kind of football that Coach Ian Jindara wants to see out of his girls. Pleasure to call that one. As Nunkambar take a 2-goal lead into the final change. 3 straight 18 to 1 straight 6. As we mentioned, goal kickers Julia Bent in that third term, joining Angelica Costain. Helena Yamalulu kicked the goal in the second term, and Ezra Baker the 1 goal for Bayulu in the first term. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with the final quarter in the blink of an eye. Don't go anywhere. So 1 quarter to go in the opening match of round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League women's competition. And it's the reigning premiers who have swung the pendulum back in their favour. They've grabbed it right out of the Bailey Bulldogs' hands and thrust it back on their turf and have the game back on their terms. 3 straight 18 to 1 straight. Back up and running. So, apologies, having a couple of little technical issues there. Hopefully we can hear me nice and clear now, both on the wireless and on the tube, on the stream. Our wonderful Filming Footy stream as well, the wonderful Filming Footy crew, John Douglas, Brandon Woolhouse, Robert Warudi, and the team all on hand. Doing a wonderful job as always. So, just awaiting the girls now to get back out into position. Helena Yamalulu, Angelica Costain, and Jamelia Bent, the goal scorers for the Blues. The 1 goal scorer for the Bulldogs is Ezra Baker. As we once again take this opportunity to thank the CKFBL naming rights sponsor Lidl, and also Mara Warra Warra Gundua and the WA Department of Communities. While Filming Footy loves to thank Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher, and Premium Grains. And who will be the premium winners of this one here? Speaking of premium, here's Sampi. Lost it, regained it. Plenty of space to run towards 50 at centre half forward. Booming kick forward. Off hands here. There's Dick, her partner in crime. Gathers it now. Spins around the would-be tackler in Kearney Costain. And then, unfortunately, doesn't find boot to ball. The ultimate anticlimax there. But what a build-up from Sampi and Dick. Those two are key to the Bulldogs fighting back in this final term. If they can both get plenty of hands on the footy. And they showed a good example there. Unfortunately, though, for Dick, she wasn't able to make connection at the end. But Nicola Baker does here from centre half back. And it comes back with interest past her. Charging out now is Smith. Did some brilliant work in the first term for the Bulldogs. But fortunately can't quite keep up her great work right throughout, with the 3 goals going the other way since quarter time. Gets some support here, though, from Yara Smiler, as this one here is fought hard and honestly by Sierra Imbalong, who's had her moments in this game too. And she gets the free kick up towards Sampi once again. Just needs this one to sit nicely for her. Gets a little handball away just before Zinarose Costain put the tackle on. But Costain snuck around her beautifully, like Kimmy Antonelli on George Russell. And got the football and got the responding clearance back away for the Blues as they get it up into attack. 30 from goal. This time, though, it's marked and intercepted by Charles for the Dogs. Swinging out towards Dick again, running all over the park. No, sorry, I should say it was Smiler. Got onto her hands and knees and then ran out of gas, unfortunately. Back inside 50 it goes here for the Blues, but it'll come back out once more. It was Charles again. This one here a little bit further than that last kick towards Smiler as it tumbles over. Out of bounds, lasso style. So the Blues will get possession back again. They led it by 2 goals. They probably can go into a little bit of damage control mode if they want to, as that kick was high up and under from Bernice Skinner. Missed its target in Leona Skinner. So they'll have a bit of a conversation about that the next time they have a bit of a play that connects the dots between them. There's inside 50 it goes here. Or no, just out of 50 I should say. It nearly went inside 50 for the Bulldogs. It will now, because the free kick has been plucked out to that girl there, Dick again. Inside 50 towards Draper. Over her head, unfortunately. Jaquila Skinner. we mentioned the Costain name, very prominent on the blue side of things. So is the Skinner name, another proud representative family of the Nunkambar side. Getting herself involved nicely, helping her teammate win a free kick there as well. Here comes a galloper and a half, and that's another Skinner there in Miranda. Inside the centre square it goes. But reading it good and well like a quarterback is Hobbs for the Bulldogs. Big pump inside, 50, oh, nearly running back with a brilliant mark there. It's Angelica Costain, it snuck back to try and help plug a gap. Good swing around of the Magnets from Ian Jindera there to try and protect the lead, I don't mind that. Given that goal certainly hard to come by in the women's comp because the defences are so strong. Anyway, great work from Angelica Costain to help out there for the Blues as it comes back inside the centre square and the circle here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. They're all just having to push and shove each other around. Sampi got shoved there. Was there a free kick to be paid? Well, the umpire's picked out something, and it won't go her way. It'll go the Blues' way, and it's Lahani Yamera to take it. Would that be a telling factor as Bentz does well. Outstretched hands to the left side of her body to take that mark against the flow. Against the flight of the football. Up towards Yamalulu. She had a couple to beat there. Now trying to squeeze out a little kick through the old needle thread was Smiler. Does well though. The Bulldogs get it back inside the centre square. Not for long though. Nadal Cramble worried out of it. Inside 50 again for the Blues. Almost taking a mark. It's surprising her a little bit was Gardner for Nunkambar. Couldn't take it. So the Bulldogs repel once again. It's going to come back, you would think, because the wall has been built nicely. Strong foundation here for Nunkambar. On the edge of that centre square in their attacking zone. The kick comes up into the Yamalulu direction, but she's beaten to it this time by her adversary in Smith, who has been arguably the Bulldogs' best defender today. Now coming away, galloping is Nicara Baker. Arched her back a little bit too. Gets the 1-2 with Hobbs and then kicks it clear to the advantage of EJ. It's got to sit for her. It doesn't quite. The big Burley had other ideas and then bumped off of it beautifully by Dan. The Blues now could put the final nail in the coffin here over halfway through this last quarter. Kick inside 50. Doesn't sit for Button. That's Jamar. Tried to help it on its way. Couldn't quite get enough purchase on it. Jacqueline Shovel grabs it for the Blues. Only as far, though, as Yamera, who goes long and might score here. I think she does. Gardner can't keep that one alive, but it doesn't matter. It's a handy behind in the context of this. 3-1-19 to 1 straight 6 will be the score. Score graphic unfortunately gave it to the Bulldogs that time. Don't blame you, because of course they are the ones wearing the predominant blue, whereas you've got the Blues wearing pink, as we mentioned before. But anyway, it was definitely a Nunkambar behind. 3-1-19 to 1 straight 6 is the score, but can the Bulldogs get their way out of defence? Oh, it was a lot harder than what it had been in the first quarter and a half. Fortunately for Imbalong, she didn't get too far out of danger there. It came back and then put into the hands of, I think it was Smith, who's gone down. Unfortunately, maybe some cramp at the wrong moment for her, and it comes back now at the back towards Gardner, who this time was able to get her hands on the footy and take a clean mark and save it and go back and miss. I think that she's scraped the post, she has. It was a bit of a lackadaisical shot on goal, to be fair. Finder didn't really give enough respect to the footy. That's unfortunate for her. There's 3-2-20 to 1 straight 6 is the score. So we've got the fix for the score for Nunkambar. We've got to take that behind off for Baiulu to get the correct score. So it's a 14-point lead to the Blues with 2.5 minutes to play. That one there kicked up and intercepted once again. Giving this one to Shanley. With that jumper swap with Sian EJ, 28 to 38. It was the 38 who took it. Towards the side of the goal square. Read well by Charles. Grubby kick only as far as Kennedy. That one there, half chopped off, and Niket Smith gets it away, but not far enough. Only with one kick away, not multiple that the Bulldogs need. This one into the vicinity, I think it's Gardner again, was dealt with crudely and with the free kick, or is it Bent? I think, no, maybe it's the ladder. Jamelia Bent. It is. So she can seal the door shut for the reigning premiers here. She does. Bent with 2. The Blues with 4. Not just goals, but points as well for the victory they're about to celebrate in just under 90 seconds' time. 4-2-26 to 1, straight 6 here at Fitzroy Crossing. Our first of the 2 women's games in round 1 of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. The next one will be the Kajina Cats and the Maludja Lions, but not before the Maludja Lions and Noonkanbah Blues men do battle in our next game. For broadcast here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. And we get the restart again as we enter our final minute of this contest. And the Blues add some more icing on this beautifully tasting cake for them. They get it inside 50 through Zenarose Costain, and unfortunately Bent this time, just a little excited, shoved her opponent in the back without the footy. Doesn't even matter if you got the footy, just can't push in the back. Free kick for the Bulldogs, and Sampi gets one high to the head. And unfortunately for her, I don't think the Archies are going to go her way. She certainly started off like she was keen to add a pair of thongs to her cupboard at home, but you'd have to dare say with the way the Blues have played since the 4-minute mark of the second term, we'll have to find one of their players to give it to. It's going to be hard though, because there's quite a few to name as the Bulldogs get it towards the top of the square, but sitting there like a goalkeeper, Lavisha Wongawal. She's been pretty handy in defence too. And singing the praises of Charlize Smith at the other end for the Bulldogs, but Wongawal can certainly hold her head up high as a free kick goes the way of Bayulu. The siren sounds, and Shikana Dick will have the last shot. It's all over though. The Blues have won it. It remains to be seen by how much. The margin currently at 20. Forget the graphic. Bulldogs are on 6 instead of 7. They're now still on 6, I think. Or will goal umpire pay? It sort of bounced one way then the other and created a little maze for itself with the footy. And the umpire decided, nope, it's a dead ball. It will not register as far as the score is concerned. So that is it. 1 straight 6. Bayulu, and they're 1 straight 6, courtesy of Ezra Baker, 30 seconds from the quarter-time siren. But since then, that was it. The Blues took charge and put 4-2-26 on the board themselves. 2 goals to Jamelia Bent, 1 goal to Helena Yamalulu, and 1 goal to Angelica Costain. It was very much an even spread of contributors for the Blues, and while for the Bulldogs, fair to say that Sampi and Dick and Adele Cranble were their stars, along with Smith down back, Charlize Smith. But anyway, as the girls gather around in their circle to all congratulate each other on a fair contest of football, we will say goodbye for this game, and we'll come back with Maludja and Noonkanbah in the men's contest, coming for you here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Once again, our sponsors we like to thank for the CKFBL, Lidl, the naming rights sponsor, Mara Warrawara, Gandua and the WA Department of Communities, while for Filming Footy, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Grains. Thank you very much. Louisville Zomi here, temporarily signing off, but we'll sign back on, ready for our second men's game of the round 1 extravaganza here in the CKFBL, Maludja versus Noonkanbah.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business. Listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal. Make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs, and we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them You know, they've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. You know, they walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business, and it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship, being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there and that's part of us.
Welcome again if you have been along with us for the ride for the last couple of hours, or if you've just joined us, we welcome you for the first time to Fitzroy Crossing Oval, which is bathed in 30+ degree sunshine for the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League's season opener. And it's the second of our 3 men's games ready for broadcast right now. The Maludja Lions, who were runners-up last year, and the Noonkanbah Blues, whose female counterparts were the premiers last year and have just come off a stirring come-from-behind win over a gallant Bayulu Bulldogs in the previous game. Louis Bulzomi here for Filming Footy, along with Wanky Radio on the simulcast. Certainly honoured and privileged to bring the action to you. And more than honoured and privileged to have our great sponsors on board as well. Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI. We saw the footy given to Jamelia Bent for her 2 goals out of the 5 total that were kicked between 2 sides in the previous game for best on ground, along with the Archie's footwear. Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Grains, while for the CKFBL themselves, Lidl, the name your right sponsor, Mara Warra Warra, Gun, Dua and the Department of Communities WA. All right, into the thick of the action now. Here we go. The men back on centre stage again. Maludja and Noonkanbah. Full quota of representatives for both sides, with a couple extra for the Blues as well. 24 in their squad, 22 for the Lions. And they're the ones who get into attack early through Dickens, who gets the free kick. Hot start here. Too hot for Denzel Hoon's chest. He recovers with a handball, but it was to open space. And Yambo gets back onto it for the Blues. And he is able to get it out of defensive 50, but the ball went at right angles, though, for his teammate, unfortunately. But it's okay, though, because they've been able to recover nicely. And Orlando Thurkel was involved. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a target in Mick at half-forward, to Quayne Mick. And the Lions get back in possession. The mark is taken here by Latrell Leonard, one of the brilliant representatives in the Kimberley Colts Carnival, Kimberley Colts Championships last week. We also have the MVP in action today, number 9 for the Blues in Lennox Bamber from that carnival. So get ready to see and hear him dominate proceedings. Yet to feature in the action in the first minute. We'll get there shortly. As the ball now finds its way inside 50 for the Blues. And mark free kick, take your pick. It'll go the way of big Lucas Mulligan, who points to his teammates back of field saying, thanks a lot. This is for you. See if he points to the crowd and says, this is for you, if he can dob this one through the middle of the sticks at the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds and the Junjunba end. No, he misses to the right. First score of this contest. The ball's zipping around the speed of light so far, which is great to see. These fine, talented young men who did our region proud last week in the Kimberley Colts Championships, going down in a gallant fight to West Kimberley in the final. They had the measure of Southeast Kimberley and East Kimberley as well in 2 comfortable wins. Fortunately, though, unable to finish the dose against West Kimberley in the final, even though they pushed them close in their round robin game to within 4 points. As we get the action back towards the top of the Blues goal square, fighting hard with a handball out was Shane Lee Smiler. But it's to a big pack of players here. Well, the Lions just want to concede it behind here to reset. Well, they still want to be able to scrap it away and not concede at all. Well, a kick comes out of thin air in the end off the boot. I think it was of Geran Skinner. We'll give it to him. And just a minor score. So 2 behinds for Noonkanbah. Maludja yet to score. We've gone 3 minutes and a bit in this opening term. So Maludja now getting out to the Forest Road wing. Scoreboard side. It was in the hands of Romelius Kugolo, but the look-away handball, though, was to players that were literally looking away. But now they finally arrive for him, the teammates in number, but they cough it up in the end here, or do they? Only just for a moment, though. for a split second because Terrell Nugget has recovered the football beautifully for them. Through the middle he goes. Cut off here by Cale Skinner. Dragged off the football, but able to find a target further afield. So here you go, Nunkambar, but no, they don't. Here we go, here we go, here we go. No, we don't, no, we don't, no, we don't. Filling the hole nicely. Was it Ginanyara, Daisy Bell? We saw Daisy Bell do some wonderful things in our first game earlier between Baulu and Wunkajunga. Lachlan Daisy Bell with a couple of goals for the Crows. Elias also featuring for the winners in that game by 25 points. As the Lions attempt at an entry inside 50. Goes begging there. The Blues defence standing resolute. That ball there just a little too hot there for Austin Watson. Loses it. Opportunity once again here for Daisy Bell. Takes the tackle on. Didn't like the attention given to him by DeQuayne Mick. Gave him a little bit of what for afterwards. And probably should have paid attention further afield because unfortunately Runner Nugget, the intended target, unable to take the football, went over his head and it was taken by Watson who recovered. But unable to make the Lions pay there as it's picked up here by Dickens inside 50. Missing that was the intended target, having to spin around and get back onto it again. But Nugget there able to save him. It's held its line. It's held its line to perfection. As the late great Dennis Clemente would say, that was centimetre perfect. That shot on goal with the bend as well, if you don't mind, from Ronan Nugget. The first major on the board for either side. Goes the way of Maludja. One straight 6-2 behinds, over halfway in this opening term, which has been full of thrills so far. Certainly difficult to keep up with the pace. That's a good thing. That certainly is a great thing. As coming away from the middle here is Button, Hayden Button. Almost like Hayden Bunton, the legendary Fitzroy player from the 1930s, triple Brownlow medalist. Speaking of Fitzroy, inside 50 it goes. And dragged off of it and losing it, unfortunately for the Blues, was Smiler. And back in possession come the Lions once again. But not for long though. Bo James caught behind in that contest. Needed to be in front. Blues recover again the right half forward. Getting busy again there was Daisy Bell with the tackle. Is he rewarded? He is. So he's already set a light so far. Early contender for the Archie's Thongs, the best on ground, with how busy he has been so far. Passes inboard here to Terrell Nugget. What does he do now? Goes on to 45. What a kick that is too. Unfortunately, Middleton spilled the mark, but now gets the ball back, plays on, and going nowhere. Good tackle from the MVP for Central Kimberley in last week's Kimberley Championships, the Colts, Lennox Bamber. Keep that name in mind. There's a kick there to touch. 3-on-1, but the one did brilliantly with aggression too. The goal kicker Nugget running. Puts a tough tackle on Marcellus Clinch. He'll feel that for days, I reckon, even though he won't show it at the moment. And we'll get a ball up right under the shade of the Coolabah tree near a Fitzroy crossing near the interchange areas and the club rooms. Off hands here, ill-directed handball from Orlando Thurkel. Almost coughed up possession, but the Blues are able to still force it forward despite the fact they didn't have the footy in possession. That was great defensive work. Now Thurkel recovers, helped on its way there by Clinch. Clinch goes after it again. Now a high dolly handball, cut off by Kogolo. Away come the Lions here. They've got three charging towards this football. There was only one going up against them, was Watson. And the one did quite well. Ended up taking Williams down and gets the free kick. That was a David and Goliath battle, that one. 1v3, and the one took the chocolates. So inside 50 goes Watson. Short ball, and it's a good ball too. And they'll have an opportunity for a shot on goal. 45 out, just directly in front. Well, the Classic Clashers media truck getting a lot of attention from the faithful here at Fitzroy Crossing, seeing Fremantle smack North Melbourne at Bunbury by 124 points earlier today. As that kick just falls short from the outstretched hands of Lawrence Binner for the Blues. And away come the Lions here through the galloping feet of Duran Dick. Duran in the middle it goes. And he finds a target nicely. It's taken by Ezekiel Green. Green, further afield, does well. So what can the Lions do here? The Blues have had the majority of the play so far. Lions have the only goal on the counter. Following up nicely again was Green, involved in the chain here. Off hand, and by foot. Hand scores, all body parts involved. Good work from Quinton Hand. Who I do believe was that goal kicker. I'll double check that in the replay later. Actual fact, it could have been Payson McCarthy. Is that shown on screen there, but we will reconfirm that. As Maludja, though, go to 2 straight 12. In fact, it was Lyndon Dickens on second look. Quaden Hand, though, he played his part, body and in spirit, through that play. But yeah, confirmed, though, Lyndon Dickens in the 6 was the man who scored that goal. 2 straight 12 to 2 behinds. And the Blues respond here with just seconds left. Inside 50. Quick little handball came from DeQuaine Mick, but I reckon if he had have known that something was going on with a siren in the shadows, he might have had a shot himself. The siren now goes. He gave the handball off. Maybe they could have yelled out at him saying there's only seconds left and he would have had a ping, but doesn't matter. They'll live to fight another 3 quarters, will Nunkamba. 2 behinds for them, courtesy of Lucas Mulligan and Geran Skinner. But 2 goals vitally the other way for Maludja, even though the majority of the play has been in Nunkamba's hands. And their goal kickers run and nugget, and we can confirm that last goal was kicked by Lyndon Dickens for Maludja. So, hot first quarter. Plenty of more heat to come in the next 3 quarters. If that was anything to go by. Louis Balzami here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. We'll be back shortly. Back to Filming Footy and Wanky Radio's broadcast of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League Round 1 action. It's the second of our three men's matches. Maludja Lions taking on the Noonkanbah Blues. And it is the Lions with the ascendancy at the present time. 2 straight 12 to 2 behinds at the first break. And if you were to shut your eyes and be oblivious to that score, if you didn't hear what I just said then, you would have thought, based on general play, that Noonkanbah would be well ahead in this contest, but it's not the case. When Maludja have been able to get their hands on the football and find avenues, they have not mucked around getting the ball back inside 50. And Lyndon Dickens and Ronan Nugget were able to finish off their good work, while on the other side of the ledger, Lucas Mulligan and Kieran Skinner have the minor scores for the Blues. Louis Balzomi back with you again. All thanks to Lidl, the naming rights sponsors of the CKFBL, along with Mara, Warra Warra, Gandua and the Western Australian Department of Communities. While for Filming Footy, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher and Premium Rains. Boy, did the Dockers put on a premium performance in Bunbury earlier today. 24-11, 155 to 4-7-31 North Melbourne. The highest ever winning margin in Dockers history. In all their 32 now years of competition participation in the AFL, and it was certainly thoroughly enjoyed by the faithful here on the Classic Clashes media truck screen. While also enjoying not just the fine tunes you can hear in the background as well, but the great football action as the second quarter is underway. The Lions gallop along the Forest Road wing where the scoreboard sits, inside 50, paddling back towards a teammate there. Cleverly was Bilgan, but unfortunately though for him, the teammate wasn't up to the task, and the Blues defence holds sway, only for the moment though. But they do get a free kick for holding, and Nashwan Naguda takes the free kick. Tumbling was Jordan Skinner, couldn't complete the mark. He's opposite 29 there to pick up the crumbs green. And away comes the fleet-footed Daisy Val, spearing past, looked the treat. Good spoil from the back though, from Casman K-Lion. K-Man to K-Dog. But he needed more support at ground level, didn't get it. Plenty of Lions there, high ball, up and under from Hyun. Off hands, has it gone through? I think it has for a behinds. So first blemish for Maludja, but not off their own boot though. 2-1-13 to 2 behinds. As we've now ticked over 1 3/4 minutes in this second quarter. Beautiful soothing country music in the background too. Gotta love that. As the special comments here, along with my play-by-play. Might even read out the lyrics in that tune as well, which could paint a picture of what's been going on out on the Fitzroy Crossing field. As inside 50 it comes once more. Oh, the gather was something out of nothing from Bilgan. Deserves a goal. Post got in the way. Oh, the gather. Clean with the one hand from Ashwin Bilgan. Oh, it deserves its own wing in a Football Hall of Fame, that kind of play. As the Blues now look to cash in on their good fortune that was a minor score only. Mark taken by Cale Skinner. Up the line he goes, along the interchange wing. Unfortunately, the free kick conceded by Clinch. Lions recover back inboard to a man who's been hot to trot in this game so far, off half-back Daisy Bell. Lateral once more towards Winston Shaw. Winston with an I, not a Y. You know. As he fights on, handball further afield was good. Brown shrugs off the would-be tackler, steadies inboard, in towards that man once again, Bilgan. Didn't get the first hands to it, got the second though, knew that, had to play on, caught, holding the ball. Good tackle from Durant Skinner. We go from country to a bit of doof-doof. Why not? Music for all tastes here at Fitzroy Crossing. As the ball comes into the middle now towards Austin Watson. DJ Lou on the decks here for you. The Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Spill in there was Rick Kennedy, but he recovers nicely and pumps a long ball in towards the top of the square. Through the hands it goes of Darren Button. Recovers and gets it. Beautiful goal to arrest the tide for Nuncanbar. Great team goal, that one, and we're back to a kick, the difference. I'm hoping for Darren Button's sake that the song you're hearing right there would be his song of choice as well for the goal celebration, which of course is now quite prevalent in AFL circles. Not at every Melbourne game though. Some Melbourne teams do have it, not all. No, Carlton certainly want to still hold on to the tradition of not having any and just letting the cheer squad, one of the cheer squad leaders beat the drum. But anyway, we now get play back in, as we unfortunately have lost the effects. Maybe the music was a bit too loud there. Oh, you want to hear my voice? Oh, you're welcome. I'm very, very chuffed. Okay, as we get play back inside the Blues forward line, but a free kick goes the way of the Lions. Might have been for high contact. It was Daisy Bell once again. He has looked exquisite off half back today. Has Jidanyari Daisy Bell. There's the Lions now. Cough it up here on centre wing. Getting back in for the Blues and involved was Thurkel, Orlando. They find a loose player here in Hayden Button. Up and towards Efren Costain. Unfortunately, despite his gallant leap, couldn't complete the mark. It still went about a good half a foot over his head, and the Lions will clear away through Willow Williams, who goes back inboard. Dangerous kick, but Ezekiel Green was up to the task just in the nick of time. And now Shaw clears out of defensive 50 proper. Dive in there and not taking it was Eliza Dingo. And then he coughs up the free kick and back in play come the Blues again. Through Skinner. Skinner forward is a good ball. Mark here taken. And the shot to be taken as well by the big number 30 in Orlando Thurkel. He's got his brother Razan Thurkel. We saw a lot of him in the Budgerman pre-season game as well. Doing some good things. Now a chance for Orlando to show his wares. In fact, Razan even kicked the goal for the Riveroos on that occasion. Helping them out as that one clears the line just. Big roost from long range for Orlando Thurkel. Doing some good things. So Thurkel gets the game back on level pegging. Just over 7 gone in this second term. Could be in for quite the thrill of this one. 2-2-14 apiece. The Blues, as we said, in the first quarter, had the ascendancy in general play, but didn't get the reward in the scoreboard. Starting to do that now, but we'll see what Meludger can do in response, because they've been lightning quick when it's come to opportunities up forward, and that's no exception there. Duran Dick taking a left half forward, spearing a pass in nicely. And the man to take the shot is one of their goal kickers so far in Dickens, who I had mistaken with Quaden Hand in the live call, but got him on the replay. So here comes Dickens. Loves an opportunity to go bang and long. Gets it inside the square. Off hands. Latrell Leonard at the feet. But I think he misses. So the Lions back in front, though. 3-15 to 2-2-14. So we just to wait for that music to die off. There could be some legal reasons why we probably couldn't get that music played anyway. But oh well, doesn't matter. You'll deal with my voice for the time being. But hopefully we'll have the Atmos back for you very soon from the strong faithful here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. As we've got a minute and a half left in this second term. Ball back up centre wing. Scoreboard sign on the Forest Road wing. And it's back in Maludja hands because you have a free kick. And James presents to take the mark off the free kick recipient. Inside 50 it goes. Oh, that one there ricocheting just off the boot of the intended target for Maludja, who keeps fighting again. That was Denzel Hun, who Spoot accidentally connected with the football, but he gets back onto this chain here, though. Bilgan helping out, or Bilgan's at the front and centre of this one. And what's the go here? The umpire's paid a free kick for Maludja for holding in and amongst about half a dozen of them. Not easy to pick out, but he was onto it, and I've loved every single umpire. Gavin Smith leading a great contingent, doing it nicely. Like I said, no mucking around as Eddie Cox Jr. comes in and misses to the left. Shank off his left boot. Now it's Maludja's turn to feel the effects of rude opportunities. They get a 2-4-16 with precious seconds remaining in this third term. Sorry, second term, I should say. Third term coming up shortly. And they might still have an opportunity here. Ricochet and a miss to the right this time from Dickens. No 7-point play, just a 2-point play to finish off the second quarter. There's a siren. Should be about to sound. And does. So, will that come back to bite Maludja in the long run? They got the spoil in. Dickens did brilliantly. Just take a look back at the replay that I've got on the secondary screen. Got the spoil over the top of Richard Yamalulu, who was the target from the kick in. Only 30 from goal. Pounced on it like a cat. Had the left foot snap and unfortunately went to the right. So, chances are plenty going begging there late for them. But good fight back by Nunkambar all the same, with the only 2 goals of that quarter, which means all 4 goals have been kicked down the Fallon Road end of Fitzroy Crossing Oval in this contest. And those goals came courtesy of Darren Button and Orlando Thurkel. So still just Ronan Nugget and Lyndon Dickens, the goal scorers for Maludja. So we'll take a breather and on the other side, bring you the second half of this second game of round 1 of the men's competition in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. You're with Louis Balzomi here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Don't go anywhere.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business. Listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal. Make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power. all-electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the livestock.
Okay, the crowd is back in full voice. The music has stopped. All systems go once again here. CKFBL round 1 action. Maludja and Noonkanbah second half has now officially commenced. And the Blues trying to pick up where they left off in the second term, despite that little Maludja fight back late. And unfortunately for them, while Efren Costain got hands to it inside 50, couldn't gallop away, caught down, holding the ball. And the Lions will be able to find a way out of defence. Duran Dick, recipient of that kick. They do get themselves now out to right half back. Lead up here, little Dicky Dyke tap was clever, but unfortunately though, it just bamboozled Daisy Bell. Getting back in, the man who affected that tap, one of their goal scorers, Dickens, got the handball, but was harassed down to the ground. Recovering now beautifully and mopping up was Dick, who helped start the chain a few seconds ago, and he spots up a nice pass here to Green. Green's ball in board is good. Opportunity now to load up here for Kogolo. Kogolo steering pass is a good one, and Dickens again. He could be someone that's got a pair of Archies in his sights as well. Got a goal. Has been involved with another one as he passes this one in to Ronan Nugget, the other goal scorer. Wayward shot, blind shot, bounces back. How did that happen? Didn't get there in the end, but it literally went 180 back the other way and almost went through for the most amazing goal you would ever witness in any level of football in all the near 200 years we've had it. Anyway, this one goes nice and long to the top of the square and inside the square from Bo James. Unfortunately, though, to the wrong side of the post for a behind as the music starts again. Apologies for that. I'm still in an absolute shock about how that ball decided to just magically come to life and just get magnet-like drawn back to the goals off the boot of Ronan Nugget. Sad that it didn't go through in the end, but anyway, he's got another opportunity here for a more conventional shot. It's high, it's long, and it's offline to the right. Oh, excitement all around. As the score now for Maludja goes to 2-7-19. 2-2-14 the score for Nunkamba. We've now gone just under 3 minutes in this third term. There's Maludja again. Press hard. Opportunity. Will this be a major? No, it's missed again. Denzel Hun, the latest culprit. 2-8 to 2-2. Now the score. All of a sudden, the Blues, degree of difficulty, almost unbearable getting it out of defence. So Yambo with the kick in. Now finds a loose player out at right half back who has time to steady with a bounce and then steer a pass in nicely. And the follow-up pass near the scoreboard. Also good too into Watson's hands. Inboard, dangerous kick. But standing up though with a plume was Mick despite the attention from Daisy Bell. And now they've got players aplenty here at centre-half forward. Short ball in from Costain Jr. That was Asman. As this one gets steered in. Leading there, though, in front, I think, was Hun getting back there once again, wasn't? No, it was actually Eliza Dingo as a shot comes away now for the Blues, and they've got a minor score as well. I think it was courtesy of Razan Thurkel. We haven't called his name at all, to my knowledge today. Called plenty of it a couple of weeks ago when he was representing the Riveroos. And helping them out when they were lacking numbers in the Woodgerman pre-season carnival. But anyway, he bobs up there for a behind. We've had 5 behinds in total in this quarter. Can we get a major here? Oh, nearly half a throw coming out of Aidan Button's hands. Into Thurkel once more. Roseanne inside the square. Lions desperate there. Almost a chance off the ground from Lanigan. He goes after it again. Ball still alive. Comes back out. There's your goal. Shane Lee Smiler finally does the Lord's work in putting through a major in this quarter after we've had 5 behinds. And how cruel can football be sometimes? Maludja with that attempt on goal earlier in the quarter from Ronan Nugget, 2 minutes in, where the ball bounced away from the main goal line between the goal posts towards the left-hand behind post, then found a way to go back, almost like a back-spinning golf ball on the green towards the hull, and it didn't eventually stopped dead in its tracks. But then that one there, where all it needed to do was just force it over the line for a behind, couldn't do so, and then Shane Lee Smiler, ever the opportunist, was there at the front and centre, as you are taught to do from young. Great disciplined play, reading it off the pack. And he gets the goal and puts the Blues back in front by a point. 3-3-21 to 2-8-20. Inside 50 once again go Nunkamba. But not for long though. Lions get it out of danger, but they lose possession. Cherubin now has to put the tackling pressure on, but he's outnumbered. Away come the Blues once again. Short ball in towards that man that got that last goal. Smiler, diving attempt, couldn't take it. Out it comes now to Tyrell Nugget. Shrugs away. But ineffective disposal in towards Daisy Bell, who gets one high to the head as he was on the ground. Kicking in danger, if you will. So free kick goes his way. Now out wide it comes. Chance here to gallop in short. Nearly got his feet taken out from underneath him by a diving Yambi, but able to shrug that off and get it deep inside 50. Can't find the target in can't find the target in Ashwin Bilgan. Good Shaw. But he is able to put the tackle on as a follow-up to prevent another Blues rebound. But unfortunately, though, a tackle that the umpire deemed of a slinging variety. So 3 minutes left in this third term. It's the Blues by a point. Will it be for long, though? Shot on goal is fantastic from Bo James. Bo Diddley, whose music has not been featured, by the way. But certainly a tune of the highest quality coming off the left boot of James, though. Intercepting the infield kick from the boundary from Nunkambar and steadying up from 40, going bang and putting in a nice one. So they get it back on their terms to Malaja, 3-8-26 to 3-3-21. Thank you for that. Oh, we've been blessed with some top shelf football between these two sides. May it continue forevermore. Fight forever, as they would say in wrestling. Play forever here in footy as the Lions come away yet again. Ronan Nugget calling up the leader there in Dickens, who presented but couldn't take the mark on the leap. Great defensive work there shown by the Blues. I think it was at Nangunda who put the pressure on him initially. But unfortunately, though, too many to contend with from his perspective and the rest of his Blues teammates down in defence. Although he gets a reprieve from the umpire for a free kick, just as Malaja were set to have a shot on goal. So they get it out down towards the shade of the Coolabah tree once again. Unable to take the mark there was Mulligan. Keeping it in play here. Dick spun out, but got the handball in time, did he? No. The umpire said it's out of bounds. So he'll take it. Not of the lasso variety, though, because it was an in dispute ball over the line. So not a last disposal. So we'll be tossed back in. Less than a minute to play here in this third term. And what a sizzling quarter it's been. Ever since both sides have been able to straighten up, it's just pinged from end to end as Dickens steers that one off the pass of James. Can't find a target, though. It was Leonard he wanted, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't get it. The Blues gallop away now along the Forest Road wing towards right half forward. Opportunities are plenty here. The handball now into the path of Razan Thurkel. The ball doesn't sit kindly for him, though. So he and also Junior Castaigne, Asman, have to fight hard again. And they do. It's in Junior's hands now. Zigzags his way through. He's got a player on his own. If he can just grab it and goal, he ends up banana-ing it across the face to Shane Lee Smiler. The ball, unfortunately, taking the wrong turn at Albuquerque, Bugs Bunny style. And it made the opportunity for him just that little bit more difficult. If it had it bounced the left way instead of the right way, he had a certain goal. So the Lions escape the danger and probably feel like they were owed one after they had the most unbelievable, crazy shot on goal attempt of all time from Ronan Nugget, ripped away from by about a half a millimetre when the ball decided to gravitate back towards the goal line. Get onto Film and Footy's YouTube stream and definitely have a watch of that when you get a chance, because it's just something that still has me lost for words. But anyway, we're at three-quarter time, and we are in for quite the extravaganza of a last quarter here between these two sides. Malaja and Nunkambar, neither given an inch in any way, shape, or form. It's a fight to the end. It's a fight to the death. The full 12 rounds. 3-8-26 to 3-3-21 the score. Each side got a goal that quarter. It was Bo James adding to Lyndon Dickens and Ronan Nugget for the Lions. On the other side of the ledger, it was Orlando Thurkel. So, sorry, Shane Lee Smiler, I should say. It was Smiler adding to Orlando Thurkel and Darren Button. Unfortunately, though, for Smiler in the dying seconds, couldn't get his second on the board. We'll take a break and be back with you ready for the final quarter in just a couple of minutes' time. Keep on that dial. Oh, what more excitement do we have left in the last 10 minutes of this absolute top shelf billing matchup? Maludja and Nunkamba in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League putting on a show and a half for everybody. One you'd pay top dollar for. 3-8-26 to 3-3-21. Don't worry about the low scoring. Just worry about the hot, intense football's being shown by both sides as the Lions get the early clearance away towards the teeth of the goal square. Who can get there? Hun's lurking. Leonard also. Neither can trap it. The Blues defence able to stand tall and boot it away. Might have been Thurkel that time, Rozan. And he finds a target further up the Queen Nick, I think it is. But unfortunately, though, he got a shove in the back on his opponent. And it will go back in Golo's hands, I think. Ronan Nugget presents. Ball spills through his hands. Blues recover yet again. Despite the best efforts of Daisy Bell, he can't cut that one off. So, once again now, short, careful ball, out wide, spilled there by Mick, has a problem now, 2 to beat, couldn't do it. Ball back in towards the Lions right half forward region, the man who did get the ball towards Mick on that occasion, Orlando Thurkel, couldn't complete the dose there, the intercept mark or the spoil and retention of the football. Inside 50 it comes now here for the Lions once again. And no one can keep it alive. Payson McCarthy, I think, might have been involved in that play, as well as Lyndon Dickens. And it's Dickens the man who's going to get a free kick out of all of that. Interesting. Not sure what it was for, but anyway, umpires right in the spot. And who would want to question these umpires, because they have been a delight. They really have been. A breath of fresh air considering what's happening at AFL level, as Dickens spots up a loose target in Duran Dick. Will he be able to thrust this one through and make it a taller task for the Nunkamba Blues? It would be the biggest, well, not quite the biggest lead of the game. 12 points it was at 2-minute 20 mark of the second term. It'll be one shy of that if he kicks truly, which he does. So the man with the Brendan Favola 25 and he's back. Duran Dick kicks it Fev style as well. Great action. And the Lions now skip away. 4-8-32 to 3-3-21. 2.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. A quarter of the way through the final term here in the CKFBL Round 1 clash. The second of our 3 men's games. Of course, we still have the Virginia Cats and the Riveroos in our official main event to come. In between, we will have the Virginia Cats and the Maludja Lions women to complete the Round 1 fixturing for them. Straight after this game, we will have a swap of commentary team as well. So I'll be signing off at the end of this contest, but what a way to power out with the way this has been going. As we get a restart in the middle, nearly threatening to get a clearance away was Bo James, but then hesitated, lost the footy into Orlando Thurkel, and now the Blues come right up into the top of the square, bit of holding going on in there. Kennedy was there for Nunkamba. Falls to his feet, tries to scramble to keep it alive, can't do so. Lions defence stands tall. Damien Thorne involved. Kim Brown also. They get it to centre-half back, but standing there like a great goalkeeper, Watson stops it for the Blues. Can't find a target though. Back in possession come the Lions. James got a little shield from a teammate and allowed him to get free to Daisy Bell, who uses James again through the middle. And he's off like a jet. 2 bounces. Steadies onto the left boot. Inside 50. Oh, fantastic spoil and then grab, which stunned Efren Costain. It stunned Ashwin Bilgan, the other 35, I should say. No, it was Costain's teammate doing it nicely. Might have been Mian Uambi. Double check that. As Nagunda has it and short balls it into Mick, who's had a busy last quarter. His ball's a good one too. And finds Hayden Button. And careful ball, almost Watson, paid. Deservedly so. It was a tough contested mark, that one. He's passed inside 50, leaping up into the afternoon sky was Terrell Nugget to cut that off for the Lions. They get the kick back outside of defensive 50 and then a little hack off the ground 2 to advantage. Will it sit here for Brown? He slips over but recovers exceptionally well. Into James. That is something you can't teach. That's just instinct. Inside now to Eddie Cox Jr., who steers it through from behind. And it now goes to their top margin of the day. Equal at 12 points. 4-9-33 Maludja. 3-3-21 Nunkambar. So after over halfway now in this final quarter, and they put one last nail in the coffin, the Lions. That's a steering pass again. Good recovery left half forward for Dickens, and finishing it off is Bilgan on the left, and that should be enough. Although I do put the challenge out to Nunkambar to prove me wrong. We'll see if that happens. I just think the Lions, though, equal to the task and sense the situation and should be able to shut it out, you would think. 5-9-39 to 3-3-21. 6 gone in this final quarter. Here on Filming Footy and Wanky Radio. Central Kimberley Football Basketball League round 1 action in the men's with the women's. I mentioned coming up as well in the next game, Virginia and Maludja, before Virginia and River finish off the program in the men's after that. The earlier results today, as we just await some confirmation from the umpire to say, yep, we can get things back on board again with 3.5 to play. It was the Wangajunga Crows, 7-13-55 over the Baulu Bulldogs, 5 straight 30 in the men's, and then in the women's, the Nunkambar Blues, 4-2-26 defeated the Baulu Bulldogs, 1 straight 6. Right now, the Lions looking the goods here, but I'll tell you, Nunkambar, they still have belief. Inside 50 was marked by Orlando Thurkel, and then he spears a 45-degree pass in and finds a target, presenting himself. And this man's had a great last quarter. He's been the link in the chain in between the arcs for the most part to Quayne Mick. He's scrapped hard all game as well. Now an opportunity here to pull one back and keep the game alive for Nunkambar. Mick. No tick. Off hands. Kennedy can't keep it alive behind. Maludja now 17 points over Maludja. Just need to protect this football here, and they are home and hose. They do cough it up momentarily here. Mulligan gets in the way at right half back. And he hasn't got enough support, though, teammate-wise. Getting onto it now here, Thorne for the Lions. Away they go with a hack kick towards the scoreboard, which is a pretty one for the Lions at the present time. Off hands here, the Blues recover possession. It was Casman Kalayan back into Mick's hands, and Mick can't find a target up forward in Keenan Button. He had a defender in the way, and now they come through the middle, through Durandic. Off again to the races go, the Lions inside 50. Do you reckon that Lyndon Dickens could be a feature here somewhere? Here he is, on cue, off Horn's hands, across the face it goes, into the right forward pocket, but they won't mind that, Will Maludja, with 1.5 minutes to play. It's in the right area for them. And you think now, enough is truly enough. Just waiting a restart of play here. Here it is. Blues in possession. They would handball there from Lawrence Binner in heavy traffic, but they are able to come out of the back though here nicely. And there is the MVP from last week's Kimberley Colts Championships in Lennox Bamba. Fortunately, haven't seen a lot of him today though. For the Blues chances. Watson we have seen a lot of. Spearing pass centre half forward. Well trapped here by Keenan Button on the half volley. And a steering pass though unfortunately could not find the man who is running hot for them in this last term in Mick. And the Lions get possession back once again with 30 seconds to play. A hard-fought victory coming up here for Maludja. One they thoroughly deserve. Is that one there cut off once more by Bamba. It's open spaces next to the scoreboard. Cale Skinner has it. Thought he had a bit more time than he did. and it was a hurried kick, and again it misses Mick, and the mark taken by Terrell Nugget, who will have most likely the last play and secure this 17-point win for Maludja. Just waiting for the siren. The music's been put to bed now because we want to be able to hear this siren and celebrate along with the Maludja Lions, and there it is. What a brilliant game of football. What a showcase from both sides in this Central Kimberley Football Basketball League season opening contest, and we're going to be seeing plenty more of these two featuring in the back end of the season, I reckon, if they can continue to put on performances like they have today. But it was Maludja able to triumph in the end. 5-9-39 to 3-4-22. Goal scorers for the winners: Bo James, Lyndon Dickens, Ronan Nugget, Duran Dick and Ashwin Bilgan. But the goal that Nugget got, if only the second one had have counted, where it had blown away from the face of goals and then did a complete 180 and bounced right through. I've only ever seen that happen once at AFL level. Angus Monfries for Port Adelaide back in 2013 in the last ever showdown at Football Park, where his one did actually roll through it. It was a long kick from outside 50, bounced to the left forward pocket, away from the face of goals, and then literally went at right angles as Dennis Cometti had called it, and somehow found its way through the middle. And it was out of this box game as well, too, from both Adelaide and Port Adelaide. But that one there, probably even more spectacular and mind-boggling than that, because it was actually blowing away from the face of goals. At least Monfries' one was sort of in the trajectory on a straight line. That one from Nugget was bending away and then bounced back at 180, but didn't quite get over the line in the end. But anyway, it mattered not for them because they still triumphed. Goal kickers for the Noonkanbah Blues: Darren Button, Orlando Thurkel and Shane Lee Smiler, who would be seething that he wasn't able to put through a goal as well in the dying stages of the third term, when he had it on his own, just meters, small meters away from the goal line. And unfortunately though, the ball bouncing the wrong way for him, which made the shot just that more difficult to put away. And as a result, that was actually when they were in front too. They'd got themselves ahead. But sadly though, unable to register a score in here. Actually, he did. No, he didn't register a score. That's right. It actually went across the face, unfortunately for him. So anyway, great win from Maludja. And a great day of football so far. Still plenty of action left to come. So I reckon it was, just watching a replay, just that great intercept mark that the Blues had earlier in the last quarter. I reckon it may well have been Yanby, the 19, that got into that. Just off that angle. But anyway, regardless, whoever it was just fantastic. So that's it from yours truly, Louis Bulzomi, for today. One more time, we will thank all of our wonderful sponsors. We'll start off with the CKFBL's naming rights sponsor, Lidl, heart and soul of the league. Without them, we probably wouldn't even have a league at the moment. But also fine support from Mara, Warra, Gundua, and the Western Australian Department of Communities. While for filming footy, Great Southern Fuels, AFGRI, Delta Ag, Kimberley Accommodation Group, UTF Trailers, Wild Gravel, Alum Lube, Dartfish, Archie's, Omnibus, Classic Clashes, Gallagher, and also Premium Grains. That's it for me. We'll hand you over to your live on-the-ground commentary team for the next couple of games, which will feature both the Virginia Cats women's and men's team. The Maludja Lions women will be taking on the Cats next, and then the Riveroos will take on the Cats men to finish things off. So stay tuned. Different voice, but the same broadcast on Filming Footy and also Wanky Radio. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. the same reason we're in this business. Listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal: make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Race and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Race back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs, and we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. They've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. They walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business, and it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship. being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there, and that's part of us.
What do you do? You know all these players, yeah, the girls?
No. Oh! Rick!
Rick! Right, so what we do, you grab a chair, that one over there.
Yeah.
Now, what's your... Tell me about you. What's your name and your full name? First and second name?
Tyson Hello, T-Y-E-T-H-A-N.
Right. And how old are you?
I'm 13.
And who's your favourite team?
I think...
Here.
Oh, here, like in here.
Yeah.
I think is one of the...
Lions?
Lions, yeah. Lions.
Blues?
Yeah, I like the Blues, I think.
There he is!
Hey, amigo.
G'day, mate. Thanks for coming up.
Welcome back.
You see me right there? I was just sitting there and I was...
No, did I? Just sometimes I've spent a long day, mate. Come this way a little bit and then you'll be able to see.
Yeah.
Because then you won't go able to see in that pocket.
This is a good view.
It is a good view, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll be able to commentate here.
At least that's
Mike?
one for him, is it? One for me, with them?
What are we, the cats and the lions?
Yeah. The sheets will come up here in a minute.
Cats and the Lions playing today in Fitchery Valley. Cats and the Lions playing in Fitchery Valley and holding up the You really have to do that.
That's good, isn't it? You just say whatever you think that comes in here, what you see, right? What I'll do is I'll do a fair bit of it, and then I'll just go to you, and then you can do your bit, and then when you do, you can point back to me, and you can do it, and then I'll ask you a few questions and things that you can either answer or not. So just relax, just like this, and
Cool.
Thanks.
So we're on. Okay, now Jeff Davis calling the game at Central Kimberley Footy League on round 1 for the Premiership for 2026. And with me I've got a very, very special guest. And his name is Tyethan Hode. Hi, how are you, Tyethan?
Yeah, it's good to be here, mate.
So, Tyethan, tell me, the reason you're pretty special is because you're coming and doing sitting up in the commentator box here at the Oval. How old are you?
I think 13.
And have you tried commentating before?
Yeah. People know as me because I got that video. Hello, everybody. Titus back here. Yeah, that was me from a long time ago.
On the Facebook.
Yes, that
cool.
was me.
And do you feel comfortable in doing this stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. And is this the first time that you've really had a go at it?
No. This is my second time.
Second time. So you've actually commentated some games before?
I mean, third time.
Third time.
Because I did one down there.
Oh, you did some down on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Right, okay. Now, Tyethan, you go to school?
Yeah, because I went to my funeral to Wangajunka with my family.
Oh, yeah. So you haven't been like in the last week or so?
No.
But you usually go to Fitzroy School here?
Yeah, school here.
And you like it?
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
So
sometimes I stay out late.
And then don't get to school?
Yes.
There you go. Have you ever thought that maybe one day you'd like to be a commentator for footy and get paid for it?
Yeah, that's what I want to be.
That's deadly, mate. Now, in football, we've got the AFL, the big footy. Who's your favourite team in the AFL?
Favourite team in the AFL, I think. Look at my Blues.
Oh, that's for here locally in our football here. Yeah. What about the AFL in like Perth and Melbourne and like that?
I think Western Bulldogs is my favourite team.
So you'd be a pretty happy boy today because they played pretty good last night.
That's my favourite team.
Did you watch the footy last night?
Yeah.
And were you yelling when at the end? And
yes. Yeah, I did that plenty of times.
So what did you think? Who was the best players for Western Bulldogs last night?
I think Western Bulldogs is the GOAT.
What players are your favourite players for Western Bulldogs? Bontempelli?
Yeah.
Yeah? Anybody else?
Yeah, just Bontempelli, that's it.
He's a bit of a legend, isn't he? Okay, and so what do you think your friends will say when they hear you commentating on the TV today?
Oh, guys, look at Tyethan. He's on the TV. That's what they always say.
Do they tease you about it?
Yeah, sometimes.
And what do you feel when they tease you? Does it worry you?
I feel so funny when they say that. Everybody, look at, that's the famous Tyethan, the famous good guy up there. That's what they say a lot. Very
good. All right. Well, we better talk a little bit about what today's teams are. So, we've got the brown and gold, who are what are they? They're the Mullager Lions?
Yeah, Mullager Lions.
And we've got the pink and white striped team down here sitting in front of us to our right. And do you know who they are?
I don't know.
They're called the Kadjina Cats.
Oh.
Now, the Kadjina Cats come from Kadjina community, which is about, well, you know where Nookumba is? Which is about 180 k's from Fitzroy. They live on the other side of the Fitzroy River. It's a small community on the other side of the Fitzroy, about 30 k's on the other side of the river, and that's Kadjina, and that's where they come from. What about the Lions? What do you know about Mullager?
Mullager Lions. Not that much.
Have you been to Mullager?
No, never.
You've never been to Mullager? Mullager, if you're going from Fitzroy crossing towards Kununurra, Mullager is about 35 k's out of town on the Fitzroy River. You turn off the highway about 12 k's out of town, and you drive another 25 or so k's into Mullager, and that's where the Mullager Lions come from. So next time when we talk about, you know exactly where all these teams come from. Now, the Mullager Lions, for our listeners, have been a pretty successful women's team. They've played in a number of grand finals since 2019 when they came on board, and I think they've played in 4, and I think they may have won 2 or 3, so that's pretty good. The Cats are a fairly new team. They've been in the competition the last 3 years, I think it is, and they have yet to play in a grand final. And by the looks of it, they might not have a full team today because they've got to travel a long distance and whatever. Now, to Ethan, what do you like about football?
It's fun activities for Yeah, I play football sometimes.
When you play, when do you play in Fitzroy Crossing? What days do the kids play?
Auskick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I play that sometimes. I don't know what time the kids play.
Wednesday nights, I think, isn't it? In the evening.
Maybe.
Yeah. And then they followed up with a bit of a barbecue and a few sausages and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you come down every Wednesday night, or you just sometimes?
Sometimes.
Right. If you get into this commentating stuff, do you reckon you'll come down every week?
Yeah, sure. I'll come down every week.
Because we're going to be broadcasting 2 games a week, a men's and a women's game for the rest of the year. Next week we'll do all 5 games, I reckon. But after that, so if you feel happy after doing today's one, we will invite you back to come in and maybe do some more.
Yeah, I'm so happy to do this again.
Very good. Now, just a bit more detail for the listeners that may be watching. Last week we were filming from the Broome Oval and the Haynes Oval in Broome, and we had the setting the sun setting in the west, and we've still got that in Fitzroy. We've got our back to the sun, but if you can see that the shadows are starting to come across the oval, and we've got one more game to come after this, which is the men's game, which will be between the Cats men, the Kajana Cats men, and they are playing the Riveroos. Do you know any of the Riveroos guys?
It's like Rick Mob, one of those.
No, Rick's Mob is Nookumba. The Riveroos is like Tristan Mob and a few of those other boys, Keithy Andrews' gang. Some of the guys from the Miramalay School out here, just out of town, not far. So they'll be playing the next game. The Riveroos are a new team in the competition.
Yeah.
And they only started last year. Okay. Again a bit of information for those who are not aware of how big Fitzroy is. What are do you know the communities that are in and around town?
Around town and
down this end, down on the.
That's Janjua.
Janjua down on the left-hand end, and is that where you live? A good place to live.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so that's on the eastern side of the oval as we're looking at it, or the left-hand side as we're looking at it on the TV screen, and then to the right-hand side, which is the western or southwestern side, we've got 2 communities on the other side of the highway. Do you know what they're called?
2 communities.
Yeah, Kanangi and Mindirati.
Mindirati, yeah.
Yeah, those 2 both town teams. Have you got friends that live in those 2 communities?
Ashra and Andre and Jabera and Raya. Like Ashra, I'm up the thing. One of the thing family and thing. What's that place called? I forgot, but I got families from there, like my OG.
Yeah.
My OG Jalla and Auntie Corina, like that.
Yeah. When you say OG, is that like grandmother?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you say Gila?
Gila, that's me.
Grandfather?
Yeah, grandfather.
And that's in Bunama language, eh?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, cool. And your parents speak Bunama language? Or do they speak English?
I'm never telling them that yet.
They haven't told you that. Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they all speak, because I know your mothers, and they speak that language. So the other language groups that we have here in the valley is the Walmajarri language group, and those guys from Kanangi and Mindirati, quite a few of those guys are that, and they come from out towards the desert side, towards Lake Gregory and Christmas Creek and places like that.
Yeah.
And then we've got your favourite team, the Nookumbar Blues. They're the Nyigana gang. Their language group is Nyigana, and they're more south west of Fitzroy, about 180 k's, and that extends from almost Derby, sort of back towards Fitzroy Crossing, towards where the Fitzroy River Valley is. And then we've got the Bunaba gang, which is what we just talked about at Junjua, whose country extends back towards Derby, round where Geeky Gorge is, and also the country going back up towards the Gibb River Road. And then we've got the Guniandi mob, who come from where Mullajan mob are, and Bailey, which is on that sort of northeastern side of Fitzroy Crossing, and extends almost up to Halls Creek. And they're the main language groups for here. Now, it looks like we're about
to start
5 minutes or so away from the start. The girls are still trying to get their numbers together. We're running about an hour late today. That was mainly because the teams who played the first game struggled to get in on time, and so we started just over an hour late, and then we're trying to catch up Tom a bit. But this being the first round, we've struggled to get girls and some of the boys to turn up. Right, we'd just like to cut off to a break, and we'll get ready to maybe start the commentating of the game in a little while.
Yeah.
Righto, we're back on live, and we've got Ethan Hode, who's my guest commentator, who's going to be helping us out, particularly in the first quarter. Ethan, what can you see?
Well, I can see some people mucking around.
You can see a lot of people mucking around. Yeah, I can see them. What about out in the middle? What is it that you can see out there? Tell us what you see.
I think one buddy explaining the rules, and I think there's
Gavin Smith, umpire Gavin Smith.
Yep.
He's explaining the rules to the Mullager Lions, who are the brown team, and the pink team, which is the Kajana Cats. So what do you reckon he's telling them?
I think telling them which way you guys want to go, like that kind of thing, stuff.
Yeah. I think he's also explaining some of the rules as well to them, because this is the first game of the season. Now, you've got your binoculars there. Does it make it easy to see with the binoculars?
Yep.
Okay, just to read through the players' names on the Cats list today, we've got number 3, Sharoma Forest, number 5, Chante Munda, number 6, Adarana Forest, number 8, Camille Forest, number 10, Jocelyn Gibson, number 13, Catherine Dan, number 17, Edrika Lawford, number 18, Dinara Brown, number 20, Kyrene Ray Wilson, number 21, Helena Birrell, number 27, Rashay Mick, number 28, I can't read this one, Elise, I think it is, Thomas, and number 29, Shakira Kuala.
Yeah.
Do you know any of those cats? Any of those cats, guys, to Ethan?
No, I don't know that, Jeff.
Okay, that's all right. Nor do I. So we'll see how we go when we're trying to tell the team. So they're breaking up, getting ready.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yeah, Lions. We'll just go to Ethan. We'll go through the Lions team. We got Freya Malo, number 1, Rihanna Williams, number 2, Savannah Jones, number 3, Jacqueline James, number 4, Sarani Williams, Kaysani Williams, number 5, Bonita Cheryl, number 6, Isabella Dick, number 7, Ravana Leonard, number 9, Chikimus Bilgen, 10, Bonisha Williams, 11, Adele Williams, 14, Alicia Marvin, 15, Kylene Gay Commander, I think it is, 16.
Okay, the game's starting. Let's
there we
do
go.
This.
You start telling us what you can see.
Good pass on the ball, give it to number 28. Oh, what a hit. Kicks the ball.
The Mullager Lions have picked it up. Yep.
What a hard touch. Kick the goal.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Okay, number 4 for the Mullager Lions, is it?
Yes.
So Ethan? Number 4, that's Jaquani James.
Yeah.
They cleared the ball pretty well from the centre, didn't they?
Yeah.
Right, just finishing off those players. 23, Millie Banjo. Number 24, Talia Pasco. 26, Sidija Dolby. Number 28, Sharona Gillabu. Number 33, Faith McCarthy. And number 13, Talina Mungadin. Now there's some mouthfuls there. Now we're getting ready to chuck the ball in the centre. Gavin Smith chucks it. Now the Cats grab hold of it.
Number 8 got the ball. 11 chasing it.
That's Camille Forrest. It's picked up by Mullager.
Kick.
What number was that one that kicked that?
Number
11. Kick. So that was Bonisha Williams. And Bonisha Williams was one of the girls that went to Perth to play with Fremantle. As the Cats knock it forward towards their end of the ground.
Pick up the ball, throw, I think. Kick it on
here we've got the Mullager Lions.
She runs.
A bit louder to Ethan so we can hear.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Number 4 got the ball, he kicks it to what a mark.
Good.
To number 7.
And number 7 is Isabella Dick.
What a mark. Lines it up perfectly. Kicks.
And
play
it's play on, yeah. Keep going. You're doing well.
Got the ball. Dropping. Tackle.
Still play on.
Umpire never to see it.
Keep going.
Kick going. Number 4 kicks the ball. Number 4. Is that number 4? What am
Yes,
I doing?
yes.
On number 4, grab the ball, bounce it, then she kicks it.
That's Kaysani Williams.
Kaysani Williams,
Now
grab the ball, play on, and I think that's a point.
No.
Or play on. Number 28 gets a goal. Play on, and number thing.
Cats get it.
What a hard dropping, going.
Yeah.
What a hard tackle.
Good boy, that's well done. Now, so they're about 10 or 15 metres out of a goal directly in front. Now, who's this kicking for goal? Number 8, is it?
No, number 4.
Number 4, Jaquani James is going to give us...
Jaquani James got the ball. He lines it up perfectly. She kicks it, and that's a perfect goal.
Cool.
Oh, that's a point.
No, it's only a point. It's gone out to the left-hand side. Right, we're getting ready for the Cats to kick the ball in at the police station end of the Fitzroy ground here. You can see some of the cars lined up outside the new fence.
Yep.
How are those binoculars going?
Good. Number 5, what's her name?
Number 5 for the Cats.
Yeah, the Cats.
Is Shante Munda.
Shante Munster grabbed the ball, trying to look out for a lead out.
She's going to kick it out from fullback, eh?
Trying to look around for somebody who kicks. She kicks it, and does a play on. She grabs it. Ooh, what a hard hit. She grabs the ball. What a play on. I think that's a ball.
A free kick.
Free kick for number 7.
It's a number 7, is it?
Yeah, number 7.
Isabella Dick.
She bounced it. Isabella Dick. She bounced it. She kicks it, and that's a perfect goal.
Nah, point.
Oh, point.
Yeah.
I can easily see with these goggles.
You can easily see with this glove, but sometimes you can't see because of the shadows and stuff like that. So that's 2 points to Jaquani, to the
2 points
Mullaja Lions.
Mullaja Lions.
So the score at the moment is Mullaja Lions 1 goal 2, yet with the Cats yet to score.
Mullaja Lions.
So this was Shante Munda kicking in again.
Yeah, Shante Munda kicking in. Look around for a lead out. Maybe number 28. She kicks it.
28 would be Ielise Thomas.
Ielise Thomas trying to tackle. She hands it. She got
number 4 again.
She hands it. Oh, I think ball up there. Yeah, ball up.
Yeah, good call. So umpire Gavin Smith, who's our umpires coordinator at Central Kimberley Footy League.
Up.
Here.
Play on. Grab the ball, she hands it. She's trying to kick it out. Oh, what up. I think that's a push in the back. She kicks it.
I think that was number 10, Jocelyn Gibson, got the ball clear.
Hands it, she hands it. She kicks it.
And that was number 11. That was Benicia Williams.
She kicks it.
And number 7, Isabella Dick, has kicked it in. And who's marked it?
Number 3.
Number 3, which is Savannah James, has marked this.
Play on. What a good smother. Oh, what a hard hit. That's a pretty hard hit. I think that's a play on. She grabs it. She kicks. Point.
Number 4 again. Number 4. She's peppering the goals down there, Jaquani James, really causing some problems for the defenders for the Cats.
Mm-hmm.
So the score 1 goal 3.
You're right there, Jeff.
For the Lions to Cats yet to score.
I'm not good with saying names.
That's all right. We've got the list in front of us. We can pick them up as we go.
That's good. I'm trying.
You are. You're doing a great job.
She looked for a lead out. She marks it or play on.
Number 7.
Number 7.
That was Isabella Dick.
The ball. She kicks it, and that's a perfect goal.
Right.
Goal for the Mullaja Lions.
So that was number 7, Isabella Dick.
Yeah, Isabella Dick.
So they've got 2 goals down there. The Lions are dominating this game at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. Actually, Jeff, I think ball up in the middle, centre.
Yeah, the ball's coming back to the centre, and we've got Ainsley Jack, who's our senior umpire here for the Central Kimberley Footy League. He also works for the Central Kimberley Footy League as a development person.
I think we got to play out some night time, mister.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think.
The lights have just come on. Well spotted.
The lights just come on. Yeah, I think we're playing tonight.
Number 8. That was Camila Forrest. Handballs it out.
She runs.
Oh, good pickup.
Kicks. She runs. Number 24 looks over. She hands it. Who is?
having a shot for goal.
Kick.
Nobody down there.
Oh, play on. Play. Oh, she grabbed the ball, number 17. She bounced it.
That's Estelle Melee.
She kicks it.
What number is this one?
Number 11.
So that's Bonisha Williams again, who
Bonisha
picks the ball,
Williams.
handballs inside.
Number 10.
To Chigomas Bilgen.
She kicks. There's a play on. Number 4 and number 20.
Number 20 is Kyrene Ray Wilson.
She tried to get the ball. Oh, she kicks it.
This is
And
number,
there's
number 4 again, dribbles towards the point.
Oh, what a point.
Yeah. So that gives us the score at the 7-minute mark of
7
2
minutes on the
goals.
clock, guys.
2 goals for to yet to score.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, you rest your throat for a second. I'll do a bit, and then you come back in.
Oh, okay, sure.
All right, but you can keep talking to me.
Yeah,
Just
my throat's right. I drink up plenty of water.
do you good. That's what we like to see here in the Central Kimberley Footy League.
She kicks it. Oh, ball up. Oh, no mark. Play on.
The Cats have got it out.
She hits it.
Picks it up.
Oh, dropping. Hands.
Number 15. Yeah, Alicia Marvin.
Oh, number 7.
And it kicks it to number 7, who has a flying shot for goal.
No, that's a point.
Isabella Dick again.
Yeah, Isabella Dick. That's a point for the Malaysia Lions.
The shadows are getting longer here at the Fitzroy Oval, and the lights are now on. The lights at the Oval are pretty good. You can see there, can't
I
you?
can see. Lead out for the Cats.
Can you see the scoreboard over there with your glass? What's the score up there?
I think Lions 1-6 12.
I think the scoreboard might be wrong. We'll have to let them know, because the scoreboard is 2 goals 5.
Hey, you look at it.
I'll have a look. Yeah, let me have a look through the things. Yeah, I'd say that they're wrong. Oh no,
They've changed it.
2-5. Yeah, it's changed.
Oh.
They must be listening to you.
Oh,
Now,
can't
look,
believe it changed.
we looks like we've got a ball up in the forward pocket for the Mullaja Lions.
Mullaja Lions and the Mullaja Lions and the Cat. Ball up. Oh, come on. Oh, hands.
Good pick up. Oh, and there goes the siren for quarter time. So at quarter time, our score is 2 goals 5, 17-0 for the Cats, but quite an entertaining quarter of footy.
Yeah,
Who did you think were the better players there?
I think one of the Lions, I think.
Yeah, so Jaquani James, number 4, got lots of kicks, didn't she? Isabella Dick
She did a little bit of good job.
Kicked a few points though. The Mullaja Lions look a little bit too strong for the Cats at the moment.
The Mullaja Lions, they're winning, but the Cats are losing. They're trying their best to win.
Yeah, I think so. Right, we might just cut to a break for a second.
Yeah.
Are you happy if Mark comes along and does? Right, we're wasn't Ty Ethan just a legend? Really, it's the first time he's sort of been doing the official commentating, and I don't know what the listeners thought, but a kid who's 13 coming up and doing what he did is absolutely sensational. We'll invite him back again and again until he can take over and do this job all by himself. Exactly. Now I've got another special guest with him, Sergeant Mark House, but he's mostly not being the sergeant while he's sitting up here. He's being Dennis Cometti lookalike.
Yeah, if I was half as good as Dennis Cometti, I'd be good. The man was a legend.
Hey, now Mark, you're the driver of the junior footy program here, and you head up the junior footy committee. Obviously, there was some really good results last weekend in Broome with the Colts. You unfortunately weren't able to be there, but you were sitting on where?
I was sitting on Eco Beach, watching all the games via filming footy. It was bloody fantastic.
And for those who don't know where Echo Beach is, it's about 100 or so k's away from Broome, but about maybe across the bay, Roebuck Bay, it's about, I'd imagine, about 30 k's.
Probably, yeah. I could see the lights of Broome.
Yeah, and that's where Mark was with his good wife, and he was taking a well-earned break, but watching the Fitzroy Saints boys do very well. Were you proud of them?
Oh, extremely proud, and watching the football today and seeing their development and how they've come into senior football and are shining. It's fantastic, and that's a product of that 3 years of junior footy that we've put into their development, and it's just great to see the results.
And over and above footy, which is obviously was very successful, if you're allowed to speak with your policeman's hat on, has there been an outflow from the footy to the way the kids conduct themselves in and around Fitzroy?
Absolutely. It's hard to talk specifics, but there's been a significant reduction in juvenile crime, and I mean football's played its part in that, along with a lot of other things in town, but I think football's had a significant impact on that. And just seeing the way when we take the boys away on trips, how they are, they're just incredible, really. They're a credit to the community.
Cool. Now today is round one, due to start at 11 o'clock. You were down here at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and what were your first thoughts at about 11 o'clock?
Oh, well, I'm used to Kimberley time now, so I know things don't usually get going on time. But once they do get going, they get on a roll, and it just means you and I stay a bit later tonight and clean up afterwards. But the footy's been great, and it's good to see everyone out there. And I know it's just going to build. This is week one, and by the time finals come round, everyone will be firing on all cylinders.
And just casting my eye over, say, the umpires and the managers and that, one of the really pleasing things as Gavin Smith holds the ball aloft is the number of Indigenous senior people who come in and get involved. As in, we've got Gavin, who's just chucked the ball up in the middle of the ground. We've got Ainsley, who's down here, and I can't see who the other umpire is over the other side. But those guys actually doing all the umpiring, taking it on board to direct traffic. As Mullaja Lions stream towards goal, this, I think, is Jaquani James again. No, this is Savannah James.
Number 3, that was. Is that Savannah?
Yes, yeah, Savannah James.
And Benicia Williams kicked it to her. I think Bonnie was the one who went down to Perth recently, wasn't she?
That's right. Yeah, we mentioned that a little bit earlier, and also was very successful. She went down with another young girl from the Baylor Bulldogs who played an earlier game. That was Quintasia Sampi, who apparently also starred down there. So both girls, and talking to them, really enjoyed their experience. And I was talking to the Fremantle guys during the week, and they said that they really joined in well and had a real go. So, which is good, because some of these kids might not have even been to Perth before.
Yeah, that's true.
Ball's bobbling around in the back line by the Cats. It's cleared into the middle of the ground. The ball spills free. The Cats get it again. They've got some numbers there this time, which might mean they could get it out. But now the Mullaja Lions arrive in numbers, but it's still bobbling around. Can't see who's picked it.
That was Rashay Mick who picked it up and kicked it downfield.
Bouncing out into this wing, but really...
TJ Pascoe, one of the local school teachers, drops it back into the forward 50.
Really broke back through, didn't she?
Yeah.
Number 17 for the This is Adrika Lawford who gets the ball, gets it smothered. The players come in again, picked up by
Celeste
Sherrill.
Yeah.
But she's been tackled by Jocelyn Gibson, who gets the free kick, or falls short, falls into the hands of a Mullager Lions player. They trying to pick the ball up. This is number 10, that was James Bilgen, pushed the ball forward. They go up for the marks, not taken. Cats pick it up, get it onto the right boot, bounces into a player, bounces off them, still fighting hard for the ball there in the shadows.
There's number 4. Oh, she pulled off the ball. Number 23 is Millie Banjo, has a crack and kicks a goal.
Millie Banjo, and that was fed out by Jaquani James, who's having some sort of impact on this game.
Did you talk about why there's a couple of different jumpers?
No, I haven't done that yet.
So there's been a couple of jumper double up with numbers with old and new jumpers, so which is why that jumper there. So Millie's wearing a purple jumper because it's a different number to the others. So hopefully by week 2 we'll have the jumper situation sorted out.
Yeah. The jumpers tend to go missing at the end of the season, and the beginning of the season there's a bit of a patch-up job happening. So the ball's chucked up in the middle of the ground. Umpire Smith calls play on, and it looks like he's given a decision to the Cats for a high tackle. What number's that?
Number 5 or number 6, I think that is.
That's
number 6.
Androna Forrest. It's kicked into the back end of the square. There's 2 against 1 out there. The 2 should win this. They get in each other's way a little bit, but it's bang back towards the middle of the ground. Ravana Leonard.
That was a throw, but she got away with it, so that was lucky. Cats have got it. If they can pick it up, I think
that looks like number 8. No, there's no number 8. Who drives it into the forward line. There's the ball in dispute at half forward. Looks like a throw.
Another throw. She got away with that one. That was Savannah James.
Ball's handballed to the outside of the pack. Muller just steady, have a shot for goal, but it's off to the right. The ball bounces almost vertically. Number 23 in the pocket, grabs it and drills it through.
Banjo again.
With the right foot. So she's having a bit she was in the right place at the right time. Everybody else had drifted forward and she was standing by the post.
Sometimes that oval ball gives the funkiest of bounces, and that was one of the funkiest you'll see.
Absolutely, yeah. Anyway, Luxor Fortune. The score now, 4 goals, 6 to the Lions, and the Cats yet to score. Cats had a bit more of the last couple of minutes have had a bit more control of the ball, which they've struggled to get.
I think they've got a few less players as well.
Yeah. Ball's just up in the middle of the ground. The ruck goes, sharked by the Lions. Scrubby kick is smothered. Picked up by the Cats, breaks the tackle beautifully and pops it forward, and taken by the Cats. Number 5, Shantae Munda has a bounce, then puts herself under pressure with a kick. Now it's picked up by the Mullager Lions. 2 bounces coming down this inside flank. 4 bounces now, still running. Puts it on the foot, drives it forward. Number 23 again. Picks up the ball, tries to bounce it past. That was
great tackle.
Edrika Lawford wanted to break free.
Yeah, Millie Banjo, she's having a really red-hot game.
Yeah, she's having a game. Now drops a beautiful drop punt up into the forward line, nearly taken by number 7, which is Isabella Dick. She's had a good game, drives it forward. The ball's dropped by number 2, has a snap for goal. And that was Savannah James, who dropped the chest mark, put pressure on herself, and then the ball drifted off to the left-hand side.
So Sharoma Forrest got the kick out.
4-7. 31.
Straight down the middle.
Yet to score.
Dangerous kick, that, straight down the middle. And it's going straight back over her head for a goal.
Jaquani James, number 4.
Kick 3.
She's kicked 3 goals now, and really looking very, very dangerous in that forward line. Yeah, we're now nearly in full shade at the Fitzroy Oval. We got, I think this is the Nookumbar bus that's coming in along Forest Road at the back to come to pick up the Nookumbar players who have got 178 or so kilometres to get back home tonight. Ball struck up in the middle, in dispute, tap forward towards the Cats' goals. What big soccer that's missed by one of the Mullager players. Number 27 picks it up. That's Rayshan Mick. Bit of a scrubby kick that's semi-smothered, but she gets the ball back. It's been given a free kick. There, she's looking around. Has a bounce. Has 2 bounces within 5 metres. Puts it on the boot, kicks it about 35, 40 metres. Runs over the back. Players chasing for it.
Oh, that was in the back.
A big push in the back to the Cats player.
Umpires picked that one.
Who's that number?
29, I think. She centres it. Ball's in dispute, and it's on the ground, but she's picked it up. The Cats player snapped, but there's only 2 Mullager players there, so that's going to come out the wing here, and drops the mark. Cats pick it up. Good tackle by number 33. And another good tackle by number 10 from the Cats.
Jocelyn Gibson.
They're hard at it, these girls. No doubt about that.
Rochelle Mick again throwing a body in, picks it up, gets it out to the outside of the pack. Picked up, handball is missed. Number 9 feeds it out beautifully. That's Ravana Leonard again, who fed that ball to the outside of the pack. The ball's in dispute. Both girls going hard at it. The ball goes to the ground, and I think the umpire's called for a ball up. Scores at the moment, 5-7 to the Mullager Lions at the 8-minute mark of the second quarter for the Cats yet to score. Mullager Lions pick it up, drive it forward. Marked by a player standing on their own, pops it at goal, pulls it slightly to the left.
That was Savannah James.
Savannah James again.
Yeah.
So they're peppering away the Lions at this end, Mark.
Yeah, it's a nice play too. There's a few link-ups there, which is good. The girls' skills are really improving, I think. And for the first game, this is not bad. And I know last year we had the same. That they took a while to get going, but towards the end of the year, some of the games were really high quality, and the skill level increased significantly, and as the fitness did as well. Yeah.
Oh, the balls kicked out of full back. She struggled to get hold of that. It came off the toe of her boot. Number 18 fighting hard, which is Denara Brown, but it's now picked up by number 4. She swings onto that trusty left foot, and she's popped it through.
Chicani James again.
She's kicked 4. She's going to be going for the medal by the looks of things for the leading goal kicker of the year.
Yeah, the grand final last year was decided in the last second of the game.
That's right.
Girls game.
It was a very exciting. That was a really exciting game. That I think, if I remember rightly, one of the teams gained the lead quite substantially. Another pegged them back towards the end, and yes, it was a really exciting game of footy.
Yeah, I think did Baylor win it last year?
Yeah. Baylor Bulldogs. Yes.
Yeah, and they came from behind and they won it with the last kick of the game
against the Blues, who Nookumbar Blues are not playing this game. They played earlier. This is number 7.
That was Rochelle Mick, just belted it forward, and the siren sounds.
Rochelle Mick has had a fair bit of the footy today, which is really good. She's
playing in the middle there.
Yeah. So score at halftime, the Mullager Lions 6 goals 9, with the Cats yet to score, and we'll throw to a break.
Yeah, Rochelle's only 14 as well.
Yeah. It's amazing.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish, you remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal: make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs. And we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. They've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. They walk the talk and they do what they do.
you deal with people that are there and care about your business. And these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business. And it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship, being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there and that's part of us.
That's the power of football. That's right.
We're ready and raring to go. We were just talking off air about the power of footy, and we're just about to have it again. The girls are getting themselves set. The the half-time score was the Cats 0 and the Mullaja Lions 45. So pretty dominant first half there by the Mullaja Lions. Now the lights are starting to get a bit brighter as the sun has now set, as the ball is chucked in the air. The ruckmen go to it. It's a shark by the Mullaja Lions, but runs into a brick wall. That was
Bonnie Williams got
a good forward handball, but so it's got escaped over the back. Tried to be picked up by that Mullaja player, but fumbled it, and now lets the Cats in. Hoiks the ball into the middle of the ground, but beautifully cut off by the
TJ. That
Lions.
was TJ Pasgov, like I said, one of our local school teachers, and hands it off. There's a bounce there.
Well, she's going the wrong way. Number 6 changes direction. That's Benita Sherrill. Kicks out to a couple of her teammates there, but the ball is now in dispute. Picked up nicely by the Cats. They handball the ball forward. If she can pick the ball up, she should be able to get it forward, but a great tackle by the Mullaja Lions. And it looks like there's a holding the ball decision given by umpire Ainsley Jack. The right foot kick, 15 metres down the ground. The mark's dropped by her teammate. She has an immediate bounce, has a second, is put under pressure now, swings the ball towards the middle of the ground. It's picked up beautifully by the Mullaja Lions player, who streaks away forward towards goal. Number 4.
Chicani James.
Again.
Nice chip over the top.
The Cats get back.
Good tackle. Good tackle by... I think the Cats players won that.
Yeah, great tackle. What number's that? Can't see from here.
I think it's number 18. Yep. It's Dinara Brown.
Yeah, Dinara's done some good things today, and that was a really good tackle because she was outnumbered 3-1 there.
Well, she's been under the pump down there because Mullaja's been doing all the attacking.
Yep.
She kicked it straight back to them, but the Cats have come up with the ball and she needs to get it on her foot, which she's done. But Mullaja, number 33, so it's Faith McCarthy. She's pumped it forward and looks like it's going to go through for a behind to the left-hand side of the goals.
That makes the score 6 goals 10. 46 for the Cats yet to score.
Just trying to think back to last year. The Cats were fairly competitive last year, weren't they?
Yeah, they fell away towards the end of the year, but earlier on they were. But the Cats from Kajana have got a lot of Nookumbar players in them.
And that's a big kick by Faith McCarthy. She's belted that through from quite a distance. Good kick.
Yeah, Faith, young girl from goes to the local school here. She's pretty happy with herself after getting that goal. Yeah, the Kajana Cats draw most of their players from the Walmajerry Highway, sort of out the back of, on the other side of the Fitzroy River, the southern side of or the southwestern side of the Fitzroy River, Kajana community and Yakanara community, and then there's a few girls from town as well who are linked to that Walmajerry crew who play for them, and they tended to fall away, and it was mainly due to, I think, their transport issues, because as we were saying off air, transport is a major issue for these remote communities getting in.
That's good. Cats have got it going forward. Picked it up, taken high, but shrugged it off, got it forward. Is that
number 29 again?
Out to number 10. So that is Jocelyn Gibson. She's tackled and holding the ball. Good tackle by number 6, Bonita Sherrill.
She drives it out long towards the wing. The mark's dropped there, but picked up. Sees players free down the ground, bangs it down that outer Riverside wing. Great pick up. And she drives it forward with a nice 40-metre kick, but unfortunately it picks out one of the Cats. A bit more pressure being put on by the little faster runners from the Mullaja Lions. Ball in dispute, well sharked by the Cats, push it out into open space. Now the race is on. 2 Mullaja Lions to 1 Cats.
Number 23, so that's Millie Banjo, got it forward.
It was,
and is that number 9? Number 9, Ravana Leonard, pushed it forward. Goal.
And it's bounced well for her, and we've got a goal from Ravana Leonard. So she's sharing with the goal kicking. Now 8 goals 10 at the 4.5 minute mark of the third quarter here at the Fitzroy Recreation Centre Oval. The lights are still brightening, and it gets a bit dull before they actually cut in, Mark. But the lights are a lot better than what they used to be.
Yeah, these. What do you reckon? It's been about 18 months with these new lights.
Yeah.
And they are really excellent once they get going.
Yeah, once the sun drops and the darkness comes in, as the ball's tossed aloft again, the 2 ruckmen go out, Cats win it forward. Knocked forward, and then it's in dispute. Number 8 for the Cats is Camille Forrest, fights for it in the middle of the ground. The Cats get it. She has a fresh air shot, picks it up again, going to have another go, and he's tackled
hard by
heavily.
number 28.
Yeah, that was
Sharona. I'm not quite sure of the pronunciation. Jilpu, but that was a great tackle.
Yeah, I don't think the girl on the mark enjoyed that too much. It was a pretty heavy tackle. And here goes number 23 again. Has a bounce, sees a player loose in front and pops it over the top.
Millie Banjo to Jakani James.
Yeah,
pumps it forward, and then.
Well played by the Cats girl down there, amongst 3.
Yeah, and won it.
And has picked up a free kick.
Held without it.
That's Denara Brown again. She's a bit of a lone man in defence down there. She pumps it forward towards centre half back. Claimed the mark claimed by the Cats, not given. Ball's fed out. Mullaja Lions run back.
Number 20, Mullaja, so Celeste Cheryl pumps that forward.
And picks out her player.
That's number 6, Bonita Cheryl. Is that?
She has a pop shot for goal. It bounces, and bounces through. Okay, that makes us 9 goals 10. They're making a bit of a feast of this now. 58.
This is one of the highest scoring women's games I've seen.
Yeah. And when the women first started here, Mark, they were scoring 2, sometimes lucky to get 2 or 3 goals a game, and then at the peak of it in 2019, before we had COVID and then the floods, they were kicking somewhere quite often 8 or 9 goals a game, right, each team. So there's good signs here that'll happen too, I reckon.
33, she's breaking away again. Faith McCarthy, she's having a really good game.
Yeah, picked up, turned inboard, but nice handball inboard, and 2 nice handballs over the top. Releases again now. Jakani James tries to take on the player, and I think it's going to be found holding the ball. No, I think he's paid holding the man. She'd already handballed the ball off, and as
no,
it was freaky holding the ball. Ball hits the ground in dispute. The Cats 3-1 there, but now they pick it up. All buried forward. There should be a free kick there. It's let go, and she ducks
Great
into
tackle.
another one, and is going to be given holding the ball.
Good tackle by Faith McCarthy there.
She has a look around, breaks onto that right foot, bangs it high towards the forward line. They're jostling for position down there. Ball hits the ground. Cats held without the ball, and I think that's going to be a free kick.
Is Faith a rally of yours, mate?
She is. Yes, she's a niece. Well, no, a granddaughter really. But the ball's taken beautifully by number 1, who grabs it, bangs it towards a player standing on their own about 15 metres out from goal. She drops it now, picks it up, has another go.
Good tackling by the Cats. I think it's number 3 down there.
Good pressure,
Yeah, really trying hard.
Sharoma Forrest.
Yeah.
One against 4.
And again, that's about 2 or 3 efforts in a row. Great determination there.
And she's earned the free kick, and boy, did she earn that.
Yeah.
The players lead from
good
everywhere. She's having trouble controlling the ball.
Number 20. That's Celeste Sherrill again.
Ball's tapped over the top towards the goals. Norwich Lions pick it up, number 7. Handball's over the top. And it's dribbled through, I think,
Brianna Williams.
for a goal. So Brianna Williams kicks that goal, which now makes it 10-10.
What year did women's footy start in the Valley?
It kicked off in 2017 and it was interesting. It started with the Nookumbar Blues and wanting to play the Luma Eagles, which were actually a girls' team playing in the West Kimberley.
Right.
And they had a scratch match, and from that, within 3 weeks, we had 4 teams from the remote communities which had men's teams, and that year we played with 4. The next year we had 6. As the Mullaja Lions break forward with a couple of bounces, Dick dodged one way, then the other, then feeds the handball out. There goes the siren. That was number 20 for the Lions. That was
Celeste Sherrill.
Yeah, and that was some good play there, but the siren cut her off. So 2018 we had 5 teams, and then in 2019, which was mostly the pinnacle, we had 6 women's teams. 1 from Derby as well, so from Mowanjum. And then in 2020 came COVID, where all the communities were shut down. 21, they were all shut down. 22, they were partially opened, and we had a partial season, but there was only I think we had 3 women's teams then. And then in 23, the flood came along and we had no more footy again because it took the big bridge out and nobody could get in. And then 24, we had 3 teams, and this year we've got 4. So it's building again. But COVID and the flood took the wind out of the sails for the girls. The boys have have had a steady supply of players and teams. They've been 6 for generally since about 2017. But 2017 was a pretty poor year for the men. They'd gone from 11 teams in 2011. 3 teams left to go and play in the West Kimberley, so that took it down to 8. And then the boys tended to get a bit slack in that period, and there were a number of forfeits in, I think it was in 16 and 17, and we ended up with only 3 teams actually having played enough games to qualify for the finals.
Right.
And so we played a top 3, and I think the Blues won that year, and we were a bit despairing, and we had a review of the Central Kimberley footy in that year, and one of the things that stood out was that we weren't resourcing the remote communities enough to be able to put their teams into the competition and survive, because a number of things happened. In 2014, CDP disappeared, which meant that administration on all of those communities collapsed. A number of the jobs and things disappeared, and it meant that the things like drivers and stuff like that sort of disappeared from communities. And so that was one of the drivers that sort of started for the league to take a downward trend. But things like the changes to people being able to sit in the back of trucks was a big big one.
Huge.
And then that went even a little bit further, where you couldn't use troop carriers that didn't have front facing seats. So you couldn't use the ones that had the side facing seats.
Yeah.
And that meant transport then became even more of an issue. And then things like licenses, vehicles being licensed to get into town, and so it dropped right away. But the bringing the women in actually sparked the men back up again.
Yeah, it's good. Well, it's a family affair now, isn't it? Like, you see all the kids here. I don't know how many footies I've pumped up today and given away, but it must be close to 20. So,
yeah,
including the ones from filming footy that have been given away.
Yes.
Anyway, I'd better go back to my other job.
Okay, and we'll get back to doing a bit of commentating in a minute.
Sure. They're both on.
Okay.
Up here.
We're back for the final quarter of the Cats versus Mullager Lions, with the score at the moment being the Mullager Lions 70 to the Cats 0. Even though there's a great difference between the score, it's been quite an entertaining game. Now, we've got Mark Howes, our sergeant, has now gone back to start his role down on the bench again, and with us we've got Taith and the staff from the first quarter, and we've got the coach of the Saints football team with us as well, Rick Kennedy. How are you, Rick?
Yeah, very well, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Taith, and how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, mister.
You ready to give us a bit more commentary today on this last quarter?
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll get you rolling in a minute. You have your drink, and then while we just have a bit of a chat with Rick. Rick, you played the early game in the Blues game, or you were involved with that. Were you pleased with your team's effort?
Yeah, it was a good effort. It was round one, which, clearly just need to blow the cobwebs out. And just get a taste of the game again, and round one, get it done, and get back to training, and round two, here we come.
Yeah. We just had Jocelyn Gibson get the ball, but it's been picked up by the Mullager Lions, and the good tackle. I'm not sure what number the girl is down there, the Cats girl. My offsider here in Taith, and I'll have a look through the binoculars, but a nice kick to the centre-half back. The ball's dropped by the Cats. It's now in dispute.
Arm wrestle with Lions coming out, open.
Number 7.
All they need to do is get a hand,
Isabella Dick, number 7, fighting hard for the ball there.
Yep.
Number 3, which is Savannah James, handballs the ball over the top, is getting into dangerous territory. It's in great dispute down in the goal square. There's a big clamour of players down there at the Junja end of the ground.
I think even if Cats get it out, there's not many behind the ball to help, so it looks like...
Oh, here we go. They might be able to break free. Nope, the ball comes back into the pack. There's a bit of a
shot on goal.
Squirt towards goal. It's still running.
Oh, with a kicker. Sock it off the ground. Put through. Major score.
And it's a goal. It's a goal to the Mullager Lions. Score?
76-0.
So what have you seen, Ethan, with your binoculars?
Not that much, Jeff.
Not that much.
Because this thing is kind
This thing's in the road. Yeah, we've squashed up a bit in the commentary box here at Filming Footy. There's 4 of us peering out into the dusk. Okay, umpire Smith chucks the ball in the air. The rucks go to it. Cats win it. Ball's picked up by the Mullager Lions, though.
Mullager Lions, they're just looking like they're just bit of training out of the centre there.
This girl has done this about 4 times today. She's run in, had one bounce, steadied on the left foot. That's Jaquani. That's Jaquani James.
6.
Oh, number 6, was it?
No, she's kicked 6.
Oh, she's kicked
Number
6.
4.
Yeah, Jaquani James. She's been outstanding today.
Number 6, you say?
The Lions look
look like
strong running forward.
Number 4, but she's kicked 6.
Yeah. So 6 goals is a pretty handy little bucket to be taking home.
Yeah.
And she might kick a few more. So what did you do while you weren't on air over the last quarter while we were talking with Mark?
Yeah, I was just chilling with my family, watching the girl play.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay, well, you can start doing a little bit of commentating now.
Yes, sure.
Keep going. See, just tell us what you see.
She grabbed the ball. Ooh, what a hard hit. She kicks it. Looking for a mark. Number 2. Number 5 grabs the ball. She kicks it. Perfect goal.
For a goal. And what was that number? Number 16, I think.
15.
15. That was Alicia Marvin, who's added her name to the goal kicking list.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, are you intending to play yourself in future games? I noticed that there was not much, if any, game time today.
No, yeah, sort of let some other boys have a bit of a run around, but also just managing myself.
Who were the better players today that you saw?
Our backline, they were under pressure all day and they held up. So we've got Lennox that just kept running the ball out, which is great.
Lennox Bamba,
yeah. He, the sort of the young boys, they were running with the ball pretty well. That's probably the boys that we want to sort of encourage. Getting a run through the midfield as well, which they've spoken about. The senior players want to start sort of moving around the field a bit to let those young boys come through.
Mullager Lions break forward again.
Here we go, straight into another uncontested, couple of bounces.
Twice, hands it. Number 7. Number 2, hands it.
Number 25.
Kicks it up, perfect goal.
Number 25. Was it 25?
Yep, I think.
15. Alicia Marvin. Sorry, mate, I'm in your road here. It's okay. So we now have the score, Ben.
14 goals, 10 behinds, 94-0.
Right, we've just about sorted ourselves out here in the broadcasting box. Big thank you to Filming Footy again for being able to have the Central Kimberley Footy League on display. Hope the viewers are all enjoying it. As Ainsley Jack throws the ball up in the middle of the ground, the Mullager Lions attempting to get it out of the centre. Cats also, and I think the Cats have earned a free kick for a high tackle.
I just noticed that the Cats are very
undermanned.
Yeah,
they've been playing a couple of men short. So
women.
Sorry. couple of women short, as we've got a runner going down the outside in the dark on the far side of the ground with a beautiful kick.
Yeah, it is a great kick.
Very penetrating deep into that back line. The girls are struggling with it on the ground. The Cats pick it up. Can't break out of the pack. Now the Lions do. Beautifully centred a number, is it 15? Yep. Who's going to pick herself up another goal. Alicia Marvin. What did you think of that, Ethan?
Perfect kick, mister. That was a perfect kick for Mullager Lions.
Very good.
I think Mullager Lions are taking the lead today. And yeah, that's all I can say, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. You reckon the Cats have tried hard?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, but just maybe they've had about 2 or 3 players short, so I think that's part of the reason why they haven't been able to score as today. Now, Rick, your Colts boys that you saw playing, any comment on how they played today?
Well, a couple of them playing for the Lions thought it'd be nice to come up to me on the field and just give me a bit of cheek.
I'll interrupt you there as the Cats go forward on a very heavy tackle, and they trying to break past into their forward line for the first time in this quarter. The umpire has pulled out a free kick, and the Cats are going to get a free kick here. What number, Tyson? I can't see that. It's when she turns around.
Number 8.
And number 8, that's Camille Forrest. Camille's done some good things today. She's looking around, looking for leads. There's not much movement up forward. She drives the ball off the outside of her foot. It bounces straight to a Mullager Lions player who keeps it in front of her. Ball again in dispute. Forward handball. There's a lot of talk going on out there. They do actually work it free. Now it's blasted out onto this wing. And it's all yours, Rick.
Yeah, open wing. We've got Lions coming straight down the wing, no pressure at all. They got numbers. Oh, here we go, here with some pressure. Lions are just running with the ball now. There's
number 33,
Faith
McCarthy, who shows a bit of space, a bit of speed there.
With a great kick, great pickup.
That was it. That was number 15. A nice handball by Alicia Marvin. Handballed it off, but the
intercept mark by the Cats. They come out of
Jocelyn
the back
Gibson.
line. Great kick out of the back line. Kick just inside the defending 50. Looking around, there's not much movement.
Number 3. This is Sharona Forrest again. She's had a good game. Oh, a nice attempt for the mark by the Cats. Has a second effort, gets the ball on the ground.
Got it out in the centre. They're just going to link this hand pass up. And they're away.
Oh,
broken free.
Great play by that Cats player. Breaks free, but she's trying to get the ball to the ground, but couldn't.
And the momentum has shifted.
Faith McCarthy again. Blasts it forward. Handball by Isabella Dick. Good defence by the Cats. Good pressure. 3-1 out there as the siren goes, and that's the end of this game. Final scores:
15 goals, 10 behinds, 100 to the Lions, to 0 to the Cats.
Now, Rick, the Blues ladies played before. How did you rate their game today?
To be honest, I didn't see one part of that game.
Now, can you tell me what?
I didn't see one part of it. I was too busy running around trying to fill in these rego forms and team sheets for the game that was after. And unfortunately, my wife did say, "Did you see that game?" I said, "No."
I saw your wife get a couple of kicks. She did okay.
Oh, I'll tell her that.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, he is.
Righto, okay, that's the finish of the 4th game today. The last game coming up is going to be between the Cats and the Lions. No, they played before. The Roos, the River Roos, which is the purple team, and the Cats, which will have the horizontal blue and white stripes. And we will throw to another break, and we'll be back soon.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal: make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
I do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs, and we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. They've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. You know, they walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business, and it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship, being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there and that's part of us.
I'll hold my hand.
That's all. I'll give you some.
Righto, we're on air. I've got a special guest, Lyndon Dickens. G'day, Lyndon. How are you, mate?
Good.
Now, you played a game today. Who'd you play against?
Nothing Blues.
And who do you play for?
Morija Lions.
Now, you're holding a footy in your hand there.
Yeah.
You won that for what was that for?
Best on ground.
Best on ground.
Yeah.
Right. Now, where were you playing?
Centre forward.
And did you kick any goals?
One.
Only one?
Yeah.
Did you give any away?
Yeah.
Plenty. Sorry? What?
Plenty.
Plenty?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're playing footy, how do you feel?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the most exciting bit about it?
Most exciting thing about footy is...
What's the thing you like most about playing footy?
Get to know new people and
Yeah.
make a lot of friends.
When you're out there and you do good things, does it feel good?
Yeah.
And so when you get the footy, what's your aim to do? What do you want to do with it?
Hit the next target.
Yeah, that's a really good thing that I hear you say, because when I see you play footy, that's one of the things that I admire about is that you don't necessarily try and do it all yourself, that you're able to spot out other players and assist. Now, you played in the Colts last week in Broome. How did you enjoy that?
Yeah, be right.
Yeah.
All good.
Now, there's a side being picked to go to Perth, the Kimberley Spirit team. How do you reckon you go? Do you reckon you maybe get a jumper for that?
I don't know, maybe.
And if you did, would you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Have you played down in Perth before?
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, I'm be great, and yeah.
Who'd you play for?
Kimberley Spirit.
Oh, last year.
Yeah.
Cool. And what was and who else went with you?
Couple of 8 of the Central boys and 8 West boys, and yeah. Couple of East Kimberley boys, maybe 2.
Cool. All right, mate. Well, this game's just about to start, and you've got a couple of your buddies sitting here. I might bring them in and have a bit of chat to them. Hang around, and you might be able to do some commentating. Do you know the boys that are playing out here now that the game started between the Cats and the Roos?
Yeah.
You want to try doing a bit of commentating while we're sitting here?
I don't know.
Just all you have to do is tell us what you see.
that's breathtaking.
Okay, right. Okay, LD. Thank you for your time. Good to have you, and good luck. I hope you get picked in the Kimberley Spirit team.
Yeah.
And well done for being the best player today.
Yeah.
Ikem Brown, come over here. Come over here, Ikem. We've got another really good player who played in the Colts last year, Ikem Brown, as the Cats are getting the ball and handballing it forward. Ikem, you played today. Who do you play for?
Morija Lions.
Okay, did you get a kick today?
Yeah, I got a few kicks.
Now, LD won the football for the best on ground. Did he deserve it?
Yeah, I think he deserved it. He played good.
Yeah. Did he play better than you?
Yeah, I reckon. I'm doing that.
You're very generous. Now, you, while the game's going on, the Kajana Cats in the white and blue strip have now got the ball out in the wing, and they're going to be kicking it down the ground. We'll keep talking while they're playing. You went to the Colts Championships in Broome last week, and you were selected as one of the best players.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy that carnival?
It was good, having fun, having a kick around with the boys.
Now, you went the year before, and the Centrals didn't win any games. This year you won.
Yeah, we didn't win any games last year, but this year I reckon the boys put in the hard work behind the scenes, all that training and stuff.
And what was the difference, do you reckon, between last year and this year? While you're thinking about that, the ball is now deep in the Roos forward line. There's a big tackle and a sling, and it looks like the Roos are going to get the free kick. Do you know number 32? Do you know who that is? Senior Asman Costain, who's a bit of a legend in our competition, who's played for just about every club. He's lining up from about 30 metres out, and he's popped it through. And Asman likes a bit of celebration as all the boys go to him. So that's the opening score, the first goal to the Roos. Now, Akeem, you also went to Perth for a while. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes.
No, you're right. Just keep talking. That's all right. What? How long did you go down for?
Wait, are we talking about
this year? This year.
I went down for like two or 3 months training and participating in the Futures program.
For Claremont?
Claremont, yeah.
Yeah. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was pretty good. The boys around the club there, you know, they just make you feel comfortable. And yeah, the boys just love it back down there.
Did you feel that your football was good enough?
Yeah, I reckon.
So you felt like you could cut it with all of the boys that you're playing against?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's good. And do you want to go back?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, now there's a good chance you're going to be picked in the Kimberley Spirit team to go to Perth. How do you think you'll go? Did you go last year to Perth?
Yeah, I went for the development squad with Kimberley Spirit.
Right. This is the full squad now. Are you looking forward to it if you do get picked?
Yeah, definitely.
And what position would you like to play in that team?
Probably midfield or forward.
Yeah, you're a bit of a tackling machine, and also you're a gun runner. Your preferred position is midfield?
Sometimes I'd love to play midfield, but I'll usually play wing.
You like playing on the wing? Yeah, cool. All right. Do you want to have a go at commentating?
I'm not good at saying people's name.
Okay, no worries. Well, look, thanks for coming up and having the interview. Good luck. I hope you both of them. I've got both boys sitting here. I hope that both of you have get selected in the Kimberley Spirit team, and also there's possibly a chance that with Clontarf there's a possibility of some travel too. Is there not?
Yeah, so they said if I keep going to school, there's a 90% chance of me getting selected to go Adelaide, play with State of Origin with Clontarf.
Are you going to school?
Yeah.
You're a good man. What you need to do is you need to get LDE to go to school as well.
Yeah.
All right, boys, thanks for coming in and being a part of the show. Well done for your games today, and we'll catch up with you a bit later on.
Yeah.
See you, LD. Go to school.
Yeah, go.
There we go. We have a couple of the Colts boys from last week that are down here watching this last game of the round as the Cats burst forward towards the police station end of the ground. He gets onto his left foot. I'm struggling to see at that end of the ground. There's a snap over the left shoulder by the Cats, and it looks like they've nailed it and put it through. So the score, after 5.5 minutes played, it'll be 1-1 to the Roos and 1-1 to the Roos and 1 goal straight to the Cats. And you'll have to forgive me, listeners, if I can't give you names of any of the players. We haven't received the team lists to be able to check the numbers against, and it's getting dark and my eyesight's not the best. So we'll have to play it by ear and see how we go. Okay, it looks like the Cats are getting a free kick in the middle of the ground. He sees a player loose on the front end of the square. He's sort of playing for a free kick, but he now looks out wide. Nice lead by the Cats. The ball's put out front and he's juggled it and held it. He's having a look around. He's sees the lead coming from full forward. The ball skews off the outside of his foot, and the Roos put the ball under pressure. The ball's bobbling around down in that forward pocket at the police station end. The umpire's letting the ball go. Now it gets out. The Roos break forward. He brings that out to the outer wing. He is marked. He has a bounce, looking inboard. Puts it on the outside of his right foot, flings it forward. The ball gets coming out towards the boundary line in front of us here. Great tackle by number 4 on 26, but he feeds that to number 18. Sees
JB.
Junior Bronson, who marks the ball, pushes it forward to number 19. Looks, can't.
Darwin?
Yeah, and the Cats again look inside. Number 6 gets the ball, has a look around, watching for leads. One comes, but it's again off the outside of the foot, but the Cats judge it nicely. Swings onto that right foot now, puts it into the forward 50. Picked up, runs across the front of the pack, handballs to a player running past who's mowed down by the Roos, and I reckon that's going to be holding the ball.
Roos are looking good.
The Roos are looking pretty good. The Roos didn't win a game last year. But they look like they're going to be competitive this year. Flick the handball into the runner on the inside. Spots number 44 out here. Beautiful kick in front of him. He's being held up by Junior Bronson. Swings onto this left foot. Number 5 out here on the half-forward flank. Looks inboard. Drives toward the forward pocket. Good attempt at a mark down there. One hand. The ball spills over. The Cats pick up the ball. Pushes it across the back line. Being hotly pursued by the Roos. Good handball flicked outside. Handballs the ball in front of him. He's got a bit of trouble now because it's 3-1 out there. Well picked up by the Roos. Misses the handball. Gets picked up by the Cats. Ball bounces awkwardly in the middle for the players. The Roos still in control of the ball, but now the Cats pick up the loose ball off the ground and bangs it forward to the open territory. The race is on. Roos leading the race. Gets tackled well, but gets the ball out the back with a quick handball. Ball in dispute on the ground again. Picked up again by the Roos. They're good on the ball on the ground at the moment, and picks out his player who marks low down. Turns onto his right foot, sees the player in about 15 metres. It's in a short pass further forward. Now he looks inboard. Sees his player there. He takes the mark right on the front edge of the centre square. Looking forward. He's got a lead coming. He's going to honour that lead. No, he doesn't quite mark it. Takes it on hand. The Cats now break free. Sees his player on the wing. Steadies down. Looks inboard. Now comes into the centre of the ground with the player standing by himself. Got plenty of time. Has a player running past. Dummies the handball. Has another bounce. Then chips the ball forward to the next Cat up the ground, flicks the handball out to the runner, continuing down the ground, and beautiful low pass to his player coming out, but drops the ball. This gives the Roos a chance. They kick forward, the ball spoiled, it goes over the back of the pack. He's going to have a chance to redeem himself one way, then the other. Now he runs out to the river side of the ground, puts the ball out in front of his player, the ball bobbling along. He's well met by the Cats, good pressure. They're both still having a real crack at that ball. It's in dispute as the Cats now going, and he's lined up but missed. And there goes the siren for quarter time. Rick, what do you think about that?
Impressive. These Roo boys have come to play this season. It's great to see. And it's good to see a lot of the young boys out there too.
They're doing pretty good, aren't they? Any of these boys in any of these two teams part of your squad that went to the Colts Championships?
For the Cats, we've got Huan Laurel that came as support as an underage player, but he definitely is showing that he's worthy out there tonight. Casares Baker is having his first season with the Cats. He was strong in the back line last week for all 4 games. In the Roos, we've got Deontay,
Rahia Williams, Deontay Wangadin, yeah.
Who else did I say? Castro Bilgen.
So there's some of the younger, like Castro's one of the younger age.
Latrell Lamardi.
Lamardi, yeah, played fullback.
So, yeah, it's good to see them all out there, and they're showing up. Definitely got they're the ones with the legs out there.
Yeah, the older guys mostly. It's cooled down a bit now. It was about 30 degrees during the day. It's mostly down to about 25. Beautiful night here. The lights are now kicked in, and the scoreboard at the moment reads. I can't see the scoreboard. I'll have to get those.
Is it 1-1 to 1 goal?
1-1 to 1 goal. I'm going to get the binoculars out because I can see the new CKFBL scoreboard on the other side of the ground. Dead right. 1-1 to the Kadjina Cats. 1 goal to the Roos. We're into the second quarter. The scores is 1-1 to 1 goal, so a point the difference leading into the second quarter. In the last game tonight at the Fitzroy Recreation Centre Oval for the Central Kimberley Footy League first round for 2026. I've got Rick Kennedy sitting with us again. Now, Rick, we were just talking off air about Kadjina and Nookanbar, which you were very familiar with because you were out there for a year or so prior to coming into town, and you were saying there's been quite a changeover of players or exchange of players between the two communities. What sort of prompts that?
I think the boys just want to play for all the teams and different teams, and it's actually amazing to see most of them just want to play with family, and also just enjoy playing footy with other teams. Is you hear it all throughout the league. I might play for this team, I might play for that team. They actually, some of them I don't think knew who they were playing with when they turned up today.
Yeah. There we go. The ball's thrown up in the middle of the ground. A big thump forward by the Cats. They race the ball forward. Two players collide. The ball's picked up beautifully. This is Junior Bronson, is it?
Yes.
Puts it on the right side of his foot, bound towards goal. But I think that's going to bounce through for a point. Yes, it's gone through for a point. Junior Bronson.
They're out quick. Here they go. And the Roos are just smashed it out. And they're going to run down the wing. What's on option up the field? He's had a couple of bounces. Now going inside.
The Cats player didn't really want to chase him too much. He's got to play it clear on the inside. He handballs the ball back, but unfortunately misses the target. Cats are rebounding to a beautiful lead. And this is taken by number... Again, it's very difficult to read these numbers in the light at the moment. Isaiah Stevens, yes, and he's the man of the mark, standing about 46 metres out from goal. Isaiah's quite capable of kicking this. He was actually on the the Sydney GWS list initially, and he came back home. So he'll, as you can see from that kick, he easily makes a distance. And he's put it through. So he's kicked that from the outside 50 and cleared the boundary at the back by 10 metres. So it's a 60-metre kick. He's a bit of a talent.
He has a great kick. And his lead-up mark is something as well.
And it's good when those quality players come back and give advice and help and show the other players, their own local young players, what they can do. And they're bringing the ball back to the centre of the ground. Umpire, it looks like Levi Goodgie there from Mullager, who's one of our key central umpires. He chucks the ball aloft. Up they go. The Cats win it again. Junior Bronson starring in the middle. But the Roos now pick the ball up. It's picked up. We've got that player left foot. He hooks.
A rocket straight in there, but too low at his feet. Couldn't do well. It's a bit of an arm wrestling there. Jaden Angus is he's pushing back in the goal square. He should be in the ruck, that man.
They're having a shot for goal here. It's been pulled across the face of the goals, and it's now sharked by the Cats. He has one bounce, comes out on this wing, but it's now sharked again by number 9, who runs towards the half forward line, flicks it inboard, sees a runner, a chip kick in. And this the ball's flicked to the middle of the ground. The Roos comes off hands, quick snap on goal, but it drifts out to the right and through for 1 point. Now we've got Tyethan back with us. Tyethan, how are you going?
Good.
Yeah. What are you seeing on your binoculars there?
A little bit of tackling, a little bit of kicking. You know, they like it's that kind of sort of stuff.
Yeah. And what's happened now? Looks like
that's our point. And this behind.
Behind for the Roos. The score now?
Score now is 2 goals, 2 behind to the Cats. 14 to 1 goal, 2 behind, 8 to the Roos. And their forward pressure, the Roos, was great. And here they go again. Not letting those Cats come out too easy. Getting stuck on that boundary wing.
He's
out of bounds.
Out of bounds. He's going to be thrown in.
Let's see their ruck work. That's a
very low throw in. Roos pick it up. Number 5, handballs inside. Going to handball out, but very strongly tackled by the Cats. Oh, and the ball skews off.
Sprayed that one out of bounds on the full.
Yeah.
And I'll give the Roos a look. Third inside.
I think he thought he had less time than he actually did have as the Roos pick out number 18 for the Roos. He flays the ball out wide to the right-hand forward flank. Roos have got it. He's looking for leads. Sitting and waiting. The ball's bouncing around in the forward line. And the umpire's pulled out a free kick here. I'm not quite sure what that was for. Did you see what that was for, Tathan?
I don't know.
No.
Who's that lining up?
What number? What number?
39.
You don't have their list here.
It's on your phone.
Have it on your phone.
39. Lines it up.
He's keep going.
Money. Bends it. Perfect mark.
He's just picked someone
Lines
out. Square in front of the
some
goal.
colour stacks back.
And
watching the kick.
32.
Steady. He looks.
32 having a shot in
Kicks.
front. And
there's
that's a great team goal. That's well done.
and a perfect goal.
That's good, Tathan. Well, you described that goal really well. Good stuff. How are those binoculars treating you?
Good.
Can you see better with those than you can see with your eyes at this time of night?
Yeah, I can see.
Righto, the ball's being relayed back to the centre of the ground. Umpire Goodgie's about to toss the ball in there. Up they go. The Cats win the knock, but the ball gets to the feet of the Roos, who's pushing it forward beyond the circle of the 50. Still pushing it forward. Good play by that player. He's actually now intercepted by the Cats. Just one way, then the other. Brought inside, but a really nice tackle by the Roos, putting on some really good forward pressure now, Rick.
Great forward pressure. They, I think, will be looking to lower the eyes for a lead out. That's what they've done the last three shots. He's backing up. There goes one lead. Can look at that one.
He's about 45 degrees out on the angle, but he's pulled that to the left quite severely.
Out of bounds on the full. Cats kick back in from the pocket.
That was number 44. That was Lewin Fry. There's a few names on this list with the Cats that I don't recognise. Obviously, new players this year that they've recruited. There's a few of the Tarlin Munda and a few of the guys from last year who've played some pretty good footy for them. As the ball is pushed down the river side of the ground, the Cats have one bounce. He's hotly pursued. He nearly gets run down, gets his kick in, drifts out onto that forward pocket and drifts out of bounds about 30 metres out from the Cats' goals underneath that light tower at the Junjua end of the ground. The boundary umpire, I think he's getting a bit tired. He jogs around. He's about to roll that ball in. Right, Tathan, you tell us a bit about what's going on for the next couple of seconds.
Leandre Hode got the ball, getting ready to throw it up.
Would he be a relative of yours?
I don't know. To Ruckman and number 42. Oh, what a hard hit. Marks it. Looking for a people. Hands the ball. Kicks it.
Goes down the wing. They go up for the mark. And a beautiful mark by the Roos.
Kicks and play on with the ball. Number 22 gives it to number 24 and number 25.
Rolls into the middle of the ground. The Crows, the Roos, 2-1.
Number 5 trying to get the ball. Number 32. Oh, what a tackle. Hands it. Give it to him. Kicks it out. Perfect ball.
By the Roos. And who have we got here? The Roos of Mark, and it looks like he's going to have a shot for goal today. Is that right?
Yep.
Right, he's standing, I think, on the 50-metre line.
39.
Number 39 for the Roos. They've got a chance to bring the score back closer here, because the score at the moment is the 2-2 to 2-2. So if he gets a score here. Now there's a good mark down there, but I'm not quite sure, but it's a very tall player with a big pair of hands. Oh, Jaden. Jaden lines up. He's not taking his time, and he pops it through. So
Kicks a goal, Jaden.
Great mark.
So that means the Roos have hit the front for the first time in this game.
Yeah, actually, Jay.
Where do you know Jaden from, Tyathan?
Every time I go to school, I see him doing his job.
All right. He was a gardener at the school, and he's now working for someone else. He's left the school, but he does junior footy too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He plays off.
Righto, the ball comes back to the centre of the ground. We have a special guest sitting in here with Mr. Leon Van Erp, who any Pilbara listeners who from the desert area would know him as the Cats break for goal. Drives long to the goal. Oh, just bounces off the back of the hands of the Cats player. Most people didn't know how close he was to goal. Cats pick it up again, driving for goal. This time drives through, and that was well done, well executed by the Cats. So a pretty quick answer there.
19.
At number 19, and he's jogging off after kicking that goal. He's going to come and have a drink and a bit of a rest. Now, we've got Mr. Leon Van Erp with us, who's doing some work for Gandua up here. Leon, what are you doing in town?
We're working with the CKFL and Gandua. Having a look at the activities and the football and how we can improve our delivery.
Right, so you're doing a bit of research and consultancy to help Gandua sort out where they go over the next period of time?
Yes.
Oh, ankle!
We'll hold it there, Leon, and we're looking at the players. It's starting to gather a bit of momentum as the ball's pushed towards the half forward flank for the Roos. The ball's bubbling around, punched into the middle of the ground, picked up by the Cats. They're trying to break through, can't do so. The Roos player gets a hold of him and puts him down. I reckon he's going to be held holding the ball. No, yes he has. So again, we've got the opportunity. He's about 50 metres out. We're waiting for the player to turn around so we can see his number.
39.
Number 39. He would be about 45 degrees, about 50 metres out. The score's at the moment 3-2 to 3-2, so any score here will put them back in front. He lines up. Long kick. It's beautiful. It's going all the way to the line. Will it make the distance? No. It's punched to the side and drifts through for a point. So it's 3-2 to 3-3. The Roos leading as the Cats bring it out, and there goes the siren for half time. The quarters, the listeners might be wondering why the quarters are so quick, but we started a bit late today, so all the quarters have had to be trimmed by 5 minutes. The scores at half time, 3-2 to 3-3 with the Roos in front.
No, 2-3.
Oh,
no, you're right.
No,
you're right.
Reading down. Well, Leon, we'll just continue our discussion for a second for our listeners. Leon, you had a lot of experience in the Pilbara and other places. What were you doing in the Pilbara before you retired?
Well, community relations at Telfer Gold Mine, actually, for the last 12 years before I retired, and we fully involved with Nyurikajunka, which is the Desert Sport Development Program out from Port Hedland, including all the Māori communities, from Jigalong, Bungord, Kiwikura, Warralong and Port Hedland. So, yes.
And you were instrumental in setting up Nyurikajunka, which was equivalent sort of organisation to Gandua and the Kimberley.
It was, yes. It's around about 2004 or so.
Cool. And that's still going strong today?
Very strong. Although it's moved away from more senior sport development to juniors in the schools. There's a definite need for skill development and sport understanding, so they started moving towards younger kids at school, primary schools, and then a little bit later on to the teenagers.
Cool. Now, your experience with the desert communities out there, that they love their footy?
Oh, as much as they do here, yeah.
That was going to be my question. How do you see is there any difference between the community type footy that you're seeing here and the community footy that you saw out there?
The difference here is you're more equivalent to Tiwi Islands, really, in that you've got a beautiful lawned area, you've got lights, you've got an electronic scoreboard, very well organised. A lot of the communities don't have the what's the word? They aren't been unfortunate in that they don't have the water. They don't have the water. They don't have the facilities. So therefore, most of their ovals are red dirt, and some of them quite rocky. But
just on that, then, do the centres, like now the centre for that would have been Newcrest Mine, would it have been?
Well, no, not really. We started in about the mid-90s out in the desert, where we had sport development officer in Warburton, another one in Jigalong, and so we did the Western Desert and the Central Desert. When Newcrest started, when I went there in 2002, and we, through extra funding and extra support, we provided mobile sport development and football development officers, and so the standard rose, and so did the competition and the regularity.
Cool. Hey, Leon, I will make a. Oh, just hang on a sec. D. Quayne, come up. I'll just interrupt our interview with Leon, and I'll just bring D. Quayne Mick to the microphone and ask him a few words. D. Quayne was one of the stars for the Central Kimberley in Broome last week. How did you enjoy the carnival in Broome, D. Quayne?
Great. Scatter.
When you say scatter, that means pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. Now you were elected one of the leadership group. How did you find that?
Yeah, right. Bit tough, but yeah, right. Tough for the boys going out smoking, trying to tell them come back, but you know that's what they do back here in Fitri. They just gotta let them go.
But they played some pretty good footy, and after a bit of a slow start, they got going. Whereabouts do you play? Because you were pretty instrumental in getting them going. So where do you play, and how did you?
I play centre, bit of backline, and yeah.
What do you reckon your strengths are? Your strengths in football? What are you good at?
Back.
Would you say pressure, footy, tackling?
Yeah, pressure and tackling.
Yeah. Well, and that was really evident. So when we played the West Kimberley, for instance, they ended up winning the championship. But you guys, in the first time you played them, only lost by 4 points, and I think you played a really good game in that game. Was it disappointing to lose the grand final?
Yeah, sad. Last year playing for that Kimberley Spirit, bit sad.
Yeah. Now, speaking of Kimberley Spirit, there's a good chance that you'll get selected to go to Kimberley Spirit. Can you briefly tell us what that is? Where do you go and what do you do?
Yeah, some boys get selected from the Kimberleys, from Broome, from all the states, Broome, Holstreek, Kana, and they go down Perth to represent the Kimberley.
Cool. And is it that exciting?
Yeah.
Now you'll be one of the leaders this year. You're 19, aren't you?
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed those experiences when you've been able to go to Perth and do those sort of things?
Yeah.
Now, just before you go, who are you playing for locally?
Nono Blues.
The Nookumbar Blues?
Yeah.
You swapped from last year. Who did you play for last year?
Cats.
The Kajana Cats, and you're not out there now. Yeah. What made you change?
Rick. And the boys.
Rick, the coach. Yeah. Your coach. Is he a good coach?
Yeah, good coach.
Right. Was he part of the improvement from the year before, do you reckon, for our team?
Yeah.
He was. All right, okay, thank you, Dequane. Thanks for coming on and joining us. If you want to hang around and tell us who's playing, you can.
Yeah.
I've just wanted to have a chat to Leon again during this quarter. Okay, now thanks, mate. The play's recommenced. The Roos have marked the ball on the back end of the square, looking for players out wide. The Cats get the ball. They pump it forward to the front end of the square. The ball's dropped, but he's regained it, picked it up. Ball falls free. He's pushing it along again. Same player. The ball's tackled off the ground. The player's tackled off the ground. The ball's bubbling around at centre forward. Eventually, the Cats seem to break free. No, but the pressure by the Roos has been terrific. And the ball's now picked up by the Cats. Fires a handball inboard. Again, it hits the ground. It's bobbling around in the pocket. The Roos this time get the ball, and there goes the ball. It gets kicked out wide. Right, what can you see, Ty, Ethan?
I can see bounce it. And drop, hand pass it, looks around, dropping.
And he's been given a free kick. He's given the free kick away. The Cats get the free kick.
Mark from the Cats. Hand pass. Hand pass, kicks. Hands. Number 2. Get away, number 15. Hands.
Oh, free kick's been given. Number 5.
Number 5.
Drives the ball deep into the forward and looks for a player, and it's marked by the Cats. Righto, he drives the ball out onto that half-back flank, sees the Cats player all by himself, takes the mark and just to the southern side of the scoreboard. He's taking his time. He looks inboard, sees a runner. Oh, the ball's dropped. Picked up by 25 for the Roos. He now puts it on the left foot, drives long towards the goal square. The ball's in dispute. It pops over the back, and the Cats gain control. Falls over, which puts himself under pressure. Big Jaden tries to pick up the ball, comes off his boot and dribbles out of bounds. So Leon, we were talking about the difference between the footy in the Pilbara and here, and you're saying things like surfaces. The style of footy, does it change much?
Very similar. Community football in the Pilbara is very similar to this. You've got speed, some extremely fit people. You've also got a lot of talent. A lot of talent in there, most probably raw, and the passion is there.
As you can see there, just with that vision in front of us, the excitement and the enthusiasm is high. These boys love their footy. Number 5 hands off to number 39. He's driving from about 50 metres and he's hooked it out to the left and behind. Now, just back onto the work that you're doing for Gandua. Is what you're finding out that organisation has got lots to do?
Gandua have got a fabulous, really a fantastic record here. They've got a great reputation. Unfortunately, because of things like COVID and the flood in recent times, their range and activities has been very limited, and so
keep going.
Everybody's looking very forward to them coming back and getting involved in such things as supporting the footballers, supporting the communities in sport development, in bringing back the Gandua Festival, which is we've interviewed numerous community members here today.
As we've got the Roos lining up for goal, but he's pulled it to the right. The scores at the moment: 3 goals, 5 to the Roos, 3 goals, 2 to the Cats. We've got a close one in our last game. We've had a break in our commentating the game. We've got Leon Van Erp, who's doing some work for the Gandua organisation, which assists with footy, basketball and remote community sport and rec. So, Leon, you were talking about the going to a festival, and that there's a real desire to have that come back. How long ago was the last one?
There was one in 2018, and prior to that, I think it was
every year.
It was every year.
Yep.
No, back around about 2015 or 16, it stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Just while I'll interrupt, as the Cats burst forward, but a great chase down tackle by the Roos. They're starting to believe in themselves and putting pressure on. He's going to give away 50 if he's not careful. He's doing the Cats man, doing up his shoes. The man on the mark is jumping up and down. You better watch out, because I think they'll be itching to give 50 as it's pumped forward. The ball clears the back of the pack. The Roos pick it up, a forward handball. Effectively, he's going to get tackled, but he gets the boot in time, but falls into the lap of number 18 for the Cats. Nice little left foot chip into the middle of the ground. Good spoil by the Roos. As the ball spills out the back, the umpire's called, I think, for a push in the back. Holding the man. And the Cats have got the kick. He plays on, runs around the man on the mark, looks wide, 2-on-1 out there, and the 2 win. The Roos bouncing the ball down the inside wing of the Fitzroy Rec Centre. Have his third bounce, stops, props, gets around the man coming towards him, but unfortunately he's run out of legs and grubbers the kick. The Cats with numbers, number 18 playing a real decent game of footy, pops it over the top, misses his man, but the Cats are both back there in numbers. He hooks it back into the corridor. It's overrun by one of the Roos players, but he soccers it forward. It might be an advantage of the Roos. He falls over, unfortunately for him, and his next player is also collared. The ball comes into dispute. The Roos are break free. The handball goes forward. Again, it goes forward. The big fella now picks the ball up. He's got it in front of him. Went to line up a player, and unfortunately, the ball ran out of bounds. He would have been better off going for the ball than going for the player after some pretty good sort of play. Right, so Ethan, you're standing up. What can you see?
I'm looking at a hard hit back there.
Yeah. And it looks like the ball's going to be thrown in. Commentate for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. So today, the ball up for the boys. Cats and
Roos.
Cats and Roos are playing. Mark, hands, hard hit, holding in, kicks.
Umpire's given the free kick.
Free
number
kick.
18.
Free kick to the Cats. Geelong Cats. Look around for anyone to send it out. Looking out, looking. He kicks it. And that's a perfect mark. Look around for anyone. Look around, running through, kicks. And what a whoa. Play on. Hand pass. Hands, run. Hands it. Hard hit by the Geelong Cats. Ooh, without the ball. 26 ball. Look around for anyone. Play on. Oh, one buddy up there. 3, helping. Hold it in. Play on. Wonder what's that.
That was great, Tython. Well commentated. The Roos get the ball, pump it forward. The Cats pick up handball over the top. He's going to retrieve his own ball. He's being chased. He gets bumped off the ball, but keeps the ball rolling out towards that half-back flank. He jumps over the player again. Roos here, there, everywhere, but I reckon he's copped a high tackle there, about 40 metres out, free kick on about a 45-degree angle. Leon, are you any good at commentating? No, he reckons he's not.
Well, I don't know the players.
We don't know the players either, so the viewers will have to forgive us. We can't use the players' names. Number 39. We'll see if we've got this list here. No, we haven't got the Roos. I haven't got the Roos list in front of me, even though it's on my phone, but it's too small to see. He's lining up. He's about 30 metres out. This is to put them another goal in front. It's right to the goal line. Up they go. We're waiting on the umpire's decision. No, it's a mark. Good play by the Cats, really strong defence right on the last line of defence. He's strolling out, he's having a look, see where the players are leading. He hasn't got much in front of him, so he decides to go long to the outer side of the ground. Up they go, and the Roos pull in the mark. Number 22 for the Roos. And the siren goes, but he's going to have a shot after the siren for three-quarter time. The score's 3-5 to the Roos, 3 goals, 2 to the Cats. If he puts this in front, they're going to be 9 points in front if he is able to kick the goal. He's kicking from just on the 50. Lines up, nice kick, long kick, but sliding off to the right. No, it's not. It swung back beautifully, and he's nailed that from, I'd say, 50 metres out, and it sailed through the back of the goal. So a beautiful 60 metre after the siren goal to put the Roos up by 9 points. No, you haven't got one.
Hey, mister, you take the shot again?
Yeah, that'd be good. Then the kids won't come up.
You want leave Leon?
Yeah, leave Leon. You can.
I only come up to watch you.
Right, I reckon we're back on air, Leon. We've had our special commentator in Ethan Hode, who
good young fella. Good job.
13, and we'll give him another crack at doing his commentary. Great to have the young kids wanting to have a crack at this. We'll have to get John, our main filming footy man, to get him hire him to continue the commentary in weeks to come.
Jeffrey, just give us a quick rundown of each side, please. So the Kajana Cats, is it?
Kajana Cats, they're from Kajana Community World and Nookumbar mainly. We had a rundown earlier. They also got a few people from in town, but they're from the south side of the Fitzroy River, from about 100 nearly 200 kilometres out. And then the River Roos are made up mainly of people in town and also more the Bunaba side of the community.
Is that Junjua down there?
Yeah, that's Junjua down that. As the Cats break free out of the centre, up they go. The ball spills over the back of the pack. The Cats are onto it, but the numbers wheel out. The Cats hooks over his shoulder, but it's gone wide and only 1 point. Now the Roos are spreading, so they can kick the ball out. So at the moment it's 4-5 to 3-3. Roos in front. He kicks it out to the back pocket. He's looking for leads. There's leads coming. Here they come. He comes out here onto the half-back flank. Number 34 takes the mark. He's looking inboard. He can't see anybody, so he drives towards the middle of the ground. Not much pressure by the Cats. They're standing and watching. Loops the handball over the top. A nice little neat left foot pass out onto the wing, taken nicely by number 5. He's looking inboard to see if there's got any runners. He's got Big Jaden, who's just in front of him, but he ignores that. Looks inboard, goes right to the middle of the ground. That's dangerous, but it's not too bad because Latrell and Marty, I think this is, he gets onto his trusty left foot, drives it out long onto that half-forward flank. Cats go up in defence. Ball's on the ground. Gets flicked out the back by the Roos. He puts it on the left foot, dribbles a kick forward into that deep forward pocket. Cat's in best position. He swings it inboard with the handball, gets onto the left foot, dribbles the ball in the middle of the ground, dummies one way, then the other, hooks over his left shoulder towards the middle of the ground. Up they go, and a big mark taken by the Roos. He then sees a player loose at centre half forward and hits him with a beautiful 45-metre drop punt pass. Looks like Asmund Costain that he's picked out. On the 50-metre mark, he's a renowned goal kicker. He should be able to make the distance. I don't think he'll be passing this off because he likes a goal. He ambles in, siding up the goals at the police station, and he gets onto it and it's straight, but it falls short. And it's marked in front. No, the mark hasn't been paid. The ball's picked up, dragged to the ground by the Roos player. They're not wanting to pick the ball up. Now somebody does. The Cats dribbles off the end of his hand. He comes inboard. He's tackled. The umpire letting the game go on. Now the Cats break free. Puts it into the middle of the ground. Numbers there belong to the Roos. Dummies one way, then the other. Has a bounce. Looks up, chips the ball forward, again finds a player loose. Just inside the 50, about 45 metres out. Sorry, on a 45-degree angle, about somewhere between 40 and 50 metres out.
39 again.
Number 39 for the Roos. This is Javen Pye. Javen is a very good footballer who's been around the regions here for a number of years. He's come back and he certainly hasn't lost any of his skill playing for the Roos. So the score now 5-5 to 3-3. Ty Ethan's back with us. Good goal, Ty Ethan.
He's made the difference, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Centre bounce.
Yeah. Jaden, ball's tossed in the air. Up they go. Big Jaden goes against Junior Bronson. Junior Bronson wins the knock. Gets the ball to the favour of the Cats. He falls to the ground. The ball then is in dispute. There's tackles. I'm sure that the umpire will ball this up. There's appeals from different players for holding the ball, but he didn't have a chance to get rid of it. So umpire Goodgie chucks the ball in the air. They wrestle. Bronson gets the ball and the Roos player is tackled high. He looks out in the wing. Can't see anybody. Now he runs round onto that right foot, drives the ball long, comes into a player leading on about 10 metres in front of him, flicks the handball out to number 5. He again pushes the handball inboard but misses the target. They're throwing their bodies at the ball left, right and centre. I would say it's going to be tossed up again. Right, Ethan, your turn again.
Okay. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Centre bounce. Kicks it. Play on. What a straight goal.
The Roos.
The Roos.
The Roos have kicked the
straight
goal.
goal for Roos.
49.
Hang on. The score 6 goals 5.
6-5 for the Roos.
And 3-3 for the Cats.
3-3 for the Cats.
Who kicked that goal?
Huh?
Do we know that number kicked
49.
49
for the Roos. 49 was Gubby Bedford Senior. Now Gubby's about 45 years old. Hey? And he hasn't lost any of his. He was a sensational, been a sensational player.
Centre bounce, kicks it. Geelong Cats. Marks. Play on.
It's a decent roost.
Kicks it long. Geelong Cats. Ooh, what a hard hit.
Catching the Cats. Now the Roos.
Catching the Cats. Roos. Catching the Cats. Hands it. Kicks it. Perfect mark.
Yeah, I'm not took the keep going this way.
Kicks it. Kicks it. Play on. Kicks it. What a perfect. Possibly a mark there. Geelong Cats trying to get into it. One bounce.
Right, well done to Ethan. We'll take over for a second. We've got a few of the boys, I think, calling out to you. I think they might be calling out to me, but no, not at the moment, mate. Anyway, here we go. The boys are wanting to get on the commentary box with Ethan as the Kadjina Cats take the mark. They've got to get some goals in a hurry because we're at the we've 6 minutes and 20-minute mark, which means there's only 3.5 minutes to go, and they've got to get at least a couple of goals. Number 35's out here by himself. He waits for the ball, and that's his mistake because the Roos now get the ball, but it flicks out to number 14. One way, then the other. Handball's inboard. Junior Bronson picks up the ball, sees a lead. One-handed attempt by that Cats player, flicks it to the ball out the back, but the Roos are there in numbers. And Tristan McCarthy, number 1, grabs the ball, pushes it out wide to the outer flank. That was good play. He's also gone back. I think he might even get a chance to pick the ball up again. He misses it, but he's still in there fighting. The numbers are with the Roos. They're trying to push that ball up along the scoreboard flank. The ball comes forward. McCarthy's going to pick it up again. Picks onto that right foot, drives it long into the middle of the ground. Nice kick, picks out his player, and he's now the Roos are on board. They're seeing loose players in the middle of the ground. Beautiful play here. Runs forward, spots up a player leading towards him and bounces off his chest, unfortunately, which might let the Cats in. But it's sharked by the Roos. Bedford gets on his left foot, pops it into the goal square, and this should be an easy goal, and he's banged it out of the ground.
39 again.
So that was Gubby Bedford again. I think that was the creator of that goal. And the time on's been called as the ball. 39, did you say that was? Yeah, Javen Pye. Sorry, Javen, I called you as Gubby. No, not alike at all. But anyway, Javen, he spent some time in the Broome competition and originally played for the Jugarity Bombers, which is the team that the Cats were called before they became the Cats. So the score at the moment, and while the ball's being retrieved from outside the ground, the Roos, most unexpectedly, because I think most people thought the Cats were going to win, 7 goals 5 at the 8 minute mark to 3 goals 3. So they've skipped away in the last half of this game. Now the Roos are at it again, push the ball forward, but it's sharked by the Cats. Big Jaden's trying to chase the ball down, but he's finding these other nippy players are getting away from him. The ball's loose out here. It's a chase on. Number 5 puts the pressure with the ball on the ground. He might be holding the ball. No, the ball escapes out the back. Number 15 tries to burst his way through. Flicks out the handball to 35, whose legs give away on him just as he's about to kick the ball. The Cats are making really hard work of getting this ball forward. The Roos soccer the ball forward into the square. The Roos pick it up. Number 1 flicks it to the forward. A big fly from behind by the Cats is unsuccessful, but sharked beautifully by number 35. Goes one way, then the other. Good shepherd from behind. Has another bounce. Still looking out in that far wing where he can go. Touches the ball to the ground. Flicks the handball forward. Now they're playing around with it out there, trying to play possession. The Cats are tackling in numbers. The ball stays in play for the Roos. Nope, I think the umpire's pulled out a free kick here to the Cats. I think he must have played holding the ball. So the ball's relayed back. The Cats need to get the ball moving if they're going to get a score and get a chance of getting this one back. He sees a lead in the middle of the ground. Doesn't quite honour that. He has to pick the ball up and run with it. He runs forward, bangs it into the forward pocket. 2-on-1 down in that pocket. The one might win. No, the 2-of-1. The Cats fullback picks the ball up beautifully, bangs the ball long and finds his player out that way. He runs on, handballs forward. Ball falls to the ground, pushes his opponent off him. Looks to have a bounce, but then decides to kick. Sees a player right in the middle of the ground. Beautiful mark down low, telling people to slow down. He looks to go on his left. Called now to play on. Drops the ball into the forward line, running forward. Nearly takes a good mark. Can't quite hang into it. The Cats put the pressure on. The Roos are back in numbers. He's having a long shot for goal. That looks like it's going right down to the square, but the Cats are camped underneath it. He sees his player leading out into that back pocket. Neatly taken, having a look down the ground, see what he can see and offer. Now flicks the ball over the top. Beautifully picks out the player between two Roos players. Turns right near the scoreboard, bangs it out to a player all by himself on the scoreboard wing. Has one bounce, has a second bounce. He's being shepherded. The ball's pushed forward, nicely scooped up on the run, centres the ball. They've got numbers in the middle of the ground. He bursts through the 50, has a long pot shot to his leading forward pocket, snaps over his left shoulder, and he's missed, unfortunately, to the near side. That looks like Bilgen down in this forward pocket, Anthony Bilgen, in this forward pocket, who had the snap but went slightly to the left. And there goes the siren for the end of the game. To Ethan, what did you think of that game?
Pretty good, mister.
Yeah, and we want to come up and do some more commentating the next time around?
Yeah.
Good to have you here, mate. Thanks for your words of wisdom. Good to have you. We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. Right, the final scores. 7-5 to the Roos, 3-4 to the Cats. Leon, I hope you enjoy your stay in Fitzroy Crossing in the Kimberley and you get all the information that you need.
Thank you very much. That was very fast and furious. Enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Filming Footy for the game today, and a great game, a great 5 games of footy, and we'll sign off.
Okay, thanks. Good on
Thank you, John.
Very well done.
This job is not for everyone. It's not easy. But it is not without its moments. When you take a pile of rock, then crush, grade, and pave it into your own path to success. When you take a mountain, stare it down, and make it bend to your machine. When after solving 1,000 problems, you step back and see what a day of work, real work, can accomplish. You remember why you got into this and what it means to be never idle. It's the same reason we're in this business, listening and learning to build tech that outworks any challenge the day throws at you. Tech that weighs for itself, grades for itself, even drives for itself, and can hit the brakes before hitting obstacles. It's also why our dealers have eyes inside your machines to prevent problems and put downtime in the dirt. But while we love the tech and the muscle, and seeing what 40 tons of iron can do when you give it a brain to match its brawn, at the end of the day, these innovations have a simple goal: make everything on the job site safer and easier. Because let's face it, we love the work, but this coach needs to get done in time for soccer practice. We started asking questions, lots of questions. What if we could move the earth while still caring for it? What if we could keep the same power and cut the noise in half? And what if we built batteries that ran a full shift on a single charge? We answered with e-Power, all electric equipment that doesn't slow you down. So even when the work calls for new kinds of fuel, you and your crew can keep charging forward. From dirt to rock to road, we strive to deliver industry-leading tech. Because just like you, we know the job isn't done until it's done right. Now enough talking. Let's get back to work. Never idle.
The relationship with Great Southern Fuels started with my father 50 years ago, delivering fuel in drums back in the day, which has progressed into large tanks now. They've been very reliable and efficient on time with service.
We run a mixed farming operation here on Chapman Valley, just north of Geraldton, managing about 5,500 hectares. We've been with what is now Great Southern Fuels for in excess of 20 years. There's always challenges and situations that catch you out, and they've been really, really good at accommodating that for us.
We've been with Great Southern for 28 years now. Look, they've given us exceptional service and they're price competitive. So it's wonderful.
They're a great company to work for. They're a family-owned business. They will support you and whatever is required.
I've got Alan's phone number, I've got Steve's phone number, and I know if I ring it I'll get an answer, which is really cool.
The relationship's great and the service is second to none. So I ring up and it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday or whenever I ring up, I'll have fuel. So we've never been held up or had a problem with them. So my theory is that's what I'm about. It's about service and the relationship, and it's been fantastic.
It's very important to maintain long-term customers' loyalty and give back what you can when you can.
Great Southern Fuels is one of the few companies that I've been involved with that gives so much back to the local community. We support so many different organisations and country, sporting clubs, field days, farming organisations.
We endeavour to give back. The community looked after us by dealing with us, and we just gave it back in what we could do. Footy club needs a hand, well, it's because they need a hand that you give it to, not the other way around.
When you look at how they conduct themselves in the community, they've been a great supporter of the Livestock Transporters Association. Just incredible what they do.
They do a lot for the community, which is good. And not only Lake Race either, it's right through where all these outlets are all over the state. He's been excellent with that.
We tend to sponsor major events, the Great Southern Football Carnival, Colts Carnival.
Across the board, I think sponsorships are a very important part of any community. I grew up in Lake Grace and footy was my life down there for a long time. Great Southern sponsored Lake Grace back then, and along with many other footy clubs and hockey clubs and tennis clubs. And we might not always be making a big deal out of it, but the people that get sponsored, they understand and they relate to it.
They do a lot for the town, so I can't fault them. They've been brilliant.
Great Southern Fuels have got strong values, and that shows in what they do. They walk the talk and they do what they do.
You deal with people that are there and care about your business, and these people have been absolutely wonderful.
I'm very proud of what Mum and Dad have achieved in their life and how they've structured the business, and it's all structured around our customers and looking after people and being in the right areas where we need to sell the fuel and have the support there and sponsorship, being part of the community, even though we're not in that community, but our workers are there and that's part of us.